Although the distance between Saint of the Absolute Felix and the dark purple cloud was over 200 meters, the speed of the dark purple cloud was so fast that, in that brief split-second Felix stood frozen, it had already appeared in front of him. 200 meters distance was nothing compared to the speed with which soul evolvers at the peak of the Fourth Order could burst out. At this point, Bai Zemin had already realized that it would be impossible for him to reach and support Saint of the Absolute unless he had the ability to magically teleport over 1,000 meters in an instant. But in fact, even if he had that skill hidden in his arsenal, it was doubtful whether Bai Zemin would use it or not. At the end of the day, he and Felix were only temporary allies who joined together for a common good, but both were certainly not willing to die for the other. Regaining his body's motion again, Saint of the Absolute Felix raised his silver sword to chest height as his wings exploded forward, and his body recoiled. "Ha ha ha, you've become slow after sleeping for several years, my old friend." An extremely arrogant laugh sounded from within the purple cloud, and before Saint of the Absolute Felix could retreat completely, he was sent flying over 200 meters by a large and powerful jet-black hand. Boom! Even though Felix responded as quickly as possible, he still did not manage to completely escape from the enemy's attack. His body flew back explosively, and his sword was almost sent flying away from his reach when the black hand struck the blade, almost splitting it in half. Swoosh! Using a pair of ash-gray wings 2 meters wide, Bai Zemin appeared behind Felix and using his own strength canceled the enemy's remaining strength, helping his ally stabilize in the sky. "Thank you." Felix was not in a good mood, but still nodded cordially towards Bai Zemin, without taking his eyes off the purple cloud that had stopped instead of continuing to attack. "What is this? Felix, don't tell me that a being as pure and kind as you is actually allied with a repulsive human who is even worse than demons." The purple cloud began to become thinner and thinner, receding towards the center as if it were being sucked into some kind of invisible black hole. Bai Zemin watched indifferently the soul evolver who had revealed himself once the purple cloud had completely disappeared. This man was over 8 feet tall, and his body was as sturdy as a steel tower. His skin did not appear to be made of cell tissue, but seemed to be made of a kind of shiny metal of a completely black color. Even light seemed to be devoured by the black metal skin. Even then, however, the dimensions of his face were quite attractive even to human standards, and his glowing purple eyes were particularly enchanting. The 2 goat horns and the tail behind his back, as well as the bat wings, exposed this man's racial identity. He was definitely a high-level demon. This man's armor was made of purple dragon scales, and occasionally there was a flash of purple fire spreading around the armor. Although this demon did not have a sword or spear or even an axe as a weapon, the 2 globe-shaped gloves on his hands were undoubtedly lethal weapons of high rank. Bai Zemin suspected the identity of this demon from the moment he managed to freeze Saint of the Absolute and send his body flying backwards with a punch. But the words Felix said next confirmed his earlier thoughts completely. Worse than demons, humans are indeed untrustworthy creatures who sin more than they breathe in their lives. But compared to you, the embodiment of corruption itself, even the vilest human of all is a saint. The murderous intent in the voice of Saint of the Absolute was so thick that no one dared to approach. The flying mutant beasts and their riders kept a respectful distance despite being extremely powerful soul evolvers. Even if they were confident they could fight the other side, they had no reason to advance and look for trouble, or did they? It was wiser to look at the program from a corner first. Who knows, they might get 1 or 2 advantages after both sides clash. At that moment, Bai Zemin stepped forward and asked in an indifferent voice, "Are you the demon of the corruption?" His action surprised Saint of the Absolute a little, but what confused him even more was the fact that Bai Zemin seemed to know his most hated enemy. However, was such a thing even possible? Bai Zemin was but a newborn baby compared to the demon of the corruption who had just awakened after millions of years of being sealed underground. "Felix, my old friend, why don't you train your little dog not to bark when the masters speak? If he were one of my dogs, I would have already torn out his tongue and blown out his teeth with a slap for his impudence." Demon of the corruption was extremely arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes at all, not to mention Bai Zemin, who in his opinion was nothing more than a level 100 little soul evolver. "You are courting death." Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes flashed with murderous intent even stronger than that exhibited earlier by Saint of the Absolute. She activated several movement skills in the blink of an eye, and even before Bai Zemin and the others could react, she turned into a current of icy air breaking through distances at lightning speed. "Stop!" Felix shouted urgently as he saw the movement of the human woman accompanying Bai Zemin. Although he knew that Shangyuan Bingzu was strong, Demon of the Corruption was an enemy that even he could not behead after hundreds of battles. What surprised and confused Felix the most was that Bai Zemin actually did nothing to stop that woman. Was he out of his mind? Or could it be that he didn't really care about the life of his ally? Saint of the Absolute didn't know the right answer but was getting ready to make his move when something that shocked him to the marrow of his bones occurred. Demon of the Corruption initially wanted to smash the head of the little ant that dared to attack him boldly. However, when he saw the incomparably beautiful face of the human female charging at him, he immediately changed his mind. Among the different races that exist, demons that looked similar to humans had a practically identical sense of looks and beauty. Therefore, just as the human males found the succubus females of the demon race extremely beautiful, the males of the demon race found some beauties of the human race extremely attractive. If it was about beauty among humans, was there anyone capable of beating Shangyuan Bingzu? Bai Zemin wasn't too sure, but he would at least be willing to bet on her place as one. Little chick, I'll take you home to play sweetly for several nights. The eyes of Demon of the Corruption glowed brightly, and the purple color in his pupils grew exponentially more intense, releasing a kind of invisible spiritual wave as his charm soared up to the clouds in the blink of an eye. Shangyuan Bingzu responded even faster as she sensed the change in the enemy's aura. The ruby-red color at the rim of her eyes quickly covered the rest of her pupils, making her charm not only increase x 10 times, but also released a surge of magical power from her gaze into the gaze of Demon of the Corruption, as their eyes met for a brief moment. You want to contest against me in terms of charm? Ha ha ha! Demon of the Corruption suddenly froze in mid-laugh, and his body began to lose power as he slowly fell from the clouds. His corruption skill had several uses, but the favorite of Demon of the Corruption was to increase his charm immensely to the point where females of any race would go crazy for just a touch of his finger. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzu's charming eye skill did not increase her charm exponentially a fixed amount, but was dependent on her natural charm. A normal woman probably wouldn't get many benefits from such a skill, but Shangyuan Bingzu's charm was already abnormal to begin with, so, after multiplying by 10, one could only imagine how terrifying the effect on an enemy watched by her could be. Blizzard. Shangyuan Bingzu slashed her sword downwards and released a strong icy mist towards Demon of the Corruption falling from the sky. Although the enemy had fallen stunned and lost much of his strength temporarily, the level difference was simply too high not to mention that there was some sort of flame protecting the body of Demon of the Corruption. However, even though the skill Blizzard failed to turn him into an ice statue, it still managed to partially encase half of his body under a thin but strong layer of frost. This, Saint of the Absolute was dumbfounded. Was that woman this strong? Even the worst demon in history since Felix's birth was falling from the sky. However, Felix also knew that Demon of the Corruption was a terrifying enemy. He quickly turned to Bai Zemin to warn him and make his friend back off, but Felix gasped as he realized that Bai Zemin was no longer around. Damn bitch! When I get my hands on you, I'll make you beg for mercy while playing with your body to my heart's content. The enemy's furious roar echoed in the skies and frightened most of those present. Demon of the Corruption finally snapped out of his daze after 1 second of being stunned and quickly steadied himself by flapping his giant wings. At the same time, the muscles of his body trembled and the frost that held him prisoner began to crack easily. You want to put your pig's paws on me, not in this life or the afterlife, you worthless scumbag. Shangyuan Bingzu scoffed as she simultaneously made a platform of ice and jumped backwards. But I'll let my man punish you first for your audacity. My man. The pupils of Demon of the Corruption trembled as he realized something and hurriedly slammed backwards with all his might after forcing himself not to chase after the human female. He needed to protect himself first and punish her later. Boom, boom. The two enemies exploded in a pile of blood-colored lightning without being able to take the full strength of the powerful fourth-order demon. They didn't even manage to push him back a step, even though he had been taken by surprise. However, these two clones fulfilled their purpose perfectly. Not good. Demon of the Corruption finally realized he had been tricked, and worst of all, he could already feel the heavy blade of the enemy's weapon on his neck. He had no time to defend himself or counterattack. At the same time as Demon of the Corruption let out a roar that shook the clouds, Bai Zemin's voice seemed to belong to that of the King of Hell as the sky rumbled. Rumbling the heavens, shaking the earth. falling from the sky like a meteorite with annihilation of the falling sky in its greatsword form. Bai Zemin, who was enveloped by a flash of golden light and purple flames dancing on the blade of his weapon, struck viciously at the demon of the corruption's head. He was really furious. If he wasn't going to look for trouble, the others should be happy, but someone dared to mess with him. Even dare to say such words to Shangyuan Bingzu in his presence. If he did not let the other party taste the true flavor of bitterness, then he would not be able to calm the flame in his heart. Bai Zemin had not realized that ever since he managed to break into the legendary and mysterious god mode during his battle against the nine-headed immortal dragon, his personality was showing signs of change. This was the first time it happened so clearly since Stone Heart evolved into Immovable Heart. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1146 Another Divine Flame, Heaven-Devouring Flame. Although Bai Zemin was not using soul manipulation, and thus overlap regeneration only allowed him to exchange the points of one stat for another, instead of the double effect the skill would have with soul manipulation doing its job. The power of overlap regeneration was undeniable, particularly in the hands of a powerful soul evolver. With nearly 14,000 strength points, added to the attack power of annihilation of the falling sky plus the weight of its greatsword form, counting the falling force from the sky with the gravity increased x 30 times, and adding to all of this the 20% increase in attack power that Crimson Flame granted Bai Zemin. One could only try to imagine how powerful his charged attack would be after activating rumbling the heavens, shaking the earth. All this without mentioning the fact that Bai Zemin was using the power of the endless blue lotus flame, and not to mention the fact that he was aiming directly at the enemy's weak point, the head. Of course, Bai Zemin was not naive enough to think that with this attack he could kill Demon of the Corruption. Such a thing was simply impossible. At the end of the day, his enemy was a level 200 soul evolver who had lived for thousands of years and owned dozens of treasures to increase his overall might. However, what happened next was something that Bai Zemin certainly did not count on. The mutant beasts closest to the center of the explosion were pushed back fiercely amidst their unthreatening shrieks and roars. Only those powerful fourth-order beasts, or the mounts of the strongest soul evolvers, managed to barely hold their ground. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The clouds within 100 kilometers exploded outward as a great shockwave caused them to disappear. If a person could look at the sky 500 kilometers around, they would definitely be shocked to see a giant hole completely empty and devoid of clouds. The body of Demon of the Corruption flew down like a meteorite breaking through the Earth's atmosphere. Everyone present had eyes sharp enough to see that the other party's surprise attack had, at the very least, stolen the ability for the previously arrogant Demon of the Corruption to move of his own volition. Demon of the Corruption fell from the sky and flew backwards over 2 whole kilometers before crashing fiercely into the southern wall of the Vatican's main base, the place where the summit meeting between all the powerhouses was to take place. Boom! There were some unfortunate soldiers who died on the spot, and a part of the Great Wall collapsed when the body of Demon of the Corruption sank into the huge stone wall. In the sky, Wu Yijun was ecstatic and couldn't help but voice her thoughts. This is great. Even if he didn't die with that attack, he definitely should have suffered a fatal wound. She couldn't imagine how, after such a blow to the head, a 2.5-meter soul evolver could be able to stand up and carry on as if it was nothing. Forget about a 2.5-meter soul evolver. Even a 10 or 20-meter tall dragon would have difficulty standing up after being hit squarely in the head. In contrast to Wu Yijun, Shangyuan Bingzu was more observant and experienced. At first she thought and felt the same way as Wu Yijun, but after seeing the faces of Saint of the Absolute and Bai Zemin, her expression turned cold. Damn insolent ant. An extremely sinister voice traveled from the distance. Boom! The area of the wall where the body of Demon of the Corruption had been buried exploded as a torrent of purple flames burst into the sky, soaring 100 meters in an instant. I will peel your skin, cut your flesh, rip out your muscles, tear out your sinews, slice out your tongue, gouge out your eyes. I will make you wish you were dead and never born. The eyes of Demon of the Corruption truly were worthy of the eyes of a genuine demon as he glared at Bai Zemin as if he wished nothing more than to eat his entire existence until he wiped him off the face of the earth for all eternity. Bai Zemin frowned slightly as he stared at the bright purple flame around his enemy's body and couldn't help but grow tremendously alarmed. Just before, when he was half an inch away from crushing the head of the demon of the corruption, a thin layer of purple fire appeared in the way and managed to block part of his attack partially before collapsing. What amazed Bai Zemin was that this seemingly fragile layer of fire actually managed to drain approximately 30% of the power behind his attack. What concept was 30% damage reduction? It was simply absurd and absolutely nefarious to nullify about half of someone's total power just like that, not to mention that this flame clearly had awareness and intelligence of its own existence and that of its surroundings. Besides, don't tell me. A glint of worry finally shone in Bai Zemin's eyes as he looked at that purple flame. This was because he could feel the endless blue lotus flame in his soul stirring slightly. Heaven-devouring flame. Fire Sorrow's disbelieving voice boomed in Bai Zemin's head. Heaven-devouring flame, Bai Zemin asked in a low voice as he watched his enemy intently. It seemed to be that none of the former great kings of Earth was weak, but on second thought, Bai Zemin understood that it was only natural. Even King Kang left him in a miserable condition, only using a skill, with no physical body, and with his soul practically completely worn out. It was to be expected that a king at the peak of the Fourth Order completely healthy would not be an easy enemy to defeat. Fire Sorrow was in shock, so she didn't seem to hear Bai Zemin's voice. She just stared at the purple flame as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. On the other hand, Lilith was really fast and efficient. Although her heartbeat was no less strong than Fire Sorrow's, she knew that it was neither time nor place to be amazed considering that the enemy was right in front of her beloved. Zemin, be careful with that flame, she warned. If the endless blue lotus flame has the ability to burn endlessly to the confines of the universe without expending energy as long as it has a holder, then the heaven-devouring flame has the ability to swallow up everything, even the heavens and hell, to convert it into energy of its own. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and nodded before saying while releasing the held breath, "Then, that flame really is one of the god-grade flames that existed since the eternity of the universe." "That's right." Lilith's voice was particularly serious as she hurriedly said, "Zemin, the endless blue lotus flame with which you formed a soul contract is a flame primarily focused on wiping out large armies, but is not particularly powerful when it comes to fighting a single powerful target. But the heaven-devouring flame in that demon's possession is different. It's not very useful against numerous enemies, but it's the terror of the stronger ones because every attack will be weakened by it." "I see." Bai Zemin nodded and prepared to use mankind's pioneer on soul manipulation to reset the cooldown time to 0, even if it cost him his soul being damaged again. It wasn't like he had any more options anyway. Besides, he was interested in that heaven-devouring flame. Just when things seemed to be about to get completely out of control, a beautiful and extremely soft voice sounded from the center of the base in the distance. "Although I know it is not polite to interfere when 2 or more soul evolvers are fighting, I would like to strongly request everyone present to refrain from fighting here to avoid harming innocents and provoking the destruction of structures." From a distance, a group consisting of 3 angels and 5 extremely powerful humans riding second-order winged horses approached speedily. For most of those present, regardless of if it was zombie, mutant beast, demon, or human, this was the first time they see real angels. The 2 handsome male angels were practically ignored after an initial glance. Everyone's eyes, including Bai Zemin, immediately fell on the female angel flying in the center and at the head of the formation. A head full of golden hair shining like the rays of the sun, golden eyes that shone like gold, an extremely ravishing body whose curves were not explosive but perfect for her height, delicately covered by a silk dress with gold and silver embroidery, white skin devoid of imperfections, and a small black mole just below the left eye. Bai Zemin was used to seeing beauties, not to mention Lilith, whose transcendental beauty could not be put into words. He had even been in 2 worlds apart from Earth, so he had also seen his fair share of human or human-like beauties with different eye colors that were not very natural in his home world. However, the woman in front of him still managed to leave him slightly dumbfounded for a brief second. That's how beautiful this angel with 3 sets of wings is. In fact, Bai Zemin was sure that if it wasn't for the fact that he had known Lilith for a long time and sensed practically every corner of her body, the appearance of the female angel in front of him could not only have stunned him for a mere second. It was as if there was some kind of passive charm constantly working everywhere she moved. Furthermore, 6 wings. The woman in front of him was not just a minor angel, but was actually a great 7th-order archangel. The beautiful woman stopped when she reached the center of the scene in the sky. Her expression was extremely gentle, and so was her soft voice as she politely introduced herself. "It is my pleasure to be able to speak with all of you face to face. Please allow me to briefly introduce myself first. My name is Uriel. I'm the one who sent you that message. I don't give a shit who the fuck you are." Everyone was in shock as a fury-filled roar thundered through the sky, cutting off Uriel's words and cursing her directly. Even Bai Zemin stood in shock, staring at Demon of the Corruption. Demon of the Corruption looked at Bai Zemin with murderous intent for a moment before shifting his attention to Uriel. His eyes flashed with lust as he said in a gloomy voice, "You, woman, if you serve me tonight, I will let this matter slide. Otherwise, you can forget about this assembly or whatever it is you are talking about." After a brief moment of deathly silence, the 5 humans whose auras seemed to be no weaker than the strongest soul evolvers of the Transcendent faction drew their weapons with extremely furious expression. But the ones who had the most terrifying reaction were the angels. The kind smiles were erased from their faces in an instant, and they both unsheathed the silver swords at their waists. "How dare you humble lower existence?" One of the angels took a step forward and raised his sword high, making the entire atmosphere rumble in fury. Even if this angel was at the bottom of the hierarchy in the army of heaven, a 5th-order soul evolver, a higher existence, was more than any living being on earth could deal with. "You dare to offend the divine archangel Uriel. You deserve death." Demon of the Corruption's face finally changed as he realized that the temperature had risen too high in his head. Now that he had offensively attacked the other party, maybe the soul record wouldn't throw soul punishment on the angels if they were to kill him. Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse the big retard. If the angels killed Demon of Corruption here, wouldn't he end up being disadvantaged? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1147, Summit of the Strongest. My. Even though Uriel was the focus of the arrogant demon of the corruption's ridicule, scorn, and even offense, as well as the insulted so she should be the angriest and maddest, her expression only showed a hint of surprise. She even blinked rapidly a couple of times, and her little mouth opened a tiny bit as if to show how surprised she was. However, she waved her hand to calm the two male angels beside her and let out an amused chuckle, as expected. Earth's lower existences are really different from those of other planets. Really very interesting. Although Uriel had waved her hand gently, Bai Zemin was not slow to notice that she had definitely used some kind of skill. This was evident by the fact that the two angels froze for a split second, and by the time they regained control of themselves, their auras had calmed down. The angel who was preparing to attack earlier even put his sword down slowly. It was as if all his earlier fury had been nothing more than a little joke to scare the other side. Only someone with very sharp eyes, and used to spending time with an extremely powerful higher existence, with a very high charm, could notice the seemingly casual fast movement of Archangel Uriel. Just as Demon of the Corruption sighed a breath of relief in his heart, his expression changed to a pure horror one. A flash of pristine white light covered his body, restricting his movements so severely that he couldn't even move his fingers half an inch. Uriel's expression was still as gentle and sweet as ever, as if what had just happened hadn't bothered her in the slightest. Little demon, even though at this moment I could kill you because of your offensive words from before, I'll let you off with a minor punishment. The gold-colored ring on Uriel's index finger glittered as she swung her hand up to down. The eyes of Demon of the Corruption opened wide, and his pupils twitched to the smallest possible size as his body felt heavy like a mountain. There was no struggle, let alone resistance. Everyone watched as Demon of the Corruption fell from the sky at speeds hundreds of times faster than when Bai Zemin slammed him with his golden great sword. His falling speed was so fast that the weakest among those present only caught a glimpse of a white ray raining down from the clouds. Boom! The ground shook, and the sky rumbled for a long time. It was not until about a minute later that the bruised figure of Demon of the Corruption appeared buried deep in what seemed to be a crater over 1,000 meters in diameter. Fissures spread everywhere, tearing apart all the nearby buildings. Fortunately, they were all a couple of kilometers away from the base, or else Uriel herself would have affected the lives of the survivors beyond the walls. Seeing the bright purple flame slowly dancing around the body of Demon of the Corruption, Bai Zemin sighed in relief in his heart. Thank heavens that retarded bastard didn't die. Bai Zemin had been fighting hard and risking his life to fight stronger enemies all the time, slowly but surely evolving at the same time, as his soul power maintained pure and powerful. Wouldn't it be the worst mockery in history if he couldn't become stronger because someone killed his prey? The requirements set by the soul record were difficult not only because of the objective to be completed, but also because no one knew what plans the universe and fate would put into play tomorrow. When Bai Zemin raised his head from the ground and looked at the newly arrived group of angels and humans, he was surprised. This was because, when he turned his attention away from Demon of the Corruption, after making sure that he had only suffered minor injuries but a strong shock, his black eyes met the golden eyes of the female archangel. "I see, so you are that person." Uriel nodded gently in the guise of a greeting as she said words that no one understood. "Excuse me." Bai Zemin thought that Uriel was talking about the information God shared with her about him, but at the same time, he felt that this was not entirely the reason behind her words. Although having one of the most powerful, as well as valuable treasures in history, is tempting, I'm a little bit different from the rest of the archangels, and I don't like to abuse the younger ones to take their things. Uriel smiled mysteriously and said something that only Bai Zemin and the two higher existences with knowledge of the heaven-devouring flame understood. "It will be up to you, little bad boy." Little bad boy, Bai Zemin was speechless. He was eager to say, "Miss Angel, do we know each other? I'm sorry but I'm committed," but abstained after further consideration. He did not want to be sent from the sky to the ground by Uriel after all. Bai Zemin felt that the less interaction he had with any higher existence other than Lilith or Fire Sorrow, the better it would be for his growth. He just needed a little more time and opportunity. Soon the day in which he wouldn't need to fear or be wary of Uriel or even God, and the rest of the leaders would come. After Uriel's display of power, no one else dared to act arrogantly before the angels. Most of those present were seeing higher existences for the first time in their lives, so naturally, they did not know that the angels could not attack them openly, and without thinking about the consequences. Therefore, they all obediently followed the three angels and the 5 humans mounted on flying horses to enter the Vatican base without making a fuss. This was also Uriel's initial objective. She had thought it would be difficult to make her voice be heard as everyone present had their own pride. But what she never expected was that someone would become the ape that would help her serve as a warning to the others. "Cunning woman," Lilith couldn't help but whisper those words. "Hee, little sister, I'll take that as a compliment from you." Uriel smiled without looking back. Lilith blinked in surprise before smiling bitterly in her heart. Obviously, Lilith ended up forgetting that Uriel would definitely be able to spot her unless she used the power of her second firmament fragment. As they flew towards the tallest building in the center of the base, Uriel said something that only 3 people understood. Namely, Lilith, Bai Zemin, and the one who was considered the most talented mage in the entire universe. "Regardless of whether he is him or not, I hope with all my heart you can be happy. In all this vast universe we live in, you may be the one who has suffered the most as well as the one who most deserves to be happy." Bai Zemin might not know the whole history behind Fire Sorrow, and perhaps he never would. But just imagining a decade away from the one who could have been the love of his life because of a single misstep was something he could not tolerate anymore. He could only try to imagine how much pain she had been experiencing in silence, as she smiled gently at the other members of her faction. Not long after, the group slowly descended on a large stone path in the center of the city just outside what appeared to be a mosque. "How is this possible?" A third-order human soul evolver opened his eyes wide and remarked in amazement. "Weren't all the structures of the past supposed to have collapsed when the world grew? Could it be that the Vatican had architects capable of building something so elaborate in such a short time?" No, but such a thing was impossible because everyone could tell at a glance that the building in front of them was extremely ancient along with the long walkway that was over 100 meters wide. "About that, I can explain it to you while we head inside." On the sides of the stone walkway, around 24 soul evolvers stood. While they were all second-order powerhouses, the aura of each and every one was comparable to that of someone above level 120 as proof of the purity of their soul power. The person who spoke just now was a young man who appeared to be 17-18 years old with albino hair and silver eyes. Bai Zemin was slightly surprised, and in his heart, he couldn't help but compare the aura of holiness surrounding the soul evolver, whose smile was as gentle as the spring breeze with the aura of saint of the absolute Felix. My name is Israfel, the person who leads the Holy Church with the intention of seeking salvation in the arms of our Lord. Israfel introduced himself and even lowered his head slightly in greeting. Although there were several among those present who wanted to mock his speech, Israfel's voice and attitude were so humble that they all swallowed his words. And there was also the fact that they did not want to be stupidly killed for talking big. In Rome, do as Romans do. Even a dragon could fall after attacking a snake cave after all. Next to Israfel were two other people, a female and a male. The male was definitely stronger than the female, as even a handful of soul evolvers present who had become fourth-order powerhouses, thanks to their requirements being relatively simpler to fulfill compared to those with longer and harder paths to walk, felt danger. However, Bai Zemin could not help but stare a little longer at the girl. This was not because she was a top-notch beauty, but because Shangyuan Bingzu had whispered to him that she could sense an extremely pure aura coming from her body. Although Shangyuan Bingzu was a succubus, she was a different kind of succubus from the norm, as her charm was more on the proud and arrogant side. Unlike Lilith's charm, which provoked flames of lust in the hearts of men, Shangyuan Bingzu's charm was mainly sacredness that made others feel beneath just by looking at her. Therefore, it was not strange that she could feel something that most might not notice. Soon, the group of over 100 walked into the large mosque under Israfel's guidance. As for the angels, no one knew when they had disappeared. Even Archangel Uriel had gone somewhere. To answer the doubts that most of you have, this is a building that was raised many, many years ago. I will not say the exact time, since to be honest with all of you, even I am not completely sure, but we could say that this mosque is almost as old as the world itself. Israfel pointed out gently. Bai Zemin could not help but look at the Catholic Church leader's back with weird eyes. Was this person really not afraid of others attacking him from behind? Not everyone present feared the angels watching from the shadows, since they knew their restrictions, including him. Israfel continued casually. While it is true that 99.9% of the buildings around the world collapsed because of the earthquakes that occurred when our Earth expanded, there are still some ancient buildings that are still upright even now. Some might be older than others, left behind by different generations, but they are all protected by high-level magic, so that only the attack of an extremely powerful soul evolver could damage. The group continued to move down a long hallway for several minutes, as Israfel answered questions from some of those present. So, doesn't that mean that this mosque and those buildings you speak of are stuffed with hidden treasures left behind by previous generations? A zombie with dull blonde hair and blood-red eyes frowned as he realized a big problem. Oh, you're right. Israfel stopped in front of a huge door over 4 meters tall that not only looked extremely heavy, but also seemed particularly expensive, as it was covered in all sorts of gold artwork engravings. The two soul evolvers with silver armor and golden spears on the sides of the door stepped aside upon seeing the group's arrival. At the same time, the two pushed hard, and gradually, the door began to open to both sides and to the rear. That's why other factions managed to establish themselves faster than they normally should. Israfel looked over his shoulder and nodded towards Bai Zemin when he said this. At the stares of the others, Bai Zemin ignored them completely. However, his impression of this high pontiff was no longer particularly good, as he realized that the other party was looking at him with some hostility. Had it not been for the fact that Bai Zemin's race had evolved into high human, he might not have noticed it from how well hidden it was. After a moment's thought, Bai Zemin understood and could not help but feel contempt in his heart. It seems that the mighty heaven god is really scared of his future growth after all. Let's in, the rest are waiting for us to start. When the doors opened, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu's expressions changed tremendously, and they subconsciously began to circulate the mana in their bodies. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11, 48 Total Contempt and Great Danger. The interior beyond the 4-meter-high double door with gold engravings was simply overly large. The room was so large that even if the furniture were 5 times as big, and the humans were 5 meters tall, it still wouldn't look too crowded. On either side of the spacious room, 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows rose gracefully as their multicolored panes of glass allowed the rays of light from outside to illuminate the room just enough to keep the darkness out of the corners, but not so much as to blind people. The floor was covered with large pure white tiles that strangely enough did not have even a speck of dust on their surface. It was as if dirt was not allowed there. In the center of the room was a very large table capable of seating more than 500 people easily, as well as a good number of chairs. The table seemed to be made of some kind of special wood, as it only took a glance to deduce with certainty that this was an extremely old piece with easily more than 1,000 years since its construction. On the other hand, the chairs were made of the same wood as the table, and also had strange patterns on the top of the backrest that added to the charm of the scene. Had it not been for those inside the room, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu might have relaxed a bit when they saw such a wonderful scene worthy of being described as holy and palatial. Even Wu Yijin tensed noticeably, as she realized that the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with and her best friend had practically entered combat mode. The same applied to Saint of the Absolute Felix who, although more relaxed than the other three, still paid particular attention to the interior of the room. "Everyone, please come forward and take a seat." Israfel was still playing the role of guide and led everyone inside. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu exchanged glances before following the Supreme Pontiff. Once everyone was seated, Bai Zemin exchanged a brief nod with Angelo. It seemed that the leader of the United States had also been invited to this meeting by the angels and had clearly arrived before the group of Bai Zemin and the others. In fact, besides Angelo, there was also Eleonora, but she was sitting with her eyes closed, completely ignoring everyone, even though her level was probably the lowest among those present. Leaving aside the group of about 100 of whom Bai Zemin was part when arrived, inside the room there were already about 40 to 50 other people, of which 95% of them were all soul evolvers from Earth. In fact, except for Lucifer, who was nowhere to be seen, and the Phoenix goddess, who did not seem particularly interested in Earth, all the leaders of higher existences were present. Bai Zemin could feel the dragon god's cold eyes on him, but temporarily ignored it. This was because he had other more important matters. "Before you say anything to me, I'm only here because I got invited." Lethar, leader of the Heavenly Moon Army, pointed before Bai Zemin said anything. He pointed to his heart and said in a serious voice, "Our contract is still in effect, you know. I have no intention of meddling in the things of this planet. I'm just a watcher." Earth was an irregular world from every possible point of view. As a leader, Lethar could not afford not to be attentive to the latest news from such a peculiar world. This was because even if the existence of the monster called Bai Zemin was put aside, there were still many secrets and mysteries, as well as extremely terrifying soul evolvers growing rapidly. The ever-arrogant higher existences feared in some distant and deep corner of their hearts. They feared that from these lower existences, inhabitants of this peculiar world, some would quietly rise up and in the future become a big problem for any of them. Bai Zemin said nothing after hearing the Eighth Order werewolf's explanation. He looked at the dragon god, who had not stopped looking at him, and sneered. "Instead of staring me with eyes of love, why don't you try to do anything else? While I have nothing against homosexuality, this daddy here is into beautiful women, so I recommend you turn over a new leaf and find a new target to drill you later." Silence. The room fell into twilight silence before a choked chuckle. Wu Yijin quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late to be sorry. "How dare you?" Long Tian's whole body trembled, and his face turned red, not from embarrassment but from anger. If not for the threat of the soul record, Bai Zemin knew that he would be dead by now. In fact, the difference in power between the two parties was so immense that Long Tian could probably kill him with his gaze. However, if the other party believed that he could abuse his higher power just because he had lived millions of years, then he was extremely mistaken. "Stop barking. Are you sure you're a dragon? Could it be that before you became a higher existence you were secretly a dog? Let me tell you, I have nothing against dogs. I even picked up a wounded one from the streets when I was younger, and now it's my mount. Although I don't think Little Snow will accept you as a friend, I can introduce her to you later if it is your wish, since you are so lonely." Bai Zemin began to spit all over the place without fear of the consequences. Since they were already enemies, then, he would make sure the other party would suffer internal bleeding because of anger. Forget about Wu Yijin, whose shoulders were already shaking repeatedly as she hid her face from the others. Even Shangyuan Bingzu smiled, despite the large number of unknown people in the room. Bai Zemin was extremely cunning. Unlike Demon of the Corruption, Bai Zemin used the small loopholes of the soul record in the same way Lilith had shown him all this time, so he made sure to say hurtful words that might or might not be taken as an offense, depending on the point of view one looked at it from. Being a homosexual is bad. Being a dog is bad. It definitely depends on the point of view. The other higher existence leaders simply remained silent and watched, as if they were seeing a good game from the sidelines. As far as they were concerned, if Long Tian lost his sanity and attacked Bai Zemin, it would be good since one less leader meant less competition and less danger after the little monster's death. As for the others, only Angelo and Eleonora among all those present understood what was going on, since only they were aware of the animosity between Bai Zemin and the dragon god. Long Tian took several deep breaths to barely calm down. Suddenly, the dragon god smiled and asked in a mysterious tone of voice, "You are brave only because I can't do anything to you thanks to the protection the soul record gives you, lower existences, right? And you are very brave because you are an old dragon of several million years of time to grow, so you naturally think you are better. But if you give me another 5 years, I will bury your head in the ground. Do you believe me?" Bai Zemin replied without missing a beat. 5 years, I like your confidence. Long Tian chuckled and shook his head. Then the dragon god said something that made Bai Zemin's blood freeze. "Although I certainly can't hurt you, I think the soul record won't mind with me if I kill the little sixth-order demon hiding behind you. What do you think?" Long Tian had already noticed Lilith for a while and was actually planning to secretly kill her later. However, Bai Zemin's sneers made him bring his thoughts out into the open. Little did Bai Zemin and Lilith know that the former's words would save the latter from a major hidden danger. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1149, Heaven's Burning Wrath, a glimpse of the darkness in his heart. Bai Zemin's expression changed, and a fierce gaze flashed in his eyes, making the atmosphere inside the spacious hall change drastically. Faintly, the silhouette of a red wolf began to take shape behind Bai Zemin as he asked in an extremely ominous voice, "You dare?" Forget about all the third-order soul evolvers and the few fourth-order soul evolvers that had come from other parts of the world. Even powerful beings like Israfel, Saint of the Absolute Felix, and Demon of Corruption suffered drastic changes on their faces as they sensed the murderous intent as dense and deep as the blue ocean. "You're asking me if I dare?" The Dragon God Realm leader laughed as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Is there anything I should be afraid of that I wouldn't dare? Even if Lucifer wants to find me trouble later, he probably won't, because there is no use in breaking the neutrality between us because of a dead sixth-order demon." Saying these words, even Long Tian himself suddenly felt more confident, and a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes at lightning speed before it faded away. However, the next words Bai Zemin said not only made the dragon god feel as if his heart stopped for an instant, but everyone else in the room felt the same way. At the same time as the mana in Bai Zemin's body began to flow outward like an unparalleled torrent, and his body became surrounded by a faint halo of golden light, the atmosphere outside the room changed. The floor began to shake harder and harder, and the light inside the room began to tinge blue as if the sun was dyed a different color. "Indeed, it is as you say." Bai Zemin's voice was sinisterly low, and his previously completely black eyes showed signs of changing to blood red. "Lucifer may not cause you trouble later. But what about me? If you dare to touch even a single hair on her, I will make sure that in less than 5 years there will be no more Dragon God Realm. All of you will disappear completely." In normal times, Long Tian would definitely have scoffed at such wild words. In fact, even Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin would have had a hard time believing such a thing, not to mention the higher existences in the room. Wipe out in less than 5 years millions of higher existences. Erase from existence all traces of a faction of extremely powerful beings that had existed for millions of years in half a decade. Probably even the union of all the factions of higher existences uniting against one would not be able to succeed in such madness. But as they sensed the power of the huge fire spear hovering in the sky, matters were no longer the same. This was the first time Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin witnessed the evolved version of Crimson Blood Judgment in play, and although the attack had not fallen, the two felt their blood run cold just thinking about it. "I know this attack can't kill the current you, but do you think you will be able to take it in the future?" The more he spoke, the redder Bai Zemin's eyes grew. In fact, he didn't notice, but several messages began to flash in his retina at the same time, as his aura kept going up and up. "You may survive, but what do you think will happen to all those worlds you control and your little minions?" Great dragon god, I think you know what happened in Oblong World, don't you? Back then I was only level 50, and this skill of mine was a lesser version of its current order. Touch a hair on her head. And I wouldn't mind paying a visit to every one of your fucking worlds to drop one of these as a gift. Bai Zemin shouted and slammed the table at the end. Sitting in the seat at the head, the pupils of the Bible god contracted slightly when he saw the small, almost imperceptible dent in the surface of the table just where Bai Zemin's fist had just hit. This table was an object that was created by an extremely talented craftsman who was currently part of the army of heaven. It was built during the time when Sirius the heavenly wolf was still alive. Even Uriel felt her heart start to tremble like crazy. This was because she knew that on the bottom of the table was an immemorial level rune, meaning that only attacks from a higher existence of fifth order could damage it. How could this be possible? The other party's level had definitely not risen at all, and although his aura had increased, it was still not as impressive as that of a higher existence. Bringing with her a swift and light breeze with the scent of fresh roses, Lilith appeared behind Bai Zemin. Her pretty face was pale, and ignoring everyone's expressions, she hugged him gently and with extreme affection from behind. She stretched her slender arms over his shoulders, passed around his neck and weakly crossed them so that her small hands rested crosswise on his chest as she whispered in his ear, "Zemin, calm down first, please. My love, please listen to me, yes." Actually, Bai Zemin was both furious and scared just now. No, that's not true. This might be the first time he was more scared than angry, when someone was threatening a person important to him. At times, he felt as if his sanity was disappearing, but for other brief moments, he felt that his rationality was returning completely. It was an extremely peculiar and mysterious feeling. He had never felt the same, or even remotely similar. It was then when he heard Lilith's voice. Although the tone of her voice was low and without waves, Bai Zemin, who had gone through practically all kinds of moments ranging from happiness and sadness, from small arguments to extremely intimate times, could tell that she was incredibly scared and worried. Why was she scared? Why was she so worried that her heart was pounding so hard? Was it because of the dragon god's threat? Bai Zemin felt the fury in his heart suddenly begin to boil more and more as his thoughts became more and more sinister and dark. At that moment when it seemed that his rationality was going to disappear without a trace, as if a black hole devoured it, the power of his immovable heart skill suddenly increased and sent a peculiar cold current coursing through every corner of his body and soul. Bai Zemin did not know, since he had not yet checked his records as he did every night, but he would later realize that he had just inadvertently completed another requirement to evolve immovable heart to the next stage. As that cold but extremely pleasant cold current hit every part of his existence, Bai Zemin began to regain his calm as he listened to the sweet words Lilith whispered lovingly in his ear. Perhaps realizing that it was working even though she had no hope in her heart, Lilith didn't dare to stop even for an instant and continued talking to him and asking him to calm down, saying she was okay. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 1150 finally getting started. Seeing how those red eyes worse than those of a demon turned black as night, Lethar of the Heavenly Moon Army, Salazar of the Evolution Army, and Nikolay of Immortal Blood Lust slowly released the breath they had been holding back without realizing it. The 3 looked at each other and noticed the shock in the eyes of the others. What they had just felt was extremely strange. Not even they themselves understood it, much less would they be able to put that feeling into words. The other party's level was still 100 second order. Besides, even though the young man's aura had been soaring, he still wasn't even close to being a threat to existences like them. However, oddly enough, the 3 of them sensed danger. This kind of danger they sensed was very strange because they knew it was fake, but at the same time it seemed extremely real, and the more they looked into those blood-red eyes, the more they felt it would be good to leave the place. If this was the case even for the leaders of higher existences, then one could only try to imagine what the situation was for the other soul evolvers inside the room. The weaker ones had directly fainted, and only those above level 170 or those whose soul power was extremely pure managed to remain conscious with expressions of shock and even horror on some of them. Under normal circumstances, Lilith would certainly have stolen the spotlight with her appearance and beauty, but currently everyone was staring at Bai Zemin as if they were frozen in ice. Bai Zemin suddenly felt a severe headache, as if he had been hit with a 500-kilogram hammer directly on the back of his head. He also felt extremely tired, as if he could sleep for several days if he could. Had it not been for Lilith's arms embracing him, he would definitely have collapsed on the table. Bai Zemin couldn't remember what had just happened. He knew it had to be something very important from the way the others were looking at him, but his mind was blank, and the last thing in his memory seemed to be the threat of the dragon god and him activating several skills at the same time, such as overlap regeneration, blood manipulation, crimson flame, blazing punishment of divine blood, and more. Lilith let out a deep sigh of relief as she realized that she had prevented the worst. Although she had not fought at all, she felt so mentally exhausted that, for the first time in a long time, she wished to lie down on a fluffy bed and take a good nap. Silence only lasted 2 seconds at most because Fire Sorrow with a slightly pale face appeared right next to Lilith, surprising everyone. She had been using all her magical power in her invisibility skill as well as her blurry existence skill, so, except for Uriel who had sensed her before, no one else in the room knew she was there. Although the leaders of the Eighth Order could sense her if they focused on it, no one did, and therefore she went unnoticed until the moment of her appearance. Dragon God Long Tian, Lilith is not a normal member of my demonic army. She's one of the commanders that His Majesty Lucifer most appreciates and holds in high esteem due to her talent and power. If you don't want to antagonize your dragon god realm with my demonic army, then I kindly recommend you take back your words. Fire Sorrow's voice was ice cold, which was very, very rare of her, as in the last million years she had rarely lost her temper over anything. Her light violet eyes glittered as she said with confidence and a hint of murderous intent, Lilith alone might not be able to contain you until His Majesty Lucifer gets here, but what if you count me in? Long Tian frowned upon hearing Fire Sorrow's words. Forget about fighting Lilty and Fire Sorrow at the same time. Long Tian knew that while he could beat Fire Sorrow in a 1 versus 1 battle, he certainly wouldn't be able to do it without at least a few days of effort and paying a certain price. She was that strong after all. Besides, Long Tian no longer felt like playing after seeing the power of that fire spear in the sky and sensing the aura change in the other party. Now that Fire Sorrow had stepped forward to give him a way out, he would gladly take it. Forget it, there's no point in antagonizing each other just because of an ignorant brat who has no idea about life. He waved his hand dismissively. Actually, Long Tian is very smart, or else he wouldn't have reached his current position with strength and talent alone. Unfortunately, after countless years without anyone to challenge him, his arrogance had risen so high that his temper easily exploded whenever anyone or anything challenged his dominance, and thus, he ended up becoming an extremely terrifying being with barely basic intelligence. Now that he had calmed down enough and recovered his temper, Long Tian suddenly remembered that there was no need to bother with that pesky lower existence. Soon, that annoying thorn would probably break anyway. Bai Zemin was so exhausted in every possible aspect that he was in no mood to continue with the previous matter. So after seeing that the other party really had no intention of hurting Lilith, he finally calmed down and weakly slumped on the back of his chair with narrowed eyes. He calmed Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu, who looked worried before nodding towards Angelo, Eleonora, and Saint of the Absolute Felix. Although he did not say anything to Lilith, Bai Zemin gently held her hand and squeezed it tenderly as if to tell her that it was okay now. After almost a minute of silence, Uriel stood up with her warm smile that brightened the room immediately and softly clapped her hands once. I think we are all busy people here, so how about we get this meeting started as soon as possible? Regardless of what you decide to do after hearing what I have to say next, you can rest for a day or two here at the Vatican to replenish your energy before returning home. I would like to get this over with as quickly as possible. I only came here because it might be an opportunity to get stronger, but in case it isn't, I need to get back to protecting my people as soon as possible. A human man who seemed to be from somewhere in South America spoke in Spanish, but strangely everyone understood his words. No one commented on this little fact and simply attributed it to angel magic. In that case, I think you will feel satisfied after hearing what I have to say. I guarantee none of you will feel that coming here was a waste of time, trust me. Uriel smiled gently, causing the men's hearts to tremble with strength. She looked at God first before looking at Fire Sorrow. Then, she said in a slightly more serious tone of voice, actually, this world, Earth, is a very peculiar world that differs greatly from all the other worlds in the universe. Leaving aside the mystery and the reason why Earth was hidden for so many ages, Its speed of growth, as well as the speed with which you all evolve, is undoubtedly unparalleled on the current worlds, or on any other world that has ever existed. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1151, Hero City. When Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and the Saint of the Absolute heard the first words Uriel said, the three expressed surprise and secretly exchanged glances. At first, they believed that this meeting would be to divide territories and form alliances among the stronger ones, while the weaker ones could only submit to continue to exist. Although it sounded cruel, after a little less than 2 years, there was no living being on Earth who was not accustomed to or did not know the cruelty of the new world in which they had to live. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they had initially thought. For you guys, leveling up between 100 and just over 200 levels in less than 24 months might be normal. However, let me tell you with complete certainty that such a thing is far from normal. Uriel said in a serious voice before explaining, I have seen and been to thousands of worlds to this day, so I know what I am talking about. Usually, a soul evolver above level 100 could take even a whole year to level up a single level, while those above level 200 could take sometimes up to 5 years in the worst-case scenario. 1 or 5 years to go up a single level. A level 202 zombie from Africa expressed his disbelief. He exchanged glances with the others regardless of race and pointed out with a hint of mockery in his voice, Earth, this damn world, is already the way it is in less than 2 years since that thing called the Soul Record visited us. Can you imagine taking 1 year to level up? Ha ha ha. Forget about 1 year to level up. If we take 6 months without making progress in our strength, we'll definitely end up being someone else's fertilizer. A beautiful female with green skin and bright red hair let out an extremely pleasant chuckle as she added such words. In short, all other worlds are trash and their inhabitants even trashier than the world. Is that right? Eleonora shrugged as if it was none of her business. It's not that the other worlds or their inhabitants are trash, it's that Earth is too irregular. Just like you. Uriel smiled gently toward Eleonora before continuing to explain. As some of you already well know or suspect, Earth was once the birthplace for many soul evolvers. In other words, you are the first generation of this new age, but you are not the first to receive a visit from the soul record on this world. Except for a few weaker ones, most were not too surprised after hearing what Uriel said. This was because the vast majority of them had had their own run-ins and experiences to get to the high level they were currently at, so it was to be expected that they knew a little more compared to normal soul evolvers. Uriel continued, although for a variety of reasons unknown even to us all soul evolvers of past eras disappeared from existence, this does not mean that they left nothing behind. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, and Jilo, Eleonora, and a very small number of people paid particular attention to the last words of the powerful and beautiful archangel. After all, they had had their own encounters with ruins or treasures left by generations of ancient times. Wait a moment. Fire Sorrow couldn't help but interject. She frowned and asked softly, Uriel, why are you talking about these things here? A decision this important cannot be made solely by you or anyone else in this room unless the leader of the demonic army, Lucifer, also agrees. Uriel cut her off calmly and said without missing a beat, is this what you meant? Fire Sorrow was still frowning as she nodded. At the end of the day, he owned some of those things too. About that, God Meads pointed out, you don't need to worry because Lucifer accepted it. Saying that, Meads threw a black token like a black hole toward Fire Sorrow. Now only you are the only one missing. Uriel smiled in such a way that her eyes curved into a crescent shape. Don't be stubborn by tying yourself to the past. It's time to move on, and I think you should fight for the future you could have if you do things right in the present. Besides, it's not like those things do us any good anyway, is it? Seeing Lucifer's exclusive token, Fire Sorrow's expression became complicated and changed repeatedly before sighing. Uriel's words made sense after all. Since it's like that, then forget it. She shook her head and said no more. Uriel smiled a genuinely happy smile before continuing. As I was saying, these soul evolvers left things behind either because these objects were no longer useful to them, because they had no other choice, or simply because they forgot them over the years. Now, one of the reasons why we invite you all here is precisely because we will share with you information about these treasures so that you can recover them. Of course, it will depend on the strength and destiny of each one to obtain an ancient treasure or not since, as you well know, rewards and dangers come hand in hand. Uriel's words made everyone's eyes sparkle. Even Angelo and the rest couldn't help but get secretly excited. How could they not be moved? Angelo had managed to establish his faction very quickly and advance by leaps and bounds thanks to the ruins found underground. The same could be said for many of those present. Even if they had not found ruins with as many high-class treasures as the American faction, some found swords, armor, necklaces, boots, futuristic-looking weapons, powerful skill scrolls, and other things left behind by some soul evolver from hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. Although Bai Zemin was naturally excited, he still felt that it all smelled a bit like rotten fish. He was already practically an enemy of the army of heaven, so why would Uriel invite him to participate in this meeting and give him information about treasures that could empower him? Bai Zemin would not believe that angels were kind beings who would put aside their own well-being for the sake of others, even if they beat him to death. Indeed, Uriel's next words made it clear that there was a bit of a catch to all this. The downside is that these treasures are in dangerous locations, so even though you are strong, it is still possible that a portion of those present will likely lose their lives in the process. Uriel continued smiling matter-of-factly and said calmly, "But I guess this is something I don't need to mention. There is no such thing as burger reign in this world. Everyone has to work hard for their own food and survival. To finish it all, let me point out one thing. The God of the Bible, Medes, reminded in a serious voice, except for Hero City that is hidden in the East Sea, the other treasure that is here on Earth is in what you know as the Mariana Trench. The rest is in small space realms that we will open later." Hero City. Bai Zemin's expression changed, and without hesitation, he slammed the table again. "Wait a moment, that Hero City you speak of belongs to me." Actually, Bai Zemin knew from Lilith that the object hidden by Xian Meier's family was a big, ancient city. Even the energy beam that Thao Zhai used back then when he almost killed Bai Zemin, and which inflicted serious injuries to Kong Jun, was one of Hero City's cannons. That treasure already belonged to him, but they wanted to put it on the table for others to take. Bai Zemin would not agree even if others asked him, not to mention that no one asked him. However, what Bai Zemin didn't expect was that just at that moment, a handsome man with a sky-blue scale on his forehead would stand up. "You say Hero City is yours. That's quite strange because my family has been taking care of the ancestors' treasure for countless generations, even before the soul record came to Earth." The young man smiled slightly towards Long Tian before looking at Bai Zemin with confidence. "I am the first prince of the East Sea Kingdom, Xian Luo. As one of the possible successors to the throne, I should have heard something as important as Hero City's ownership transfer, don't you think? But I never heard of such a thing, not to mention that Hero City belongs to no one." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1152, Returning to the East Sea. Xian Luo, First Prince, Royal Family of the East Sea. The expressions on the faces of Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu, and Wu Yijin changed upon hearing the identity of the other party. This had nothing to do with fearing the power behind Xian Luo, let alone Xian Luo himself. This was simply because Xian was a familiar surname to both of them, and the East Sea royal family was supposed to be their ally. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu frowned, as she realized that things could be troublesome. Princess Xian Mei betrayed us. It shouldn't be. Wu Yijin shook her head, quickly refusing to believe such a thing. Forget Wu Yijin, who didn't have many exchanges with Xian Mei. Bai Zemin definitely didn't believe that the 7th princess had betrayed them. They had fought shoulder to shoulder on several occasions. Xian Mei even risked her life and fought against her own blood. Although she was doing so because it also happened to suit her, since Bai Zemin's goals aligned with her final objective, one could not deny that the alliance between the two parties could be considered to be extremely solid. Bai Zemin immediately began to have a severe headache. He had been too busy with everything that was going on. Since Earth evolved to the 3rd stage, he had not even had time to rest properly, so naturally, he did not have time to go deep under the sea to culminate the matter of the sea race. How could he go to worry about things under the sea when the world on land that mattered most to him was threatening to collapse? Besides, Bai Zemin thought for sure that the matter regarding Xian Mei's problems was closed. But now it seemed that things were not as good as he thought. Just at that moment, Lilith whispered something to him using magic. Uriel, Medes, Long Tian, Lethar, Salazar, Nikolai, and the other superior existences in the hall above the Sixth Order naturally noticed the flow of magic and mana enveloping Lilith and Bai Zemin. Unfortunately, although they knew that they were exchanging secrets, neither could do anything to prevent it, nor could they do anything to eavesdrop, since the other party would stop immediately. When Bai Zemin heard what Lilith said, he couldn't help but smile sinisterly in his heart, but on the surface, his expression didn't change at all. Since that's the case, then forget it. Bai Zemin leaned back and shrugged his shoulders, surprising everyone. Just a moment before, he was so angry that he looked like he was about to explode again, but in less than 5 seconds he became as calm as a bunny. This kind of change, forget Meads and the others who frowned, but even the dumbest among those present knew that whatever that sexy black-haired succubus said to him had calmed him down the same way she had calmed him down earlier when he almost went berserk. This dude, Eleonora didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Zemin looked like a lunatic, and Lilith his medicine to keep him in line. The meeting continued for more than 2 hours in total. After discussing various matters regarding the treasures and their locations, everyone decided by vote to first target Hero City, which was hidden somewhere in the East Sea. We will be leaving in 2 days, so you can take advantage of that time to rest. For reasons I think you will all understand, I would like to ask you not to move around recklessly. The maids on site will take care of providing you with all the needs you may need to cover, such as food, drinks, and even sex if necessary. Israfel smiled as he led everyone out of the room, leaving only the higher existences inside, including Fire Sorrow, so only Lilith followed Bai Zemin without caring about anything else. Due to time constraints, some people will join us at the time of the expedition, but the more the merrier. I hope we can work together to overcome any obstacles in Hero City when the time comes. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, and Jilo, Eleonora, and Saint of the Absolute Felix were led by a female maiden, but they all entered the same room to plan what to do next. The 6 brought up all sorts of strategies and ideas, but although it was difficult to come to an agreement as to what was the best course to take, they all agreed on one thing. We definitely can't trust the others no matter what, Wu Yijun said with concern. Although that Israfel person smiles warmly, he always gives me the feeling that he is extremely dangerous. Indeed, Shangyuan Bingzu was also confused by this matter. Israfel even made her feel faintly dangerous, even though he was clearly only a soul evolver who had just stepped into the Fourth Order. She could even fight those soul evolvers above level 300 with her current strength, not to mention one who had just entered level 200 recently. Our main enemy is still Shun. Felix frowned as if he didn't want to say that name. Shun, that's the demon's name, Bai Zemin asked coldly. That's right. Saint of the Absolute nodded with a serious expression on his face. Shun is an enemy that has killed tens of millions of lives, among them no shortage of innocents. Besides being extremely bloodthirsty, he is also lustful by nature, as you saw before, and will not hesitate to do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. He is cruel enough to smile in the face of the death of his most loyal subordinates. I have tried to kill him repeatedly. We have fought hundreds of times, but I have not been able to gain the slightest advantage. How strong Saint of the Absolute was, Bai Zemin knew. Although the other party had a weaker physical body compared to his own, Felix's agility was so massively high that fighting off his attacks would be a challenge on its own. Even so, he could do nothing but get a draw against Demon of Corruption Shun. Saint of the Absolute Felix, tell me what you know about that demon, please. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with a chill as he slowly said, maybe we can bury him forever in Hero City if we can trap him. If it was before, he might not be so confident. But after Lilith's reminder, Bai Zemin was confident of taking down Demon of Corruption in Hero City if the opportunity presented itself. Exactly 2 days later, the group of more than 150 soul evolvers left the Vatican directly for the Asian continent. This time, the guide was a Fifth Order angel named Sonnet. I want everyone to remember that attacking outside of Hero City will leave you out of the running for the other treasures, so if you're thinking of attacking someone's territory, you'd better put your ideas aside. Actually, it was Fire Sorrow who 2 days ago brought up such an approach. At the end of the day, it would be worrisome for Bai Zemin to allow so many strong soul evolvers to enter his territory. Even if they weren't going to stay in China for long, the East Sea was still part of his domain on land. So far, Bai Zemin could only identify a few clear teams among all those present. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, Felix Angelo, and Eleonora were forming a team. Israfel was teaming up with 5 people, all of whom were extremely strong as they were part of the Holy Knights. Even the first Prince Xian Luo was with them. Demon of Corruption Shun was somehow teaming up with more than 10 soul evolvers, among them 4 fourth-order soul evolvers. 4 days later, after flying non-stop and unobstructed for 4 whole days, and after swimming for more than 3 hours, they all arrived at the outskirts of the East Sea Kingdom. Seeing Xian Mei waiting with some of her brothers and sisters, as well as the East Sea King, Bai Zemin's eyes immediately flashed mysteriously. Whatever had happened in Xian Mei's family, the battle for Hero City was one that Bai Zemin could not lose no matter what. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. Chapter 1153, Lowly Little Mermaid with Golden Hair. Bai Zemin and Xian Mayer exchanged glances for a moment before they both went about their own business. The East Sea King also looked at Bai Zemin, but his gaze lingered on him for a good 5 seconds. He definitely remembered the semblance of the young soul evolver of the human race whose power made him tremble months ago, but many things had changed during that time. Father, this is His Holiness Israfel, the Supreme High Priest of the humans. Xian Luo stepped forward and introduced his new ally. The lower part of his body had turned into a long greenish-blue fishtail, making his movements underwater extremely fluid. Soon, the East Sea King's attention was switched to Israfel's body. After sizing him up for an instant and realizing that he could not measure the smiling young man's strength, Xian Huotian was surprised in his heart, although he did not show it on the outside. Meanwhile, the angel named Sonata explained in a clear voice, "You must remember that you cannot stay long in Hero City, or you should hurry to find all the treasures you can there. Hero City can be considered as an artifact that is between rank 5 and rank 6, and therefore it has its own guardian spirit. But rest assured, because this guardian spirit only expels the unregistered after 48 hours unless the city master wishes otherwise. But since Hero City has no owner, there is no need for you to worry about it." Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, the Fifth Order angel said in a deep voice, "Now, although you are free to do whatever you want, there is only one absolute rule that you all must follow, or else you will definitely die a horrible death. It doesn't matter how strong you are, you will definitely die." After uttering such words, Sonata mainly looked at Israfel Bai Zemin, Saint of the Absolute Felix, Demon of Corruption Shun, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun and Jilo, and a few others. Bai Zemin secretly frowned, because he could not sense any kind of lie in the words or tone of voice of the angel named Sonata. "You can go to as many parts of Hero City as you want, but you absolutely must not go near the center of the city. Avoid the center no matter what." Avoid the center of Hero City. Wu Yijun was surprised to hear this and couldn't help but ask dumbfounded, "If we don't go to the center, then how are we supposed to get control over Hero City?" All the others also had frowns on their faces. They clearly shared the same doubts. "Get control over Hero City." The angel named Sonata snorted, but his voice was still soft as he explained. "Although Hero City is said to be nothing more than the core of the legendary Sky City whose whereabouts are unknown, it is still an artifact in between rank 5 and 6, which is equivalent to quasi-demigod treasure if you want to look at that way. Do you think you can take control of the core of Sky City, whose full power is said to be able to wipe out gods and demons alike? Even if you make it to the throne room, you still have to be approved by the guardian spirit, and if you fail, you are dead." "Sky City? What's that?" "I don't know. A city is the core of another city. What the heck?" Everyone was puzzled, as this was the first time they had heard of Sky City. The biggest doubt, however, was something else. "Hey, Angel," Demon of Corruption Shun took a step forward and said in a hoarse voice, "That god of yours said Hero City was one of the treasures we could take. What are your words supposed to mean? My warning was given, so you do as you please, and if you think you have the ability to withstand the scourge of a space storm that could even turn me into meat paste, then I invite you to ignore the words I said just now." Sonata shrugged as if he didn't care about the fate of the others. After a pause, however, the Fifth Order angel added, "When my lord mentioned Hero City, his goal was to point out the treasures inside the city, not the city itself. Hero City should have at least a few dozen treasures, if not hundreds of ancient weapons. So my recommendation is that you settle for that unless you're willing to jump into a level of danger that will kill you with 99% probability. 99% chance of dying." Some soul evolvers exchanged glances before shaking their heads. If the odds of dying were really this high, equivalent to 99%, 100%, then it wasn't worth the risk. While gaining control over Hero City certainly sounded very appealing, one needed their life to enjoy the benefits. I'm not ashamed to say that some of you might have a better chance of surviving fighting against me than ignoring my words once inside Hero City. I said what I have to say. It's up to you later. Sonata clapped his hands to end the matter before saying, although everyone here is strong, I'm afraid that so many days of flying surely drained a good deal of stamina from most of you, so we will be resting in the East Sea Kingdom for one day before heading to Hero City's location not too far from here. Soon, the group headed to the huge city located at the bottom of the sea. This is Kreia City, the capital of our East Sea Kingdom. It was built to extend over 200 kilometers in a northwesterly direction and is approximately 70 kilometers wide in total. Although our customs may differ in some areas from the races living on land, we do have our own ways of having fun, so I can guarantee that you will definitely not be bored during your stay in case you are restless, haha. The first Prince Xian Luo had become the guide of the group, and although obviously his closeness was much stronger with Israfel and the other members of the Holy Church, he still treated everyone else considerably well, with the only exception being Bai Zemin's group. He didn't treat them particularly bad, he just ignored them. As for the king of the East Sea, Bai Zemin and the others saw him chatting in a low voice with the angel named Sonata. As for what the content of the conversation was, it was a mystery because they were using some sort of insulating treasure as they advanced a little further away from the others. I'm sorry. Bai Zemin shifted his attention to his side and only now noticed Xian Mei swimming beside him. A flash of anger very rarely seen in her shone in her blue eyes as she said under her breath, "When you left right after showing your strength in front of my father, I thought my position as successor to the throne was guaranteed. My father even left me in charge of protecting the capital of our kingdom for over a month, until slowly stabilizing the situation after the catastrophe caused by the sudden evolution of the earth." Princess Xian Mei, what actually happened? Wu Yijin asked, perplexed. Your father, the East Sea King, still dares to ally with other people even though Bai Zemin showed him what he can do. Was the East Sea King mentally retarded? Did he want to die so badly? Didn't the King of the East Sea know that his actions could cause the downfall of his entire kingdom? Despite her doubts, Wu Yijin did not say it aloud, but from the expression on her face, it was obvious what her thoughts were. Xian Mei wanted to start explaining before she was misunderstood, but Shangyuan Bingzu tapped her shoulder to stop her. Princess, I think it will be best if we talk when we get somewhere a little more private. Bai Zemin nodded in agreement with Shangyuan Bingzu's words. Bingzu is right. You don't worry, Xian Mei. As long as you don't betray our alliance, I and my transcendent faction will be on your side. I will definitely take it upon myself to seat you on the throne of the East Sea no matter who likes it. Several princes and princesses looked at Bai Zemin with disdain after hearing his words, but he ignored them completely. They were just daddy's and mommy's babies anyway. The real business were the big guys. In fact, as far as Bai Zemin was concerned, even the Eastern Sea King was just an insignificant little fry that only managed to break the Fourth Order using external methods, and was not even close to level 250. Xian Mei was so moved that if it weren't for all the hardships she had experienced over the past year that had made her mature greatly, she would have burst into tears. She nodded firmly and said in a choked voice, "My goal is the prosperity and well-being of my people, that's all. You can do what you want with everything else." The goal of the pacifist 7th princess did not change even for a second, and this was precisely the reason why she and Bai Zemin could cooperate so perfectly. While it would be easier for Bai Zemin to support another prince or princess, since Xian Mei was clearly at a disadvantage, it was of no use to put a greedy character on the throne of all the world's oceans. For him, Xian Mei, who had no greed in her heart, was the perfect choice for an ally. Just at that moment, a little mermaid with golden hair and blue eyes that had been watching Bai Zemin, and the others with her big eyes sparkling with curiosity, swam towards them. Her movements were incredibly graceful and fluid, so despite looking like a little girl of 19 years old, she was already beginning to show signs of the charm of an adult beauty that would undoubtedly complete her blossoming in a couple more years. "Oh right, Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijin. Let me introduce my little sister Xian Bao Bao. She is the 9th princess of the East Sea." Xian Mei suddenly remembered something and motioned the little golden-haired mermaid to come closer. "Bao Bao, say hello to Big Sister's friends." Big brother, big sisters. Hello, I am Xian Bao Bao, but you can call me Bao Bao or Bayor. Xian Bao Bao put a bright smile on her little face. What an adorable little mermaid. Wu Yijin couldn't help but reach out her hand to stroke the ninth princess' little head. Even Shangyu Bingzu immediately felt that this little mermaid was cute. Xian Mei was surprised to see that Xian Bao Bao did not take off and let herself be caressed by Wu Yijin's hands. She had been worried for nothing apparently. That's pretty unusual. Although it's not as extreme as Zio's dislike, Bao Bao doesn't usually accept physical contact except by very few people. Bai Zemin and Shangyu Bingzu exchanged glances with mysterious smiles on their faces. Wu Yijin was now the owner of one of the fragments of the world tree heart that was said to possess the purest natural energy in existence, so she naturally had a knack for making a good impression on animals or plants. Since Xian Bao Bao was an inexperienced young mermaid, it was to be expected that she would not have very high defenses against her. Xian Bao Bao looked at Bai Zemin with her big round eyes and asked in a sweet voice thick with curiosity, "Big brother, big sister Mame, told Bayor that you are the strongest soul evolver she has ever met. Are you really that fierce?" Due to her low level, Xian Bao Bao could not differentiate Bai Zemin's silhouette that day when he wiped out hundreds of thousands of enemies at lightning speed. However, she heard from her older sister some of his impressive feats. Bai Zemin smiled slightly, and a glint of understanding shone in his eyes as he understood what Xian Meyer's intention was. Evidently, the seventh princess was silently telling him that, unlike the rest of her siblings, she shared a good friendship with this little golden-haired mermaid Loli. Since that is the case, Bai Zemin would naturally not be aggressive towards an innocent girl regardless of her race. He cleared his throat and said something that only Lilith, Shangyu Bingzu, and Wu Yijin understood among those present. No, even Elenora understood it after reading the minds of the last two girls. When they heard what he said, they almost choked to death. Little Bao Bao, actually, Big Brother is secretly an expert. An expert? Are you even a high-level famous swimmer? Forget about famous swimmers and traveling fishermen. Big Brother can move underwater faster than a state-of-the-art submarine and even beat the Leviathan on shore. Big Brother, what is a state-of-the-art submarine? Is it those big corals we can't get close to? Besides, Leviathan is the name of one of the enemy kingdom's shark bodyguards. And so, for over 30 minutes and completely ignoring everyone, Bai Zemin spat his spit all over the place and bragged to the little mermaid about how he beat the legendary Leviathan in the seas, about how he took down the mighty nine-headed immortal dragon in the sky, and about how he ended the life of the mana eater on the ground. Of course, the way he narrated the events made the angel Sonata almost lose his balance several times while Shangyu Bingzu, Wu Yijin, and Elenora looked at him as if they were looking at some sort of unknown sea monster. Literally, it was as if he didn't care about the fact that he was surrounded by enemies and dangers to the point where most of the fourth-order soul evolvers began to despise him in their hearts. Only little Xian Bao Bao, who knew nothing, kept clapping her hands and exclaiming loudly while the sparkle in her eyes kept growing. It seemed that she would soon be Bai Zemin's first fan. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1154 Atlantis, Forgotten King and Historical Painting. After temporarily saying goodbye to the saint of the absolute Felix, Bai Zemin and the others followed the seventh princess of the East Sea, Xian Mayer, to her chambers. Of course, the little golden-haired mermaid was with them. "It's really mysterious and interesting," Angelo commented as he walked down one of the long corridors of the Xian royal family's palace. "To think that despite being underwater, there would actually be a city not very different from our cities on the surface." The palace was very beautiful and luxurious. It appeared to be made of pure white limestone. The floor was covered with a material very similar to the tiles used by humans in their buildings, and on the walls, although there were no pictures, there were a number of drawings painted in an extremely elegant style. However, Angelo's comment was not specifically aimed on the palace. The mermaid race is considered one of the royalty races among sea creatures, so, even before the arrival of the soul record on Earth, we were already capable of thinking and performing actions in accordance with those thoughts. Basically, our intelligence was not much inferior to that of you humans. Xian Mayer explained as she walked down the hallway, nodding with a slight smile to the seahorse race maidens on the route to her private room. The reason our mermaid race was considered a legend is partly because of that, aside from our exotic beauty. Because of a rule that had been passed down for countless generations, we were forbidden to make contact with you humans and had to do our best to hide. She continued, but some curious mermaids who disobeyed that rule activated the curse that ran in their blood, which in the end turned them into evil mermaids. You've probably heard of ships lost and then sunk, fishermen. It was probably provoked by evil mermaids who lost their mind. And like this, the mystery has been solved. Wu Yijin smiled bitterly as she learned the truth. Because our race can live for much longer, and we are not as destructive as the human race, many precious treasures from ancient eras are still preserved even to this day. Xian Mayer looked over her shoulder at the group without stopping her footsteps and pointed upwards. This treasure is called Bright Oxygen Fortress, and it has two basic functions other than providing a bit of defense. The first feature or function is to repel water within a large area to form a giant dome where oxygen runs unimpeded, and the other would be to grant all sea creatures the ability to get legs to move around like this when entering the Bright Oxygen Fortress. So that's why all the sea creatures we saw so far had legs, really mysterious and interesting. Elinora nodded as if realizing something. On the way to the palace, the group had encountered all sorts of sea beasts, but the peculiar thing was that when they entered the dome of white light that covered all of Krea City, they immediately gained a modicum of consciousness and even grew legs. Of course, only the mermaid race of the royal family had legs identical to those of humans. Four-legged sharks, eight-legged fish, whales that looked like 100 feet, etc. Hey Xian Mayer, Bai Zemin suddenly spoke up. The seventh princess looked at Bai Zemin over her shoulder with questioning eyes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in all the oceans there should be other royal families, am I right? That's right. The great oceans of the world are divided into many kingdoms, some larger than others and some allied between them, but different at the end of the day. Xian Mayer nodded with her eyes on the front once more. In that case, your mermaid race has different branches, Bai Zemin inquired. MMH? Xian Mayer nodded and said in a serious voice. In the past, our mermaid race was close-knit, and the ocean was the only empire in the Earth's deep waters. The only reason why the then-forgotten king was not called emperor was because, among the humans, there was an exceptional and tremendously powerful warrior capable of standing up to him. So even though the humans were not united and were weaker, he had not yet reached the highest authority recognized. Are you talking about past eras, about when the soul record was in our world? Shangyuan Bingzhu asked after a moment's consideration. That's right. Xian Mayer stopped in front of one of the painted murals. An expression of reverent admiration crossed her face as she pointed to the image in front of her. According to legend, the Forgotten King had once been a tremendously powerful human who, although not as strong as in his heyday, could easily have been considered one of the three strongest in all of Earth. However, he was affected by a curse after a failed alchemy experiment causing him to become half human and half fish. On the wall painting one could see various things that were painted in transition rather neatly. Although it was difficult to understand the images there, the explanation provided by Xian Mayer helped the rest of them understand what each thing on the wall meant. It wasn't until more than 1,000 years later that the Forgotten King, forced to live in the ocean after being rejected by humans along with his cursed kingdom, managed to become the only legendary figure recorded in history who managed to unify all the seas and oceans. Indeed, an extremely prosperous kingdom could be seen on the mural. Humans were smiling and dancing on what were huge expanses of land, powerful soldiers numbered in the millions equipped with armor and spears, and there were even flying beasts that served the humans. However, a black lightning bolt that fell from the sky without warning turned all the inhabitants of that realm into sea creatures at the same time as the earth broke apart and sank deep into the ocean. Normal citizens were turned into fish, crabs, sea snakes, sharks, whales, tritons, mermaids. Depending on the strength and status they had in the kingdom, they all became different species of sea creatures. However, they had a great advantage compared to the rest of sea kingdoms. Everyone from the smallest crab to the largest war whale, managed to retain their intelligence from when they were still human. With his intelligent army and citizens extremely willing to survive no matter what, the Forgotten King managed to become the absolute ruler of the waters. But even though he had everything, he still couldn't suppress the greed in his human heart. That is why he tried to extend his hands to the mainland. Xian Mayer led the group to another wall not far away and continued. The Forgotten King and his army were unstoppable. Kingdom after kingdom fell, one more easily than the last as a product of a domino effect. However, A tremendously strong group of humans appeared just 20 years later and managed to stop the march of the Atlantis Empire's army. The wall portrayed the unclear images of what seemed to be approximately 20 to 30 humans. Mages, archers, warriors, priests. The group seemed to have all classes. Only the leader of the group was painted with greater clarity, as if the previous generations wanted later generations not to forget that face, no matter what. Golden armor, golden spear, inky black hair, eyes as black as night, eyes blazing with confidence, and a bold smile on his face. Despite being just a painting that was countless years old, the sense of dominance of that figure could still be felt by others. After more than 100 years of war with the slow but constant retreat of the sea race, the figure in the front fought for 7 days and 7 nights against the Forgotten King, defeating him in the end, and stabbing his spear into his heart to claim his life and put an end to the Atlantis Empire. This human's name was lost along with those of his group. Perhaps it is in the records of other palaces that were divided when the Forgotten King fell. I don't know. Xian Mei sighed as she thought of the miserable history of the sea race, who from being the strongest fell along with their king to the point where they were split all over the place like pieces of a broken puzzle. The history of the Forgotten King was precisely what Xian Mei wanted to avoid, but now she understood and knew that without fighting she could never reach her goal. It was truly ironic, having to fight to avoid fighting. Little Xian Bao Bao suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, drawing everyone's attention to her. Bao Bao, what's wrong? Xian Mei asked in puzzlement to her little sister, who was staring at the wall art as if she was looking at the most amazing thing of all. Although the painting was indeed amazing, Xian Bao Bao had already seen it hundreds of thousands of times in her young 34 years of age. Xian Mei did not understand why she was suddenly behaving so strangely, even though she used to ignore the paintings drawn on the walls before. Xian Bao Bao let out an amused chuckle and her eyes sparkled. She looked at Bai Zemin and said excitedly, "Big brother, don't you think the person on the wall looks a tiny bit like you?" Xian Mei was astonished by her little sister's words, but soon she burst out with a giggle. "Bao Bao, Bai Zemin only turned 21 recently, so in terms of time he has lived less than you. This is a history that is billions of years old, you know. How could he?" Suddenly, Xian Mei's words became softer and softer, until her voice soon stopped altogether. She looked at the complicated expression on Bai Zemin's face staring at the painting in front of them, and after several seconds she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "It can't be." Now that she was watching him more closely, she couldn't help but think about what her little sister had just said. There were certainly differences. For example, Bai Zemin's hair was longer even if she ignored the crimson highlights he had gained along with his evolution. Also, his gaze was far colder and indifferent compared to the extremely arrogant eyes of the man in the painting. The face of the man in the painting was also more mature, but that arrogance made him look even more childish than a college student from some point of view. "Zemin." Wu Yijin looked at him worriedly as she saw the countless emotions flashing in his eyes fixed on the painting. Even a fool could realize now that there was definitely something very big happening behind a large veil of mystery as they saw Bai Zemin's reaction after hearing the story of the Forgotten King and the human group that stopped him, particularly that human male who managed to take him down in combat. "You have to be kidding me." Angelo subconsciously glanced at Eleonora, but seeing her shocked expression, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Shangyuan Bingzhu didn't care about Bai Zemin's past. She didn't care if he was once a legendary figure who saved mankind after taking down the terrifying Forgotten King. She only cared about the fact that she loved and wanted to spend the rest of her life together with the person in front of her regardless of whether he was once a king or a thief. She watched and silently recalled the expressions of everyone present. Only little Xian Bao Bao still seemed oblivious to the fact that her innocent comment had changed many things. Bai Zemin slowly closed his eyes after a long time, and while extending his hand outward, he called out in his heart, "Annihilation of the falling sky." With a golden resplendence, annihilation of the falling sky appeared in spear form directly in Bai Zemin's grasp. Unlike the golden spear whose aura seemed to be capable of tearing everything apart, the golden spear in Bai Zemin's hands was much, much weaker. Moreover, the spear in the painting was covered by fewer mysterious runes, but each rune was bright crimson, while the spear in his hands had many more runes in comparison, but the vast majority were opaque like burnt-out light bulbs. However, Xian Mei and the others were not normal beings. They were all third soul evolvers, and higher so their eyes were infinitely sharper than those of normal soul evolvers. That spear. Xian Meyer's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, as she finally understood why on earth she felt so strange when she first saw Bai Zemin's spear. Bai Zemin sighed, and with a thought of his annihilation of the falling sky turned into a flash of golden light that disappeared inside his body. After a long time of considering the pros and cons, he said quietly, "I'm afraid I don't know much more than you probably already know, so I won't be able to clear up many of your doubts. But yes, what you're thinking probably is true. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1155 Hero City, Part 1. The man portrayed in the painting with armor and a golden spear was, of course, Sirius. This was an unmistakable fact because right in the sky 2 wide-open wolfish eyes could be seen gazing at the world below, very similar if not identical to the Wolf Emperor's domain in Bai Zemin's possession. In reality, Bai Zemin only revealed that he might be the man portrayed in the wall art after a lot of consideration and extremely careful thoughts. To begin with, leaving aside Xian Baobao, whose mind was simple and innocent, Bai Zemin believed that he could trust everyone present: Shangyuan Bingzhu, Wu Yijun, Xian Meier, and Jilo, Eleonora. At this stage it could be said that the fates of all of them were tied to his in some way or another. Then there was also the fact that the Bible God, Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Uriel, werewolf leader Lethar, vampire leader Nikolai, zombie leader Salazar, Lucifer, Eternal Phoenix, and other higher existences were already suspicious of the fact that Bai Zemin might be the reincarnation of the heavenly wolf Sirius. Finally, the current situation was really strange. Sea creatures were definitely not very friendly towards land creatures, particularly towards humans, but this was reasonable considering they were aware of the past history. And yet, however, the Eastern Sea King suddenly decided to ally with humans and angels. Bai Zemin was more prone to believe that everything he had been experiencing so far was nothing more than a daydream of his, rather than believing that there was no agenda in this whole strange situation. The rest of the walk to Xian Meier's room was silent, mostly with the majority of them thinking about what they found out just now. Wu Yijun was worried about Bai Zemin's mental state, as she thought all this must have been quite a shock to him. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzhu was trying to understand the other's thoughts to protect him from possible backstabbing. Angelo and Eleonora were undoubtedly the most confused. It would probably take them some time to process all the amazing information they had just obtained, but they certainly knew that they needed to make important decisions soon. If Bai Zemin was really the reincarnation of the legendary human who not only stopped the advance of the Atlantis Empire, but also slayed the figure with the best chance of becoming emperor recognized by the soul record, then it was impossible to stay the way they were now. Only little Xian Baobao kept humming happily, occasionally pointing out images of the wall or presenting extremely ancient and valuable vases along the way. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xian Meier finally led everyone to her chamber and closed the door behind her. The room was very large, as not only did it have a large bed covered by a translucent pale blue canopy as well as small nightstands, there was also a large old wooden closet cabinet in the corner, 3 expensive-looking couches, and even a small square glass table right in the center of the 3 expensive-looking couches, where there were sweet snacks that didn't look too different from what the humans ate on the surface. The 7th princess asked everyone to sit down as she made her way to the large cabinet. Opening one of the larger doors at the end disclosed all the equipment needed to brew tea or coffee, and after 2 minutes she managed to brew a pot of red tea. "Sorry, I'm not very good at this kind of stuff," she apologized as she handed the teapot to her little sister. Xian Baobao poured tea for everyone with an excited smile. "This is the first time I've poured tea for anyone. Usually, it's the palace maids serving me tea, but I don't have anyone to serve it to." As princesses, it was only natural that Xian Meier and Xian Baobao had no experience in such things as making tea or serving guests. However, the fact that they were both giving their best was far more appreciated compared to the best tea in the world. After a minute or two, she looked at Bai Zemin much more calmly than before and nodded, as if she finally understood how it was possible for a first-order soul evolver to kill a monster like Thao Zhai, who was a general of the Legion of Mages of the mighty Forgotten King. "I think a lot of things are starting to make sense now." Bai Zemin took a sip of tea, and while it couldn't compare to the tea brewed by Wu Yijun's mother Sun Ling, It wasn't as bad as he initially thought. He set the small cup down on the small porcelain saucer, and thereafter placed the whole thing on the glass small table. "What do you mean?" Jean Mayer explained. "I always found it weird that my royal father suddenly changed his mind. Not only did he never again give me any opportunity to show my leadership abilities, but he practically took me away from any position of power to the point where I am nothing more than an ornamental princess. Except for my 100,000 soldiers that I have in hiding, all the other sea creatures that were under my control now follow my father." Although Xian Mayer was a royal family member, she was just a princess no matter how strong or talented she might be. Unless she gets crowned as queen, the current ruler could easily take away her minions. This was because, unlike humans, sea creatures had a respectable hierarchy. The king of each kingdom had some sort of artifact that granted them control over all the creatures in their kingdom, since their voice would weigh more. Even Xian Mayer and the other princesses were not completely free of this. Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at Xian Bao after hearing Xian Mayer's words, but as if this seventh princess knew his thoughts, she shook her head. "Don't worry. Bao has the best relationship with me since her mother passed away when she was still a baby." Unlike most normal blood siblings among humans, the royal family siblings in the sea races got along worse than dogs, plotting against each other, secretly killing each other, mocking each other, etc. Only the seventh princess, who only sought peace, and the innocent ninth princess, who was too young to understand many things in the world, got along like a normal family from the surface. Bai Zemin nodded silently to show his understanding. "After you left that day to stabilize matters in your realm after Earth's abrupt evolution, Royal Father began to delegate more important and mentally strenuous tasks to me. In spite of that, I was happy because I was finally seeing an end to so many internal wars." Xian Mayer smiled bitterly as she recounted the events of the last few months, but a little over a month ago things changed. "I was practically pushed aside, and sometimes I even felt that Royal Father was looking at me with a touch of murderous intent. It was only 5 days ago that I learned something that made me think." It turned out that 5 days ago, Xian Mayer accidentally discovered her father, the East Sea King, having a conversation with a human-like man about 2 or 3 meters tall, golden eyes, and the bearing of a true ruler. Even Xian Mayer was surprised at that moment to see her father acting like a lamb in front of that man. "It has to be that dragon god." Wu Yijin frowned, and a clear flash of annoyance shone in her eyes. "That old lizard doesn't get tired. Does he have so much free time? Why doesn't he go back to his cave or whatever?" It was rare for Wu Yijin to curse someone, so one could only try to imagine how sick she was of Long Tian, and his actions always targeting Bai Zemin. "Most men are like that, 99.9% at the very least," Shengyuan Bingzu commented casually. As far as she was concerned, few men had the qualifications to receive part of her friendship, and only one in all the cosmos was worthy of her heart. As for the rest, they were all lustful and greedy creatures, particularly those who occupied high positions of power, because when someone more outstanding appeared, they immediately lost all that false elegance. Angelo didn't know if he was being praised or cursed, so he decided to choose the more pleasant option. Since he was here and they were allies, they could at least consider themselves friends. Right? He smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, then isn't it obvious what's going on here?" Eleonora lazily leaned back on the couch, which guaranteed her already exceptional seductive beauty another touch of beauty, as she said with a sneer. "Basically, the Fish King of the East Sea heard from the mouth of the lizard god the fact that Bai Zemin is probably the reincarnation of the man who defeated the Forgotten King and crushed the sea race billions of years ago. Then, frightened, the Fish King began to plan and ally with others to take down the threat." "My father is not a Fish King, he is a Merman King," Xian Bao corrected her. Eleonora leaned forward, and with a gentle smile she said softly, "Little mermaid, it doesn't matter if it's fish, merman, or shrimp. The fact that your father is willing to kill your big sister for the few words of a stranger and a legend older than your grandfather is true. Eleonora, she's just a little girl, you know." Angelo really didn't know what to do with this girl. "What? She'll know the truth sooner or later, so we might as well set the matter straight right now to avoid big pains tomorrow." Eleonora grimaced as she realized that everyone was looking at her with weird eyes. "Forget it then, it's my mistake then. I admitted it, isn't it okay now?" Although Eleonora was being disrespectful and even a bit heartless with her words, the truth behind every single thing she said was an undeniable fact to anyone with half a developed brain. Xian Mayer forced a smile and nodded. "It's okay. what she said is true after all. While it was true that Xian Mei was not extremely close, as was the case with the rest of his siblings and him, the feeling of knowing that the one who brought her into this world could suddenly become his enemy was not particularly pleasant. Bai Zemin was going to suggest killing the East Sea King, something that with his current strength was as simple as waving his hand. In fact, Shangyuan Bingzu could easily do it. Even Wu Yijun with her Abyss Demonic Flower and the World Tree Heart Fragment could have a good chance of victory over the East Sea King who had entered the Fourth Order just about half a year ago. But seeing the little ninth princess biting her lip and clenching her fists on her knees with teary eyes, this weakness of mine for little children will one day end up putting me in real dangerous situations. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart. We'll find a way for your father to coronate you as queen after dealing with the other problems. Once you have the ruler artifact in your possession, even if he is a fourth-order soul evolver, he will have to obey you. Xian Mei was naturally more than willing to go along with Bai Zemin's plans, but was it really that easy? Bai Zemin, although I don't doubt your strength and I definitely believe you can defeat my father, capturing him is a separate matter. No matter what, he is a powerhouse above level 200 with many treasures to save his life. Xian Mei sighed with a bitter smile. Besides, I'm afraid he might give the power key to control some of Hero City's weapons to my older brother, the first prince. He is his favorite now. It seems that my older brother Xian Luo somehow managed to forge an alliance with the army of heaven. That explains the close relationship between Xian Luo and the church, Bai Zemin muttered to himself. After a few seconds he smiled and his eyes flashed disdainfully as he slowly said, as for the matter of Hero City, leave it to me. Once we're there I'll be the one to decide who lives and who dies. Actually, had it not been for Lilith's reminder several days ago when they were still in Europe during the meeting with the leaders of Earth and the higher existences, Bai Zemin might have forgotten that, in his storage ring, he had something of utmost importance for what was to come. It was that little item that had been gathering dust, until now that would make him the strongest in Hero City, and just maybe, help him get total control of the city. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1156 Hero City, Part 2. The night passed quickly for everyone, except Bai Zemin and his team. The first time Angelo and Eleonora visited the collector's pocket world, it could be said that they were both so amazed that they were breathless for almost a full minute. Bai Zemin was particularly pleased after seeing the ever-arrogant and disdainful Eleonora, opening her eyes wide, as her little mouth repeatedly opened and closed like that of a small choking fish. While it was true that Bai Zemin still did not fully trust Angelo since he was the leader of his own faction, his secret deal with Eleonora that no one but the two of them knew about served as a gateway for him to be willing to show them the power of a demigod-grade treasure such as the collector's pocket watch. After a 6-hour night that for them were actually 60 hours used to practice their respective strengths, the group left Xian Meyer's room under Xian Bao Bao's somewhat sleepy eyes. Big brothers, big sisters, morning. Good morning, little Bao Bao. Seeing the little golden-haired mermaid rubbing her eyes at 6 a.m. somehow helped start the day off right, even though they knew what was to come would not be particularly pleasant. Did you all stay up late last night? Xian Bao Bao asked. She was completely oblivious to the collector's pocket watch. It was her older sister Xian Meyer who sent her to her chamber, saying that only adults could take part in the training to conquer Hero City. Just a little. Xian Meyer stroked her sister's hair and said softly, "Obedient Bayar, wait until big sister returns with the others, okay?" Bayar will wait for everyone to return. The little mermaid nodded with an innocent smile on her face. Being a child sure is good. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart at the credulity of the little ninth princess. In the eyes of a sheltered child, nothing in the world was too bad, and it was easy to be fooled by the sinister minds of adults. But in this case, it was precisely Xian Bao Bao's innocent mind what kept her from worrying too much about the fact that her best sister would soon be risking her life. Soon enough, the group stopped at the entrance to the royal palace where the soul evolvers were slowly beginning to gather. Angel Sonata was already there, standing silently, hovering a few inches off the ground as if afraid of being contaminated. Bai Zemin and the others soon felt several hostile or wary glances upon them as they stopped in a corner. "Looks like we're one of the focus of attention, aren't we?" Saint of the Absolute Felix walked over and murmured with a wry smile. He really didn't know how to feel about this situation. Does it really matter? Eleonora stretched her wonderfully small but curvaceous body, and ignoring the gazes filled with malicious intent, she sneered. Most of the over 150 of us who arrived at this place will die in some corner of Hero City anyway, and only a few will manage to escape alive if Lady Luck is with them. Just then, an arrogant laugh sounded from the center of the square. I love the arrogance of you human females. The more arrogant you are, the more satisfied I feel when I conquer you under my body. I've seen thousands of little bitches like you who in the end only end up begging for more. Wu Yijin's face turned red from the anger and embarrassment she felt. Her eyes practically spat flames, as if she wanted to set the demon of corruption, Shun's body, on fire. Eleonora, on the other hand, straightened her posture and looked at him with a lazy smile as she calmly said, "Your name is Shun, right? Based on your name, you must have some Asian origin, Korea perhaps." "What's up with that?" Corruption Demon frowned in puzzlement. "If your little bird happens to be the same size as that of 99% of Asian males, then I don't think you have the qualifications to be too arrogant, don't you think? Forget about 1,000 women begging you for more. I'm afraid you've probably never managed to get that little thing of yours in any hole, because it most likely isn't long enough." Silence. The square outside the palace suddenly became enveloped in a kind of deathly silence, with everyone's eyes fixed on the blonde beauty, and only now did they realize that this woman whose height could not exceed 55, but whose curves were extremely sexy, was actually a charming rose covered in thorns. Ha 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 ha. Bai Zemin couldn't help but give Eleanor a thumbs up. He had heard that Americans were more mentally free, and he also knew that when they insulted they were more poisonous than snakes, but he had not expected Eleonora to have such a fierce tongue. Even if she had indirectly or not mocked 99% of Asian men, he had no reason to be offended, because thank heaven he belonged to the other 1%. Indeed, Eleonora's eyes shone with a mysterious light as she looked at the trembling body of the corruption demon, who seemed to be about to explode with rage. "See this? Even though he's Asian, he reacted in a funny way and without getting angry at my words, which means he definitely has confidence in what he has down there. You, on the other hand, are shaking like chicken fresh out of the freezer." Eleonora folded her arms, inadvertently plumping her breasts, and said with a disdainful smile, "If you don't have the weapon necessary to go to the real war, then you'd better stop bragging about conquering countless territories. I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely make you wish you were dead, you human bitch." Shun's violet eyes had practically turned red as he looked at Eleonora, and if not for the presence of the Fifth Order angel as well as the fear of not being able to conquer Hero City, he would have definitely attacked her on the spot. Eleonora did not say more, but instead waved her right hand with her fingers in a duck mouth shape, moving them up and down. She was silently telling him, "Barking dog won't bite." The only one who expressed his concern was none other than Saint of the Absolute Felix. "Are you sure you want to do this? Although I hate Shun to the marrow of my bones, I have no choice but to recognize his strength. I'm afraid that between us only Bai Zemin, and I have the ability to fight him head-on, so if any of you fall into his hands." Although Felix did not finish his words, no one among those present was stupid. "Bingzu, Yijun, 7th Princess, Eleonora, you three should temporarily put aside the treasure hunt and join the rest as soon as possible." Bai Zemin spoke in a serious voice. If it wasn't because he didn't want the other competitors to know the true capability of the collector's pocket watch, he would have even been happy to send them to the collector's pocket world. This was because, according to Angel Sonata's explanation, they would all be teleported to different points once through Hero City's protective curtain. Eleonora might be acting very carefree on the surface, but she naturally knew her limits. It was impossible for her to fight or defend against the corruption demon, and after reading just a part of his thoughts, she felt her heart grow cold. "I will, don't worry." Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Shangyu and Bingzu, who nodded without saying a word. He wasn't too worried about Shangyu and Bingzu, because between those present she and Angelo could fight for a while against Shun before falling. His biggest concern was actually Wu Yijun, whose skills were countered by the heaven-devouring flame in Shun's possession. "What's wrong, Yijun?" Bai Zemin met Wu Yijun's wandering eyes, so he couldn't help but worry even more. It's nothing." Wu Yijun hurriedly hopped up as if struck by lightning and hurriedly shook with both hands as her face turned as red as an apple. Bai Zemin was not dense unlike many other men when it came to women, or else he would not have noticed Shangyu and Bingzu and Wu Yijun's possible feelings even before either of them openly expressed their hearts. However, he still did not understand the reason behind Wu Yijin's embarrassment. In fact, even Angelo, who had a great deal of experience dealing with women, did not understand what was going on. Although, in his defense, he was too lost in the beauty of Wu Yijin, whose features had charmed him from the moment he met her months ago during his visit to the Asian continent. Only Elanora and Shangyuan, Bingzu, seemed to understand the current situation. Elanora gave her a dirty smile that embarrassed her even more. But when Wu Yijin met Shangyuan Bingzu's narrowed eyes, she couldn't help but secretly gulp, not out of fear, but out of shyness. The group swam under the guidance of Angel Sonata for more than 20 minutes to the south of Kreia City. The East Sea King was also present, and there was even a beautiful golden-haired woman beside him. That woman is a 5th Order dragon with enough ability to defeat 6th Order dragons. It is also said that she withstood 2 attacks from Doom Roar, a 7th Order dragon. I believe I have seen her in the past, and if I am not mistaken, she has the title of Lightning Swallowing Dragon. It is said that she can even devour to some extent the void rays whose power of annihilation can be second to none. Fire Sorrow explained quickly, trying to help Bai Zemin as much as possible before having to part ways. I have a bad feeling about her presence, but I can't put my finger on what the problem itself is. Bai Zemin nodded and thanked her silently. Regardless of possible upcoming problems, the arrow had already left the bow and the string was buzzing. There was no reverse gear. Sonata stopped in front of a large underwater valley and faced the group in a serious voice. Behind me is Hero City, and in a moment we will open the curtain for you to go in. Remember that no one above the 4th Order can enter there without permission from the owner of Hero City. Hero City is the core of one of the most powerful divine treasures since creation, to which the Soul Record will certainly be guarding. Sonata's last words naturally pointed at Lilith and Fire Sorrow. Zemin, please be careful. Lilith also couldn't shake off the bad feeling that suddenly flooded her chest. If not for the fact that she feared that the Soul Record might punish her, even if she hid in the Collector's pocket world, she would definitely have followed Bai Zemin beyond the cover of Hero City. Actually, Bai Zemin also felt slightly uncomfortable. However, it was not an extremely powerful level of uneasiness, so he decided to continue with the original plan. He was no idiot, and if he felt that he would really die, then he would turn around to go home. He definitely wouldn't throw his life away no matter what. However, did he really have much of a choice? If he retreated once in the face of hardship, then he would definitely have to retreat more in the future, which would eventually lead him to lose more than he could afford. Besides, he was no longer that Bai Zemin who knew nothing and just started to evolve. Though his level was only 100 and he was stuck in the 2nd Order, even a 5th Order Phoenix couldn't kill him. Just as Bai Zemin was comforting her, his pupils trembled slightly as he saw the scene in front of him. Slowly, a huge invisible city began to reveal itself right before everyone's eyes. This is Hero City. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1157, Not So Subtle Heart Changes and New Skill. The city wall was not that high when compared to the walls that human factions scattered all over the earth, built for the sole purpose of protecting themselves from other enemies, be they humans or mutant beasts. Stretching for what seemed to be over 120 kilometers, and with a height of approximately 200 to 50 meters at most, the all-white wall not only looked elegant, but even exuded a sort of transcendental aura with its presence. Hero City's protective veil will be held open for 2 minutes. Everyone who is already ready should move, and those who aren't had better finish whatever it is they have to do as soon as possible. Angel Sonata said in a deep voice as he watched the huge city with shining eyes. To emphasize, Hero City is the core of Sky City, so its shape is round. Remember that everyone has only 48 hours before being expelled, so every second there counts. Don't waste time. Bang! Corruption Demon Shun certainly wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. He didn't even care about his team's opinions, nor did he bother with waiting for anyone, as he immediately kicked the water bubble under his feet and dashed towards the city faster than lightning. We're on our way too. Bai Zemin's eyes glittered mystically as he saw Corruption Demon Shun's body disappearing as he entered 100 meters away from the white wall. He looked at the women of the team and reminded them, regroup as soon as possible, ignore the treasures. We'll have time for that when we're together. Seeing everyone nod, Bai Zemin exchanged glances with Saint of the Absolute Felix. I'll count on you there. And I will trust you, Felix smiled bitterly but still nodded. Don't worry, I definitely won't attack my ally. Bai Zemin knew the reason behind Felix's caution and fear as he had exposed one of his trump cards the night before. His voice was serious as he said, "At least for now, you and I are in alliance." Saint of the Absolute Felix took a deep breath before nodding with determination. Very well. Soon the group moved as well. In fact, as they exchanged words, most of those present had already moved, so they were among the last to head to Hero City. Sonata looked at Lilith and Fire Sorrow, who were staring at him with eyes thick with warning. He immediately felt every hair on his body stand on end, and after saying something to the East Sea King, he left without looking back. What a joke! Although he might be very proud in front of lower existences, soul evolvers below the Fifth Order, Sonata knew that in front of the two women of the demonic army before him, he was no different than a soap bubble. He would burst with a single touch. East Sea King bowed deeply and did not dare to look at the two demonesses in front of him. The mermaid race's sense of beauty was not much different from that of humans, so in the king's eyes, Lilith and Fire Sorrow were beauties capable of stealing his heart with a single smile. Two esteemed higher existences. This little one will stay here to stand guard personally, so you both can rest assured if you so wish. The female from the dragon god realm wore a silver-colored mask on her face, which greatly suppressed her beauty. She looked at Lilith and Fire Sorrow with her bright green eyes, and after a few seconds began to move away. Fire Sorrow, I'm going after that woman. Lilith frowned slightly as she stared at the female dragon's back farther and farther away. She simply couldn't push away the bad feeling she had. Fire Sorrow nodded and glanced slightly at the East Sea King before looking back towards Hero City. The city was slowly disappearing like a ghost town. I'll stay here to make sure no one plays dirty tricks. With you here I can feel at ease, beautiful lady with the greatest magical talent in the universe. Lilith smiled faintly before disappearing. Fire Sorrow muttered something to herself that no one heard. East Sea King smiled bitterly in his heart. Although it didn't feel good to be ignored, what else was he capable of doing besides swallowing the grievance? Although he was a king recognized by the soul record, in front of higher existences, he was no different from an ant unworthy of a second glance. Bai Zemin felt his body being pulled into a different space as he stepped through the curtain of Hero City. It was a much weaker feeling than when he used the teleportation circles in the ruins of the 5 silver pagodas, or when he teleported into the Sky Destroyer, not to mention when Bai Zemin crossed the portal between worlds to reach Eventide World. The mana contorts space first, forming wrinkles in that thin, invisible web. Each wrinkle means a possible destination, and to get to a desired location. Bai Zemin's focus broke as the feeling disappeared, and as he opened his eyes, he realized he was inside the city. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Now that I managed to weakly open the universal spatial law door, I can finally understand a little bit of that strange feeling every time I teleport. It's a pity that each teleportation lasts less than an instant, though. I can't appreciate the feeling too well. Only when crossing portals between worlds would teleportation take 1 or 2 seconds depending on the distance between galaxies. Unfortunately, world teleportation skills are extremely rare and valuable. There was no way Bai Zemin would use the power of his irregular title for something like this. This was one of his life-saving cards after all. What appeared before Bai Zemin's eyes astonished him, to say the least. Towering buildings, extremely luxurious houses, streets paved by what looked like normal cement but definitely wasn't, monofunctional magic energy street lamps on both sides of the road. Every detail of the city in front of Bai Zemin could only be described with the word perfect for lack of words in the dictionary. Even the air was so much purer, and the small colorful plants that could be found every 20 meters looked lush and extremely beautiful. Well, Bai Zemin jumped in fright when he heard a tiny voice behind him, but when he turned around, he couldn't help but wonder at how lucky they were this time. There, less than 5 steps away, a black-haired beauty was raising her little head to look at the amazing architectural details of the tall buildings. Her pale green magic robe with gold engravings was clearly not designed to look seductive, but the back curve of the little beauty was so appealing that it could not be contained at all. Upon seeing this beautiful woman, Bai Zemin understood why he felt no discomfort, as well as the reason why he did not notice her existence until she exclaimed in surprise. Even if her back was turned, it was impossible for him not to recognize her. Bai Zemin felt like a naughty child, and although he knew it was not the time, he could not suppress the thought that was beginning to bloom more strongly in his head. Wu Yijin was truly amazed by the sight before her. This was by far the most beautiful city she had ever seen in her entire life. Not even big cities like Shanghai, Beijing, New York, or Paris were able to compare to the city before her eyes. In fact, she felt extremely comfortable, and every time she breathed the pure air of this place, she felt her heart calm down. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew it wasn't possible, Wu Yijin would really want to find a bed to sleep with a smile on her face. A few seconds later, and when she felt she had better start moving, Wu Yijin's expression suddenly changed. A purple, almost black-colored seed appeared in her hand, and with a single thought, a large amount of shining, purple mist burst outward with her as its center. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded as he was about to touch her shoulder. He had intended to scare her a little but didn't expect to be caught so suddenly, and by the time he realized what was happening, he had already been engulfed by the purple mist. Ah, Wu Yijin cried out in fright when she finally realized that the person behind her was Bai Zemin. Why no, sorry. The purple mist began to move backwards at full speed, quickly returning to the inside of the seed in less than 2 blinks of an eye. Wu Yijin quickly approached Bai Zemin as she saw his skin with small black spots on it. I take the antidote hurriedly. However, Bai Zemin stopped her and did not take the small pastel-colored pill she wanted to hastily pop into his mouth. Seeing him close his eyes, Wu Yijin stomped on the ground and bit her fingers while muttering to herself. The worst thing was that even after 2 whole minutes, he still stood there without moving. Wu Yijin felt extremely anxious in her heart. The purple mist from before was actually an extremely lethal poison called flesh eater. This poison got into the nervous system even if it was not inhaled, as it easily pierced through the skin, and once it made contact with the flesh and blood of the body, it immediately began to eat everything. It was an extremely cruel poison capable of turning anyone below level 170 into a dry corpse in less than 5 minutes. Furthermore, anyone affected by the flesh-eater poison would also suffer weaknesses of all kinds to the point where it would be difficult for the enemy to stand upright, let alone fight. Why doesn't this person simply take the antidote? Wu Yijin felt as if she had been immersed in boiling lava as she stared at Bai Zemin. In fact, Bai Zemin was having difficulty standing upright and occasionally staggered. If not for his willpower and extremely pure soul power, someone like him who was only level 100 would have collapsed long ago. This poison really is horrible. He smiled bitterly in his heart but did not give up. Actually, Bai Zemin knew that everything would be over if he took Wu Yijin's antidote. However, a thought crossed his mind just as he was planning to do so. They were now in Hero City, and there were all kinds of enemies present. They were all very strong as they had survived in this world for all this time despite the hardships. Although I don't think I'm beneath anyone, and I'm probably invincible in this place, better safe than sorry. Besides, that green-skinned woman and corruption demon will be difficult enemies to deal with. Bai Zemin used blood manipulation to prevent the poison from devouring his existence, but other than that, he not only didn't try to eradicate it, but tried to assimilate with it bit by bit. In the first minute, Bai Zemin felt as if his blood had been replaced by lava. In the second minute, his entire body began to heat up to the point where he could not help but stagger. At minute 3, Bai Zemin began to see hallucinations, and his body was drenched in sweat. This poison smells so sweet, but it's so dangerous. If this was the effect this poison had on him, Bai Zemin didn't want to imagine how miserable the others would be. The flesh-eater poison was one of the most terrifying deadly weapons Wu Yijin mastered. Even Kang Lan, who was a specialist using poisons, couldn't handle it. This poison was born from a creature called Flesh Death Eater plant, a terrifying level 197 monster that was shot down 2 months ago in one of the snowy forests of Inner Mongolia. There were many casualties during that battle, and it wasn't until several of the faction's strongest soul evolvers arrived that the creature finally succumbed. Kali, who knew and loved exotic plants very much, was the one who helped Wu Yijin brew this poison, and with the addition of Kang Lan's magic, they managed to seal a good amount in 2 seeds. Such a rare poison was certainly deadly, but it was also a great opportunity. Of course, Bai Zemin was not stupid, and if he noticed that he was not able to tame the beast, he would immediately take the antidote in Wu Yijin's possession. However, he would not give up just because of pain and hardship. For 10 minutes, several soul evolvers ran into Bai Zemin, whose skin had turned almost completely black, standing on the verge of collapse. However, None of them came too close when they met the gaze full of murderous intent of the beautiful little lady beside him. Wu Yijin was like a tigress driving all invaders out of her cave, and would not allow anyone to come even a little close now that Bai Zemin was this weak. The only thing she was silently thankful for was that so far there had been no enemies that were difficult to handle in case they attacked. But if that demon or someone else appears, Wu Yijin was extremely anxious and her palm was drenched in sweat. Just as she was about to wipe the sweat on her robe without worrying about anything else, a strong hand grabbed her, sending a rush of electric current to her brain. Overjoyed and with a smile capable of making anyone fall in love added to her teary eyes, she turned and lifted her little head to look at Bai Zemin's tired but smiling face. Thank heavens! Ignoring everything else, she directly jumped into his embrace and sobbed guiltily, apologizing for what she did. Bai Zemin comforted her gently as he stroked her back. The softness of the fabric of her magic robe, her extremely pleasant scent, her velvety hair, the smallness of her waist, everything about her calmed him so much that a strong desire for possession began to be born in his heart. Bai Zemin did not know if this was part of the hidden effects of the World Tree Heart Fragment, but Wu Yijin with her existence calmed him down almost 100% in a matter of seconds. No one was capable of doing such a thing except her. It's okay, Yijin, not only did you not harm me, but you helped me a lot. You have successfully suppressed the flesh-eater poison of rank 5. Your blood has acquired a new trait. Congratulations, your blood smells and tastes extremely sweet now, but contains extremely deadly poison for your enemies, while your allies will benefit from its purifying qualities. You have gained the passive skill, Poison Resistance of 5th Order Level 1. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1158, Amazing Treasure Little Yijun. Among the non-traceable statistics, i.e. those records that were deeply intermingled in the soul of every living being, included resistances, defenses, vital power, etc. In fact, as time went on, Bai Zemin realized more and more that the traceable statistics, i.e. magic, mana, strength, agility, health, stamina, these 6 statistics were nothing more than a summary of the soul of each living being. What about resistance, for example? These were incredibly difficult to get, and there were practically no living beings that had them. To say that among the countless billions of lives in the universe, only 1% had any resistance against any particular element would not be too much of an exaggeration. And although that 1% was a large number, it was still insignificant in comparison to the other 99%. Bai Zemin, for example, was a rarity whose fire resistance exceeded 20%, not only thanks to his soul contract with the endless blue lotus flame, but his blacksmithing skill also helped a bit. Having 20% in any resistance was insane, to say the least. 20% represented 1/5 of the other party's power when it came to that element, and if Feng Tianwu was taken as an example, the power of her flames would be 20% less effective against Bai Zemin. Even Eternal Phoenix was no exception. Of course, unless Bai Zemin had 100% fire resistance, Eternal Phoenix could kill him with a spark even if he ignored 20% of the damage. Still, having resistance against a particular element was very, very rare. Then, how rare were the skills? Bai Zemin wasn't sure, but he was definitely confident that probably less than 0.01% of all life in the universe had one. Poison resistance, 5th order passive skill, level 1. This skill passively grants 40% resistance against any poison below rank 6 at all times. Poisons above rank 6 are 10% less effective than normal against the subject. A simple and concise explanation. I like it. Bai Zemin smiled slightly despite feeling considerably exasperated. Although he had only been standing seemingly, without doing anything to justify his exhaustion, the internal battle he fought against the flesh-devouring poison was as fierce as his battle against any other powerful enemy fought so far. A single mistake would have led him straight to the gates of hell, where King Yama would probably be gladly waiting to welcome him into his realm of the dead. Still, this poison resistance skill is probably the easiest resistance-type skill to obtain. Resistance-type skills were a mystery, probably on the same level as manipulation-type skills, if not a much higher mystery. After all, resisting a universal law was no less of a mystery than being able to manipulate said law. But how could a living being gain resistance against a law? The answer was as simple yet difficult. By forcibly withstanding such a high lethality poison, Bai Zemin's blood had immediately produced antibodies such that poisons of that leaf would no longer be deadly to him, similar to a vaccine. Of course, mana and magical power had boosted that effect so that the skill poison resistance was born to build a new record in his soul. However, what about resistance to lightning or other elements? Bai Zemin certainly had no interest in walking into a volcano or a hell of flames to obtain higher fire resistance. I... Bai Zemin looked down in astonishment. He had been lost in thought and analysis for longer than he intended, apparently. Wu Yijin's beautiful, innocent face had a faint layer of blush on her cheeks as her tear-moistened eyes looked up at him somewhat evasively. I think we need to move. Even her voice sounded innocent and harmless. Really? This little succubus. Bai Zemin had to use a good deal of his willpower to suppress the desire to tease the little beauty in his embrace. The funniest thing was that Wu Yijin herself probably had no idea that her innocent personality and movements were this fatal. Sorry, I got lost in my own world. He released her, and while looking around the area began to speak calmly. We should first explore the buildings in this area. From there, and depending on what we find, if we find anything at all, we should be able to judge how high the odds are of getting our hands on an item of value. If we don't find anything, then we might as well just go find the others as soon as possible. While Wu Yijin felt like slapping herself for stupidly interrupting the closest moment the two of them had shared so far, Bai Zemin had gone into leader mode once again. Now that Wu Yijin was with him, he didn't have to worry so much, as Shangyuan Bingzhu had enough strength to take care of herself even if she encountered an enemy like corruption demon Shun. Even Xian Mayer should be able to protect herself for a while. She was a genius capable of skipping levels to fight after all, and with her level being 187, she should be able to fight any soul evolver below level 300. As for Elanora, she and Bai Zemin weren't that close, but he still cared for her a bit anyway. At the end of the day, her special skill to read minds was a unique rarity that quite possibly only she possessed in the entire cosmos. Soon, Bai Zemin led Wu Yijin to one of the nearest buildings, a two-story house that, despite looking normal in Hero City, would easily be labeled as a luxury home outside regardless of what part of the world. There really is furniture here. Wu Yijin was surprised as she didn't expect to find this kind of thing. The furniture was normal, nothing too strange apart from the extremely pure mana circulating within the wood. However, each and every one of them would probably be worth at least 100,000 American dollars in the previous world just for their luxurious appearance. Pans, pots, silverware, dishes. This looks like one of the bedrooms. Wah, Bai Zemin, can we take this bed? It reminds me of Queen Isabella's royal bed. You mean that old thing that won't die? She did pass away. I'd say may she rest in peace, and may God have her in his glory, were it not for the fact that her soul probably disintegrated into nothingness to join the records of Earth. You're so mean. Anyway, leave that bed first. We'll probably find better things. Okay. 5 minutes later, Bai Zemin pulled Wu Yijin out of that house and headed straight for the tallest building in his range of vision. Although Bai Zemin made Wu Yijin leave the bed behind, he himself took several pans, pots, and all kinds of kitchen utensils. This was because even a simple frying pan was a rank 1 item that, while not particularly useful in combat, had properties that would definitely make anyone with the cooking skill interested in such activity drool. Bai Zemin was taking them as a gift for his mother, who loved to cook. Now that Yi Linger's level was over 200 by a good margin after absorbing the pearl with Thao Zhai's records, Bai Zemin wouldn't have to constantly worry about her safety. As long as a talented third-order soul evolver or a fourth-order soul evolver did not appear, only Yi Linger's overwhelming stats would be enough to give her security. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin entered a building that appeared to have approximately 15 floors in total. Fortunately, Bai Zemin's concerns did not come true. It seems that this building was not used as a hotel or any other type of accommodation. Wu Yijin walked up to the counter about 15 meters from the front entrance and skimmed through some sheets that were there. After a few seconds, she exclaimed with great delight, "Looks like we hit the jackpot this time." Actually, Bai Zemin was more amazed by the fact that those sheets of paper that were surely billions of years old were there without a speck of dust or damage despite their age. When he picked up another of the sheets of paper, however, his eyes twinkled. For the next 10 minutes, Bai Zemin seemed to turn into a stone statue as he perused the more than 50 sheets of paper on the counter. "Zemin, look at this." Bai Zemin put down the sheet of paper that had the recipe for creating a rank 1 armor with sufficient capabilities to compare to a rank 2 armor, and advanced with large steps towards Wu Yijun. "What's the matter?" he asked, puzzled. Wu Yijun was just showing him a wall, and that was it. Was a white wall really that attractive? At his inquisitive eyes, she smiled like a little fox who managed to steal the roast chicken from a group of furtive hunters. "You don't find anything strange about this place. Look around a bit." Bai Zemin did as she told him, and in less than 5 seconds, he noticed something that effectively confused him greatly. What on earth? What kind of ghost building is this? Throughout the reception room, where there was a desk, 4 large leather armchairs, and a small glass table with soldiers' magazines located in the center, a small green plant in the corner, there was only the entrance exit. There was nothing else. No stairs or elevators, not even hallways. How are we supposed to get to the upper floors? Bai Zemin was really confused. Don't tell me the people who lived in this place broke the windows or walls every time they wanted to go to another floor. Hee, you really are funny. Wu Yijun let out an amused chuckle as she raised her left hand, showing a sort of blue-colored sphere made of crystal. That's, Bai Zemin noticed that beyond the crystal, there were tiny specks of yellow dancing amidst the deep blue. Wu Yijun did not answer his question with words, but with actions. She turned gracefully, leaving him with the view of her slender, wonderful back partially covered by her long black hair. Bai Zemin silently watched Wu Yijun putting her hand on the white wall, and soon he felt the mana in her starting to flow. A few seconds later, a flash of almost translucent blue light covered the entire wall, and the next instant, a small fist-sized hole was revealed. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with astonishment as he saw Wu Yijun putting that sphere, or rather, the nucleus, into the hole. Rumble. Perhaps it was because it had been countless years since someone had used this mechanism, but the entire building shook slightly as the wall slowly opened, revealing a corridor properly lit by magic chandeliers. At the end of the corridor, there was an elevator whose doors were open, as if waiting for the next guest. Wu Yijun turned and faced him with a big smile. "How is it?" She looked like a little kitten, waiting for praise after doing something good. Bai Zemin stroked her head, feeling a little strange as this gesture he usually only shared with little kids like Luo Ning, Zio Zio, Xiang Feng, Bai Shilin, the Wen twins, or even Kali. However, he soon dismissed those thoughts and asked in confusion, "Yijun, how did you discover all this? Besides, she did it in such a short time." Wu Yijun narrowed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of his palm on her head, and thrust out her already prominent bosom as she proudly announced about herself. "It was all thanks to that little girl. Looks like they were all able to stay alive thanks to the mana machine somewhere in Hero City." That little girl. Bai Zemin looked to where Wu Yijun was pointing, and almost fell to the ground when he saw the little green plant waving one of its branches, as if it was saying hello. All of them have been living practically since Hero City was built, so they know a lot of secrets. And I, who have the fragment of the world tree heart, can communicate with all the plants in Hero City to know the secrets of this place. Bai Zemin looked at Wu Yijun, and after several seconds he couldn't help but mumble his true feelings. "You are a great treasure, aren't you, little Yijun?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1159. Love sliding like drops of water between the cracks of a rock. The World Tree Heart Fragment was a demigod-grade treasure after all, one at the top among treasures of its category, in fact. Before this, Bai Zemin thought that the World Tree Heart Fragment was below the collector's pocket watch. After all, even if the World Tree Heart Fragment granted more stats, and even doubled the health points obtained from the moment the holder managed to build a connection with it, it was still inferior to having a world with a 10:1 ratio compared to the outside. However, he soon realized that he underestimated the power and capability of the World Tree Heart Fragment now that he saw what Wu Yijin was capable of. Although the World Tree Heart Fragment would not be as useful in my hands or Bing Zhu's, in Yijin's hands whose records are deeply related to nature and wildlife, it is a supreme treasure worthy of the demigod grade after all. Bai Zemin solemnly rationalized in silence as he took a step forward first, entering the corridor. After making sure there were no traps, he turned to nod to her as a sign that she should come now. Wu Yijin looked at the small plant in the opposite corner and said in an appreciative voice, "Thank you very much for everything." The plant swayed slightly from side to side in response. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly as he saw Wu Yijin walking toward him with a beautiful smile and curved crescent-shaped eyes. "You really are able to communicate with those plants just like that." "Not with all plants, Tilda, only some of them. The ones that have self-awareness can give weak signals." "Signals?" "Yes, signals. Even when we talk we send out spiritual waves, didn't you know, Tilda?" "No, I didn't know that. By the way, Yijin, why do you unnecessarily lengthen the last letter of the last word you say?" "I didn't know either until you gave me the fragment of the world tree heart, hee. As for your question, it's because I'm super happy, no, with Tilda." "Super happy, you say?" Yes, yes, it's because your heart is accepting me after all." "What makes you think that?" Hee. This shy and obstinate side of you doesn't displease me at all. It makes me want to pull your cheeks like a little baby." "You are the baby, don't." This was the first time Bai Zemin got to see this side of Wu Yijin, playful, mischievous, joyful, but still full of innocence with every step she took as she followed him and in every word she said. Without him realizing it, however, Bai Zemin was also showing a side of him that, so far, only Lilith and possibly his younger sister Meng-Chi had come to know before. The two continued to chat very comfortably, as if they were at the mall and not in a mysterious billion-year-old city that might be fraught with danger. Soon, the elevator moved up after Bai Zemin pressed the top floor as he intended to start from the top and work his way down as they searched around the place. Wu Yijin's chuckles like a merry little elf sounded for a long time in the hallway. What neither of them noticed, however, was that an attractive deep blue-eyed woman with a skill that allowed her to turn her entire body into countless crystals capable of distorting reality around her had been standing in a corner of the reception hall. "Interesting." The beauty's voice was as beautiful as her face and body, but instead of seductive as that of a temptress, it was as soft as that of a baby. Soon she headed down the hallway and decided to follow the duo from afar. For a high-level assassin like her, the use of the elevator was not necessary to achieve her goal. "As long as I avoid possible traps, even God should be able to find me." Only she, who had one of the highest camouflage and deception skills in the universe, had the right to say such words. This was her pride after all. Floor 15. When the elevator doors opened, a room of about 200 square meters appeared before the eyes of the duo composed of Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin. "Well?" Wu Yijin stood in the center of the room as she looked at the approximately 12 dummies with an expression of astonishment on her face. Each of these dummies shaped very similar to that of a human body wore a different set of armor ranging not only from breastplate and pants, but there were even shoulder pads, leg guards, wrist guards, cloak, and so on. However, if these sets of equipment were normal pieces, Wu Yijin absolutely would not have reacted so shocked. After all, she was using high-quality equipment forged by Bai Zemin personally. Bai Zemin placed his palm on the chest of the upper part of the dummy covered by a silver-colored breastplate with green streaks. The armor's records glowed for him in an instant. ////. Silver armor of the Wind Guardian. Type chestplate. Rank 3. Physical defense, 14,500. Magical defense, 12,500. Durability, 75,000/75,000. Special options. 1. Increases agility by 5%. 2. Increases agility by 10% when you go into combat mode. This effect can be piled up with the effect of option number 1. 3. Restriction type skills are 15% less effective against you. Special attached skill. Wind Guardian. Once every 72 hours, spawn a wind shield that protects the user from an amount of damage equal to the magic and physical defense, multiplied by 5 before collapsing or during 10 minutes. Description: an extremely ancient piece of armor that was forged using a hard metal and a light one with wind qualities. The rune encryptor managed to strengthen the special properties of both metals by using a number of heavenly runes on it. ////. Bai Zemin withdrew his hand with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Impressive. His praise came from the heart. Although this armor was not as good as his own, this rank 3 treasure was still even better to several of the rank 3 armors he had prepared for his subordinates. However, it was also understandable considering that this piece of armor was made from metals that he had not had access to at the time of forging. In fact, Bai Zemin estimated that the metals that were used by this unknown blacksmith were at least rank 3 metals. They might even be rank 4 metals that he had not even seen once to date. 5 minutes later, Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin looked at each other. They both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. This dozen of armors. Wu Yijin again gave a careful look at each piece of equipment on the dummies as she said with undisguised delight, "They're all rank 3. With this we'll be able to equip all the commanders and hand down rank 3 armors with lower quality to the generals of the different legions." "Forgive me for making rank 3 armors of a poor quality." Bai Zemin pretended to get angry. "And no, that's not what I meant," Wu Yijin, who had never thought such a thing and thus overlooked how her words might affect the armor creator, panicked. When Bai Zemin saw her eyes on the verge of tears, and her pale face, he could not help but be surprised. He hurriedly held out a hand as if to hold back her tears and said quickly, Wait, a joke? I was just joking." Wu Yijin still stared at him on the verge of tears, and after a while asked chokingly, "Really? I really wasn't downplaying your work, I never would." She was happy, very happy. At the end of the day, her greatest wish in this life was finally showing signs of fulfillment, all thanks to her prevailing in the face of seemingly impossible odds. If by a simple sentence said, without much thought she ended up ruining all the progress she had made to slowly work her way into Bai Zemin's heart, Wu Yijin would definitely not be able to take it. In the end, it took Bai Zemin almost 10 minutes to comfort her and reassure her that he was really joking. He naturally knew that Wu Yijin did not say what she said with bad intentions after all. "Looks like I'll have to be more careful around her from now on." Bai Zemin sighed in his heart as he realized that he had great power about Wu Yijin, a power that could give her the greatest happiness in the universe in an instant or could destroy her completely in just a second. Perhaps even Bai Zemin himself had not realized that Wu Yijin's position in his heart had reached such a level of importance that he could not bear to see her sad. In fact, she had become so unmissable to him that he had no idea even now. If Bai Zemin were to take a look at the evolution requirements of his immovable heart skill, he would surely be surprised. However, such a thing would not happen anytime soon. This was because after Stone Heart evolved to Immovable Heart, and he checked the requirements to evolve again, Bai Zemin judged on the spot that the skill would not evolve again to the next stage ever in this lifetime. There were many things that could not be completely avoided in this life. Death was one of them, as even higher existences could die even with the capacity to live until the oceans dry up and the stones break apart. Another thing that could not be completely avoided was love. Lilith was the greatest proof of that, as she swore and believed that she would never fall in love for a second time in her life. Bai Zemin was sure that he would not love anyone other than Lilith, and probably so it would have been had she not constantly pushed him to have sentimental moments, capable of moving anyone's heart with such extraordinary women. However, where the captain rules, the sailor does not. Just like where heart rules, logic has no place to intervene too much. Chapter 11, 61st Clash. From floor 15 to floor 1, just above the ground floor where the reception was located, everything there were forged and enchanted pieces of equipment ready to use. While it was true that not all the pieces of equipment were rank 3, as there were plenty of rank 2, Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin were still very happy as they both managed to get their hands on some pieces for themselves. In fact, Bai Zemin was particularly overjoyed as he finally got his hands on a good pair of boots. Until now, he had been wearing the same boots he got more than 1 year ago. //// Dark Cloud Walker. Type Boots. Rank 3. Physical Defense 3200. Magic Defense 4000. Movement Speed 6500. Durability 25,000/25,000. Special Options. 1. Increases agility by 300 points when equipped. 2. Increases resistance against wind by 5%. Attached Special Skill. Dark Wind Blade. Using mana, the user can produce strong gusts of wind from the feet to shoot powerful blades of black wind, capable of cutting the enemy and inflicting a medium-grade curse after entering the opponent's blood. Consumes more mana depending on the amount of black wind blades generated within a 5-hour period. Description: a pair of boots whose antiquity is hard to believe. Their birth is the product of continuous trial and failure, a work accomplished by the cooperation of a highly skilled blacksmith and a talented rune encryptor. /////. Compared to the old pair of boots worn by Bai Zemin, this dark cloud walker was 200% better. Bai Zemin was as happy as a little kid when he came across these boots on floor number 10. After all, while it was true that he had the ability to forge boots by himself and had Kali's help to inscribe runes on the equipment, it would definitely require a lot of time-consuming work, considering it would be the first time for him trying to forge such a piece of equipment. Wu Yijin also found some magical pieces of equipment, but hers were more particular and peculiar. As the two of them headed to the elevator after sweeping everything on the second floor, Bai Zemin couldn't help but glance sideways at Wu Yijin, whose face was slightly flushed. Why are you looking at me?" she whispered in a gnat-like voice. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment before asking weakly, "Are you really using them?" Idiot, why are you asking me that?" "It's okay, isn't it? It's just sexy lingerie with good defensive power. Your cup is right. The bra can even adjust and grow to your size using magic and the little thong." "You can't say it." "What? It's not like it's the first time I've seen you wearing sexy nightwear after all, and it's not like I'm seeing you right now. Remember when we were at my parents' house? I'll really bite you to death after all." "Stoopy, stop it. My armor is made from metal, You'll break your teeth." A minute after the two left the building, not before taking the formulas from the counter with them, a silhouette that seemed to mingle with the surroundings silently appeared. "These two are really interesting." The crystal-bodied beauty smiled wryly as she remembered everything she had seen and heard. "Really? This person is Bai Zemin. His character is completely different from what the reports said." After a moment's hesitation, the beautiful woman decided to follow them to get a closer look at their actions. She was willing to sacrifice a great opportunity like this and not collect any treasure, all for the sake of learning a little more about the other party. For the next few hours, Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin continued to explore Hero City. Unfortunately, they were not so lucky as they could not find many things. It was as if all their luck had disappeared after the first lot. Even then, it wasn't as if during those hours they hadn't been able to find anything at all. High-quality fabrics, silk made from the products of a special mutant insect called golden silkworm, clothes with magical protection intended for ordinary citizens. Except for the silk of the golden silkworm that was found in a particular store, high-quality fabrics and clothing were found in large quantities. The fabrics could later be sold to tailors for them to make curtains, tablecloths, and other types of things to release to the market as high-quality products. The silk from the golden silkworm, Bai Zemin planned to pay a person to make comfortable clothes for women. He planned to make presents out of it. As for the clothing with magical protection, he planned to distribute it to the survivors of his faction. Of course, those who had any particular skill of use would definitely be chosen with priority, since while there was plenty of magical clothing, it was still not enough for the millions of lives that made up the transcendent faction. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin entered a pill-selling store, but after 5 minutes of exploration, the two of them met near the entrance with bitter expressions on their faces. "Nothing," he shook his head. "I didn't have any luck either." Wu Yijin sighed as she held out her palm to show a small amount of black powder. "All the pills turned to powder after losing their effect. I'm afraid it's the same situation we found back then when we explored the Silver Pagodas." Hero City probably belonged to an emperor who ruled in the first era of all eras. Considering that the universe is so old, it is to be expected that these pills have already turned to dust. Bai Zemin felt it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. The two were planning which direction to aim for next, since Hero City was a very large place, when they suddenly heard a terrifying explosion coming from the distance. Boom! "That's..." Wu Yijin quickly looked towards the place where the sound came from, and her expression changed to a panicked one. Bai Zemin's hair flicked as a strong gust of wet wind hit his face. "Let's move." The two of them turned into flashes of light, and in less than a blink of an eye, they disappeared from where they stood. Only the increasingly blurry afterimage of their bodies proved that they had been there at some point in the past. Several kilometers distant, a great battle was raging, and with each passing second things were getting fiercer and fiercer. A group consisting of 4 people surrounded 2 others, sealing the 4 points so that if any of them tried to escape they would be intercepted immediately. However, the difference in power was big enough that those with the numerical advantage did not worry too much about such an unlikely event. The four people were Israfel, Matthew Sanchez and his little sister Naomi, and lastly Zio Luo. 3 were members of the Holy Church, and the other was the first prince of the East Sea. Zio Luo held a golden sword in his right hand, and on his face was a small smile that didn't quite match the wild expression in his eyes as he stared at one of the 2 women in the center of the lockdown. My dear little sister, you sure didn't expect this kind of end result, or did you? You came close to becoming the first queen in the history of our kingdom, but as the saying goes, things don't always go according to our plans. Xian Mayer didn't bother with wiping the thin trickle of slightly blue blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked coldly at the first prince and said indifferently, "Zio Luo, you think you won, don't you?" "Isn't that the case?" Zio Luo shook his head and chuckled. He raised his golden sword, and the silver-colored jewel on the hilt glittered according to his wish. "Seventh sister, our royal father even lent me our family's legendary treasure that only the king of each generation can wield. Do you really think you still have any chance? If you surrender now, I can still let you live, but first I would need you to kneel down to show your loyalty to me, your next king." Xian Mayer frowned but said nothing, and naturally did not kneel. "Seventh princess, all your siblings except for little ninth are this mentally retarded." Eleonora, who was standing behind Xian Mayer watching her back, sneered. Her leather armor was quite damaged. Her right arm was stained red from her own blood, and her right eye was closed as a large amount of blood from the blow she received on her head prevented her from seeing clearly. Even then, however, she held on tightly to her heavy sword, and her tongue certainly didn't lose its sharpness as she said disdainfully, "You're all fucking retarded, aren't you? Keep talking and wasting time. When our allies get here, we'll see who has the last laugh. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to lure the others to kill them here." Seeing the change of expressions on the other party, the disdain on her face grew exponentially. "Ha ha ha. Now I understand why that annoying guy Bai Zemin said before that petty villains never have a good ending. It's because they're all as stupid as you all are." They had been fighting for a few minutes, but the difference in power between the 2 sides was simply too overwhelming. In fact, Israfel and Naomi had yet to attack even once. "None of us deny that the other members of your team are powerful, and naturally, we don't underestimate them." Matthew Sanchez spat out a mouthful of blood involuntarily as he clutched his chest tightly, and Xian Mayer's attack combined with Eleonora had made him suffer considerably. "That's why we will borrow the power of Hero City's defenses. Besides, with His Holiness here, even the King of China Bai Zemin, the King of America Angelo, or the Saint of the Absolute Felix will think twice before attacking." This time, Eleonora couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing what Holy Knight Matthew said. She laughed so hard that the wounds she had suffered got worse, but that didn't seem to matter to her as she kept laughing until her whole body trembled. Even Xian Mayer couldn't stop the corners of her lips from curving upwards slightly, although she wasn't as exaggerated as Eleonora. "What are you smiling about?" Zio Luo suddenly felt that something wasn't right when he saw the smile on his younger sister's face. Eleonora looked at Matthew in a way that made him feel uneasy. Her beautiful blue eyes shone as if thousands of stars were suddenly shining, and while pointing into the distance, she sneered, "You said Bai Zemin would think twice before attacking that old geezer next to you. You really don't know that simple-minded man, do you, big guy? But that's okay too, you'll soon see for yourself." Naomi's expression changed as the detection barrier she put up sent out a warning. She quickly shouted urgently, "Enemy attack!" But even before she said anything, Israfel's expression had already turned ugly as he looked skyward. All those present were soul evolvers who had killed millions of lives, particularly Israfel, who had single-handedly wiped out over 100 million. Even so, however, they all felt as if they were suddenly thrown into a pool of ice at the murderous intent that dyed the artificial blue sky bright red. This is. Naomi subconsciously took a step back with a pale face as her eyes trembled with fear when she encountered the silhouette of a red wolf approaching at full speed. HMPH, such a strong murderous intent, as expected of an evil spirit, you will be eradicated in the name of the Lord. Israfel coldly snorted and moved so fast that, in an instant, he disappeared from his position to intercept the enemy. And an instant later, a figure rocketed downward and slammed into the ground with such force that even under the magic circles the entire area shuddered on the verge of collapse. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1161. The Battle of the Strongest begins. Naomi and Matthew Sanchez were both fourth-order soul evolvers who had recently met their respective evolution requirements. Although they had barely surpassed level 205, both were undoubtedly the two most powerful holy knights in the entire Holy Church. On the other hand, Xiao Luo was a third-order soul evolver level 189. Although he was not comparable to the two Sanchez siblings, he was a genius nevertheless, still capable of fighting against third-order soul evolvers below level 200 with ease. In addition, the number of treasures in his body made him a particularly troublesome enemy to deal with. However, none of the three of them could see what happened in the sky. Naturally, Xian Mayer and Eleonora were also unable to see or understand the situation. It all happened too fast. A mere instant. Who was it that fell from the sky? Was it the Supreme Pontiff Israfel? Was it Bai Zemin of China? The answer was revealed in a matter of seconds. As the cloud of mana and dust was swept away by the wind in Hero City, the staggering silhouette of a man clutching one hand to his head was revealed before everyone's eyes. "Your Holiness, Sir Israfel!" Matthew and Naomi screamed in shock as they watched the most powerful figure in all of Holy Church clinging to his weapon with his right hand shaking fiercely. Did he lose? Supreme Pontiff Israfel, a fourth-order soul evolver above level 220 with a weapon capable of killing higher existences considered immortal. Did he lose? Matthew and Naomi looked at each other for a moment, both noticing the disbelief and horror in the other's eyes. The other party was only level 100, who hadn't even set foot in the third order. On the other hand, Xiao Luo frowned deeply as he looked at the Supreme Pontiff's pained expression. Although he did not say anything, his current expression, which was a stark contrast compared to his previous expression, said more than 1,000 words regarding how his confidence practically in heaven had plummeted considerably in the face of an unforeseen and unexpected event like this. Even if Xiao Luo accepted that Bai Zemin might be able to win over Israfel, it still shouldn't be this overwhelming. "What's wrong, you big talker?" Xiao Luo turned to look at the smiling expression on Eleonora's beautiful face. Even injured, she was still a beautiful goddess without a doubt. "You're not smiling like you were now, didn't you notice?" Xiao Luo looked up at the distant sky, noticing that the crimson glare in the sky kept growing with the enemy's constant release of killing intent. Israfel also looked up into the sky after a few seconds, finally able to stabilize and recover completely. The previous attack was something he had not expected. The enemy's physical strength was certainly as horrifying as he had been informed, but he had not wanted to believe. Even after all that, however, Israfel was a powerful soul evolver whose soul power was extremely pure and whose skills were truly powerful. He only needed a moment of calm to recover from the shock that the blow and fall had caused him. Bai Zemin stopped in the sky as the two ash-gray wings, each 2 meters long, moved lightly on his back. He coldly surveyed the scene before gazing at Israfel with indifference after making sure that none of his allies had suffered mortal wounds or fallen in combat. "Evil spirit, who the hell do you think you are to brand me as such?" Bai Zemin's voice echoed like the boom of thunder in the sky. "No, you know what? That's all right too. Let me show you what an evil spirit is, you goddamn faith-blinded dumbass." Endless blue lotus flame. Crimson flame. Crimson lightning flash. Dark mist. In an instant, Bai Zemin's aura went up several degrees as his body was first enveloped by a blue flame, which instantly changed to purple after the appearance of a flash of deep red fire. However, this did not end there, as soon his flame-covered body gained an extra layer of blood-colored flickering lightning, and by the time the black mist came out of his pores to join the flame, his entire presence changed noticeably. Looking at the barely discernible golden figure in the midst of that blackish-colored flame with red flashes dancing powerfully around it, Israfel narrowed his eyes as he realized that he would have to take this fight seriously, or it really could be dangerous today. Bai Zemin took advantage of the moment when Israfel was activating multiple skills to shout out loud, "Eleonora, princess, you two should work together with Yijin to take care of these three." Yijin? Yijin was with him. Xian Mayer and Eleonora were still worried about how they would deal with the other three enemies, as Bai Zemin definitely shouldn't be able to take down the Supreme Pontiff in a short period of time. However, when they heard that Wu Yijin was with him, they felt more at ease. If Wu Yijin was there to close the numerical disadvantage, then the three of them together should be able to, at the very least, hold their ground for a while. As for winning, Such a thing never crossed their minds, as the other party was still noticeably stronger, not only in terms of levels, but also because of the presence of Xiao Luo, who could control some of Hero City's hidden weapons. However, Xian Mayer and Eleonora didn't know that Xiao Luo's secret weapon wouldn't work this time. And they certainly didn't know that the current Wu Yijin was hundreds of times mightier than before. She, who had received the World Tree Heart fragment from Bai Zemin, had practically reborn into a truly formidable existence. Take root. An extremely beautiful fairy-like voice sounded from all around, making it particularly difficult to find the person's position. Watch out! Matthew Sanchez kicked the ground and backed away in a hurry, as out of nowhere, all sorts of deadly plants began to grow where he was before. Those plants were mostly poisonous, hallucinogenic, and with strong physical binding capabilities. Even if Matthew Sanchez wasn't afraid, he definitely didn't want to have a hard time just letting himself be surrounded. Bright Lightchin, Naomi was much more direct compared to her older brother. Her body was completely covered by a layer of white lightning, and no matter what kind of plant tried to approach, it was immediately turned into charcoal when it came within 5 meters of her. Even the spores released by other flowers were kept at bay. However, although Naomi and Matthew were strong enough to fend off Wu Yijin's power, Xiao Luo was a different case. Damn it! He slashed with his golden sword at lightning speed, turning dozens of branches which were so hard that they seemed to be made of steel. His expression was extremely ugly as he saw that for every 10 branches or vines cut off, another 30 grew in their place to attack him. What the hell is this? He didn't understand where the hell this forest that kept expanding came from. Why isn't the jewel working, damn it? One of the functions that the silver jewel on the hilt of Xiao Luo's golden sword possessed was precisely to somewhat control the growth of plants or the development of life within Hero City. However, for some unknown reason, the city was not listening to him at all. Even if he was strong, Xiao Luo definitely did not have the ability to deal with Wu Yijin, and this was so even with her diverting her attention in 3 parts. Nature's sparkle. Soon, the entire forest over 15 kilometers in diameter glowed as a pale green light covered every plant, every branch, and every leaf. Lenora and Xian Mayer exchanged glances before dashing forward without hesitation. Lenora knew that her level was the lowest among all present, only level 155 currently. Even if the purity of her soul power was outstanding, none of the enemies in front of her was a regular soul evolver, and therefore she could not rely on her ability to jump levels against them. Therefore she, without thinking of future possible consequences, activated her strongest combat skill. Valkyrie transformation. The mana inside Eleonora's body trembled and quickly rushed into her flesh, nourishing her blood and increasing all of her natural stats tremendously. Furthermore, not only were the wounds the enemy had inflicted on her earlier completely healed, but she also underwent a great change in her appearance. She became slightly taller, approximately 1.67 meters tall. Her blonde hair turned white, her skin became brighter, her blue eyes gained a hint of coldness that was not present before, and a pair of incorporeal silver wings emerged on her back. Xiao Luo, who finally managed to weakly suppress the endless attacks from the forest, as for some strange reason he was thankful the number of enemies decreased, gritted his teeth and slashed with his sword towards Eleonora as he noticed the change of aura she underwent. However, the current Eleonora was not the same as before. After using Valkyrie transformation, Eleonora's stats received a boost of over 1,500 points each. Blazing sword. Eleonora raised her heavy sword wrapped in bright flames, and without pausing slashed downwards with all her might as if she wanted to destroy the world. Water aura. Xiao Luo did not dare to underestimate this attack. BOOM. The clash between fire and water caused a fierce physical and chemical reaction. Part of the forest was destroyed instantly, and a large amount of hot steam covered the area. Swoosh! A silhouette shot backwards from the center of impact, and immediately after that another one chased from behind. Little man, your mother, really hate big talkers like you. Eleonora raised her sword once again, and with brimming murderous intent discharged a series of 18 continuous slashes on Xiao Luo. Fucking bitch! Xiao Luo suffered diverse injuries in the act, but Eleonora did not give him time to rest as like a true Valkyrie, she unleashed her full wrath on him. On the other hand, Xian Mayer was already fighting fiercely against Naomi. Tsunami. Xian Mayer's voice was cold, and her eyes even colder as she glared at Naomi. She raised her exquisite right palm to the sky, and the dark blue jewel in the scepter of her left hand glittered at her call. Under Naomi's calm eyes, a wave of over 400 meters appeared behind Xian Meier and slammed towards her mercilessly. The power of this attack alone was already enough to flatten a third-order soul evolver. After all, a 400-meter-high tsunami carried a truly unparalleled level of destruction behind it. However, the mana and magical power of Xian Meier were in the mix, so one could only try to imagine how horrible the pressure on Naomi should be at this moment. The Holy Knight raised her multicolored scepter calmly and said calmly, "Warm light barrier." Unlike Xian Meier's cold voice full of murderous intent, Naomi's voice was far more warm and peaceful. Boom. Rumble. The giant wave mercilessly hit the whole area, particularly focusing on the area where Naomi was, and whose silhouette disappeared after being devoured by the fierce waves that came from the impact against the ground. A few seconds later, Naomi, surrounded by a kind of white transparent bubble, floated to the top of the terrifying artificial ocean. She looked at the slight frown on Xian Meier's face and sighed with a whisper, "Blue elemental ruler." The small blue-colored stone in her magic scepter suddenly flashed, and what happened next shocked Xian Meier. The water that should be under her control suddenly turned against her. Hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, and soon over 1,000,000 arrows of water broke from the ocean towards her at a speed several times faster than a bullet. Ancient lightning armor. An eruption of golden lightning burst outward from Xian Meier, covering her figure completely and guarding her with tight protection. Bang, 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 bang. Naomi watched for a few seconds as thousands and thousands of water arrows exploded and turned into tiny motes of steam after hitting the other party's lightning armor. The lightning armor was really powerful, so much so that the endless water arrows met their end without affecting Xian Meier that was protected inside at all. "Sorry," Naomi sighed softly before whispering, "Yellow elemental ruler." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1162 Beautiful and Powerful, Third Order by Shilin. WH1. Inside the thick lightning armor, an ancient skill that came from an extremely old scroll passed down from ages past, Xian Meyer expressed her disbelief. The golden lightning, intended to protect her, suddenly showed signs of rebellion. The strangest and most mysterious thing of all was that Xian Meyer could feel how the rune representing the skill ancient lightning armor was fiercely fighting in her soul, as if resisting something unknown. Bang 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 bang. Water arrows filled with magical power continued to break loose from the waters on land, shooting towards Xian Meyer, who was standing on top of a thick branch. As the seconds ticked by, Xian Meyer began to notice that the defensive power of her skill was not only plummeting, but the lightning intended to protect her began to slowly but surely burn her skin. In the end, the severe pain the lightning was causing her forced Xian Meyer to cancel her skill. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Xian Meyer felt her face being cut off by the strong wind, approaching as thousands of water arrows flew towards her. This attack, even if it didn't kill her, would certainly cause injuries, which was very, very bad considering the battle against Naomi had just started. Just when Xian Meyer seemed to be about to be pierced by the water arrows controlled by Naomi, a silver necklace on her neck released a strong glare that illuminated the entire area in front of her. Even Naomi was forced to close her eyes against the powerful blaze slightly, and by the time she reopened them, she was slightly surprised to find that both the artificial ocean and the lightning she had stolen from her enemy had disappeared without a trace. As expected of a princess, Naomi looked at the now slightly dull silver necklace around Xian Meyer's neck and nodded calmly. It was to be expected that someone as important as Xian Meyer would have her own life-saving treasures after all. Xian Meyer ignored Naomi's comment and set her eyes on the magical scepter she held. Leaving aside the beauty of the magical weapon, what attracted Xian Meyer's attention were the two blue and yellow-colored stones that were slowly starting to stop glowing. Even if she wasn't as smart as she was, she would definitely be able to add 1+1, and realize that her problems were being caused by that golden-colored magic scepter. What to do? The seventh princess ran into a strong wall this time. Her physical attacks were as good as those of a second-order soul evolver, so it certainly wouldn't be of any use against a mage as powerful as Naomi, one of the two most powerful holy knights in the entire Holy Church. However, what else could she do? That magic scepter had several jewels, and if each jewel represented an element, then there was no way her magic could hurt the other party. Seventh Princess Xian Mayer, you and I have no feud. Naomi sighed and tried to reason with the other party. Actually, your East Sea and my holy church have already agreed to cooperate, so you and I should be allies instead of fighting each other. What she meant was obvious to anyone. However, Naomi, who did not want to kill such a powerful warrior who clearly had no ill intentions towards humanity, underestimated the resolve of the gentle seventh princess. Allies, you are no more than puppets who listen to the words of those so-called higher existences that don't even belong to our world. Xian Mayer scoffed. She pointed out casually, Naomi Sanchez, you were born and raised believing that your God was the one and only Almighty. I won't say anything about your faith because everyone is free to believe and worship whomever they want. But tell me something. How do you feel now that you found out that your so-called Almighty God is only one of 8? Not to mention that compared to the true gods of the universe, he's just one of the bunch. Naomi's expression changed slightly upon hearing Xian Mayer's words. In fact, those words were like a kick in the thorns that had lately been digging into her ribs. She felt that everything she had been told for as long as she could remember was nothing, but a lie from the moment she learned the truth. However, at least I'll do my best not to kill you. Naomi shook her head as her body began to get covered with her terrifying, glowing magical power. Just as Xian Mayer felt her heart clench, a shrill whoosh sounded from the sky. Naomi abruptly raised her head as a silhouette grew larger and larger in her pupils. Rumble! Two of the nearest buildings that were engulfed in green vines collapsed as not even protective magic could prevent them from crumbling in the face of the terrifying power of the attack that fell from the sky. Part of the forest disappeared as countless plants and trees were shattered by the shockwave resulting from the impact, but these slowly began to grow back from the others. About 300 meters distance away, Naomi, who had used blink at the last instant, stared with a deep frown at the little figure barely seeable amidst the large cloud of dust and dirt. Naomi was surprised to recognize this little figure as she shouldn't be there. No, what surprised Naomi the most was the aura of the little figure. Wearing a beautiful white combat dress that increased her agility aside from granting her basic physical and magical defense, Bai Zemin, with her 2 silver-colored gloves and knee-high combat boots of the same color, gave little hops in her place as she returned Naomi's gaze. Third Order, Naomi muttered under her breath with her disbelief growing. When did you evolve? According to the information from the Holy Church, Bai Zemin had been stuck at level 100 of the Second Order for practically an entire year. She had always been one of the figures that had been given the most attention because of her background and overwhelming physical power. But after so long of being stuck, and with the constant growth of Earth, Bai Zemin was slowly being pushed aside in terms of importance. However, the silver-haired, black-eyed girl in front of her was definitely a Third Order soul evolver. And judging by her aura, she had absolutely surpassed level 150. Big Sister Princess, my father said that you should go help Big Sister Yijin. The current Bai Zemin, although still little, no longer looked like she was 10 years old. Her current looked to be approximately 15-16 years old, and her body had matured considerably in the chest and back area, even though her face was still that of a small, infantile lowly. Xian Mayer was not surprised because she had seen Bai Zemin in the collector's pocket world the past night. However, she was slightly overwhelmed by her voice. Bai Zemin's voice sounded much more authoritative than before, and a hint of her gentleness had disappeared to become murderous intent that burned brighter and brighter. Bai Zemin, beware of this woman. She can wash away your magic power and use hers to take over the elements because of that scepter in her hand. Xian Mayer quickly revealed all that she had discovered. Okay, Bai Zemin nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Xian Mayer bit her lower lip, and after a moment of hesitation her eyes sparkled with resolution. Since Bai Zemin sent his precious daughter with such a message, then it meant that he was sure that Bai Zemin would be out of danger. No. Then I'll go support Wu Yijin. Xian Mayer took a last glance at Naomi before dashing off into the distance. There, a giant tree over 1,000 meters tall was fiercely fighting against the captain of the Holy Knights. Although the giant tree showed no signs of retreating, and the Holy Knight's slashes disappeared without a trace thanks to its terrifying regeneration, the consumption of mana was surely terrifying. Xian Meier didn't know if Wu Yijin would be able to keep it up considering she was also feeding this entire forest by herself. Naomi frowned and raised her magic staff with the intention of stopping Xian Meier, but her heart suddenly trembled as the feeling of death washed over her. She did not hesitate to change her actions, and with a wave of her hand, she summoned a silver barrier with golden sparkles in front of her. Boom! The silver barrier was broken into thousands of pieces when Bai Shilin's small fist struck an instant later. Even so, the magical skill fulfilled its purpose, which was to protect Naomi. Naomi stepped back quickly as white lightning shot out from her magic scepter. However, what happened next almost took her breath away. Bai Shilin did not shield herself, but with indifferent eyes, continued to stare into Naomi's blue eyes as her body was struck by the other party's magic lightning. Rumble! A large part of the forest burned, and the place where Bai Shilin was standing turned white for 2 or 3 seconds before returning to normal. How can this be possible? Naomi looked in astonishment at Bai Shilin, who was staring at her with no change in her expression. Bai Shilin's alluring body was unharmed. Around her figure, the occasional flashes of white lightning crackled with the intention of hurting her, but without any success whatsoever. Naomi could not believe it because, although that attack was not nearly her most destructive power, it was definitely not something that could be taken just like that even by a fourth-order soul evolver. Actually, even Bai Zemin wasn't sure how powerful the current Bai Shilin was after completing that last absurd evolution requirement that had kept her stuck for so long at the peak of the second order. She, who had spent the most time in the collector's pocket world right after Kali with the desire to stay as close to her father as possible, made full use of the time difference between the two sides. Bai Shilin was a monstrous talent that was born from the records of 3 of the most terrifying and mysterious soul evolvers since the creation of the universe, Bai Zemin, Shi Lin, and Shengyuan Bingzhu. Therefore, with a time difference of 10, 1 and under the guidance of Lilith and Fire Sorrow, Bai Shilin's growth could not be imagined. In fact, in terms of sheer physical power, even Bai Zemin was inferior to Bai Shilin. Not even he activating overlap regeneration would be able to compare to her. Strength 10,900 plus 225. 10,900 was Bai Shilin's natural strength, and added to the power of her treasures that number grew to plus 11000. However, this was without the use of skills. Bai Shilin's lips curved upward slightly in a particularly tempting smile, as a glint of mockery shone in her increasingly silver eyes, as her magical power nourished every part of her body. My dear father really is the best. What? Naomi asked, dumbfounded at Bai Shilin's words, but the latter ignored her, and while looking at the white lightning bolts that didn't cause her the slightest harm, she couldn't stop a peculiar sigh from escaping her lips. Every time Bai Shilin evolved in order, she automatically received a variant skill of one of Bai Zemin's skills. And upon stepping into the third order, the skill Bai Shilin obtained was a variant that was born from the records of the gravity manipulation skill that her dear father controlled. ///// Daughter of the ruler of all matter, 4th order passive skill, level 5. As the daughter of the ruler, the matter of the universe will always be on your side. Effect: reduces by 30% the power of enemy physical attacks of all those who do not exceed your level by more than 100. In addition, all magical attacks launched by enemies less than 50 levels above you will be weakened by 70%. The effect of the passive skill only lasts for 2 hours after entering combat, and it takes 24 hours for the daughter of the ruler of all matter effect to recharge. ////. Really the best, Bai Shilin smiled. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11, 63-2, Enemies That Could Have Been Friends. In the sky, Bai Zemin watched the battle raging in the magical forest with indifference. He was not at all surprised that Wu Yijin could stand face-to-face against the Holy Knight Matthew. After she linked to the World Tree Heart Fragment, the power of all of Wu Yijin's plant-like skills had literally doubled. And if one added to this, the fact that all the plants grew 3 times faster, as a result of the link with the demigod-grade treasure, it was no exaggeration at all to say that Wu Yijin's power was now 3 to 4 times stronger compared to her past self. In the battle that was raging in the forest born of Wu Yijin's powers, only 2 events that he did not expect occurred. Eleonora's transformation skill. Bai Zemin looked at the perfectly white hair and silver wings behind Eleonora as she chased and attacked in a swirl of steel and fire at the first prince of the Eastern Sea. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful transformation skill. Even Nangong's skill would be inferior, were it not for the fact that it mutated and evolved after Bai Zemin allowed him to absorb the Leviathan's records. But more important, Bai Zemin frowned as he watched the battle between Bai Shilin and the black-haired woman, whose identity was obvious just by looking at the white robe she wore. He looked at the Supreme Pontiff, who also seemed amazed and confused by the battle raging below them. You, members of the Holy Church, sure have some interesting things in store. After a few seconds, Israfel calmly withdrew his gaze and faced Bai Zemin with slightly cold eyes. He knew that he could not afford to underestimate the person in front of him, regardless of the latter's young age. The Holy Church has existed since humans were intelligent enough to know that they needed something else, something intangible and indistinguishable, but yet present, to get them through their day-to-day hardships. Who do you think pulled the human race through when zombies and mutant monsters brought them to the brink of destruction billions of years ago? It was the Holy Church and its immeasurable legacy, as well as its priests and paladins who never stopped training in the sacred arts regardless of whether it was time of peace or war. Israfel's voice was neither high nor low, just as his tone of voice was neither resentful nor friendly. You mean mankind survived because of faith? Bai Zemin chuckled, but did not scoff, as each person was free to believe in a god or not. However, he disagreed with many things. It's really interesting if you present it that way. Everyone, you included, claimed to be merciful beings and shed tears before the sadness and impotence of your fellow human beings, but you still enjoy all the wealth you have been accumulating since the beginning of the history of the earth. The Holy Church was an institution whose wealth could not be accurately measured by anyone. Even Israfel himself, supreme pontiff and highest authority of the present day in that institution, might not be aware of how valuable the treasury of the Holy Church was. Leaving aside divine treasures left behind by powerful figures, taking out of the equation sacred relics or objects obtained during past appearances of the soul record, just the amount of gold and money that the Holy Church had accumulated over so many years should be enough to end world hunger 2 or 3 times over. And yet, weren't children starving to death on a daily basis? Israfel was silent for a moment before calmly replying. Wealth is necessary to exist, whether we like to accept it or not. Let's take Naomi, who is fighting your daughter right now, as an example for you to get a better understanding. She was raised and nurtured by me personally after I found out that she had a minuscule amount of mana in her body, which would allow her to learn magical skills even without the presence of the ruler of mana, also called soul record. The magic weapon Naomi is using cannot simply be used because you or anyone else wants to use it. Many holy priests lost their lives trying to draw some of the power in the 7-jeweled holy baculum, and aside from its rightful owner, only Naomi has been able to withstand its pressure. You think raising a superhuman like her, destined to protect humanity in times of crisis, takes the same deal of effort and wealth as any other human child? The two had been chatting for several minutes, but this was not just another conversation. They both knew that these could be the last words either of them would ever say. This was a clash of thoughts, virtues, points of view, and of course of faith. However, even as the two fought verbally, Israfel and Bai Zemin's aura continued to grow as the two prepared to attack with the intention of ending this battle as soon as possible. Bai Zemin nodded, admitting that Israfel's words made sense. This astonished the Supreme Pontiff, and seeing the glint of surprise in his eyes, Bai Zemin continued calmly. There is no need to be surprised. I am not immature enough to not accept my defeat when my viewpoints are wrong. However, Supreme Pontiff Israfel, I still cannot accept your faith. Bai Zemin was not criticizing the Holy Church for not doing things like ending world hunger. Where was there such a good thing in this world? Human beings are imperfect to begin with, no matter how kind and holy one claims to be. What he was criticizing was something else. My problem with you, blinded by faith, is that you cannot see such a simple fact as what is right in front of your eyes, but yet you attack and point fingers at others. You did the same thing in the past during the so-called witch and demon hunt, but it is amazing that, in the middle of the 21st century, you are still blinded by such poor faith as you have in that false god of yours. You called me an evil spirit because of my murderous intent, and I do not dispute that I did things that from the general point of view are evil. However, isn't your God all-powerful? Nah, of course, he is not. If he were, he wouldn't allow an evil spirit like me to exist after all. God could not be all-powerful and all-kind at the same time, because his lack of action said so. Israfel frowned slightly, but instead of attacking in anger as he would have done if anyone else said such words, he listened in silence. He knew that, whether he liked to accept it or not, it was true. "Answer me one thing, Supreme Pontiff." The ash-gray wings on his back spread wide as he raised his golden spear wreathed in flame and lightning ready to charge. Israfel's body was surrounded by a light layer of white light, and behind his back were 3 spears of golden light that served to absorb terrifying amounts of damage in his place. His left hand and his right hand, a little behind, grasped tightly over the Godslayer spear, currently shimmering with a faint layer of crimson light around it. "What is it?" Israfel had already accumulated all the power of his Longinus to execute a single attack. This attack not only contained the power of the spear, but also carried all of his power, making it by far his most powerful strike to date. Perhaps sensing that the battle between the two leaders was about to conclude, the different battles in the mutant forest below came to a halt. Bai Zemin closed his eyes. It was a strange feeling, but he knew that the other party's attack could really end his life if it hit him. How ironic! Even the attack from 3 of the 9-headed immortal dragon's heads didn't give me a sense of danger of this magnitude. Quite possibly, Lilith's sword and Fire Sorrow's magic scepter were stronger than Israfel's spear. It was just that Bai Zemin never had to worry about the pressure of those weapons, since they were never aimed at him. He could feel that the spear in the hands of his enemy was, by far, the most powerful weapon he experienced in action to date. Longinus, also known as Godslayer spear. He now knew the real history of that spear. All thanks to Fire Sorrow, the rightful owner of the 7-jeweled holy baculum now in Naomi's possession. Annihilation of the falling sky in its golden spear form trembled under Bai Zemin's strong grip. He could feel both, its anxiety and its longing, just like its desire. From the previous clash when annihilation of the falling sky collided with Israfel's Longinus, this legendary soul armament that had been silent until now finally showed signs that Bai Zemin was able to understand. "Soon, my noble friend." He didn't know for sure whether he was the reincarnation of Sirius or not, but everything pointed to yes. Therefore, Bai Zemin accepted that past and did not reject it or let himself be confused. Perhaps hearing his words, the spear in his hands finally calmed down. The purple-colored flame that had turned into a black-colored flame with blood lightning crackling due to dark mist seemed to burn stronger than before. Bai Zemin opened his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked his question despite knowing the answer in his heart. "You didn't attack me despite having the opportunity to do it just now, meaning that you are at least a little bit reluctant to kill me." Israfel said nothing but leaned forward indifferently. This was his last move before releasing everything he had. "You know that my fall will mean a great loss to mankind, and you also know that the God you worship is not who you thought. Yet, you choose to fight against me and stand in my way despite the fact that everything I do will eventually result in benefit to our race and our world regardless of my reasons." Bai Zemin sighed. "Can I take this as you choosing to follow your God even if it means the enslavement or obliteration of mankind?" God was not all-powerful. God was not the creator of all life. God was not the maker of the universe. God had not descended from heaven to save mankind. Although Gabriel was brilliant, it was impossible for him to avoid supremely intelligent minds like that of Israfel, who had lived more than 70 years, leading the world's strongest institution from figuring out the truth. God is just one more soul evolver. He, like me, was once an ordinary level 0 human being whose level raised through absorbing the soul power of other lives after the visit of the soul record to our world. When Israfel came to this conclusion, he refused it. He was unwilling to accept it. However, there were things that could not be negated. The light of the sun could not be covered by a single finger. He, as well as his angels and all other so-called higher existences, cannot interfere. They are bound by the chains of the soul record. It was this second truth that opened Israfel's eyes. Why was God unable to shake off the chains of the soul record? The answer reached him in an instant. It is because the soul record bestowed life and power upon him. Israfel could sense that the faith of Naomi and Matthew, the 2 youngs he had raised as if they were his own children, was no longer as high as it used to be. But he didn't blame them. He couldn't do that even if he wanted to. They were young after all. This was just the beginning of their paths. They could start again, because they were fortunate to be born in a different time. Israfel, however, was different. Israfel opened his mouth and answered Bai Zemin's question. Bai Zemin watched him silently. Hundreds of thoughts and dozens of different emotions flashed in his dark pupils in a brief instant, making it difficult even for Eleonora, who was trying to comprehend the situation in the sky, to read his mind, even in her Valkyrie state. I see. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1164 Flashback, Mysterious Fusion Roulette. Through his clear eyes, memories of his life flashed by as he looked at the young man in front of him calmly. 70 years ago, the world was not as kind as it is today. He was not as lucky as Naomi or Matthew and the others. Only Israfel himself knew the mental, physical, and spiritual tortures he lived through for more than 30 years. There was only one thing, one entity that kept him sane and encouraged him to get up to live the new day. No one believed him when he said that God appeared in his dreams, not even the highest members of the Holy Church, but he was not lying. It was not easy to change the thoughts of someone who had already lived 80–90% of his life. Even if from an evolutionary point of view, Israfel could be considered a young man just starting out. From his mental point of view, he was an old man who with luck could have lived another 10 years before passing into history. The clash between Bai Zemin and Israfel lasted only a brief moment. It was also so fast that none of the powerful figures on the ground could see what happened with clarity. Both Bai Zemin and Israfel launched forward with the intention of ending each other's lives, as they sensed numerous powerful auras approaching from all directions. Bai Zemin thought he heard the voice of Saint of the Absolute Felix, but he focused entirely on his spear and his enemy's spear. One attack, one chance. He could not afford to fail, because failure this time would result in his death. Bai Zemin could smell it, the mortal danger that the Godslayer spear in Israfel's hands represented to his life at this moment. If it were before, Bai Zemin would have preferred to engage in a longer battle to deal with the Supreme Pontiff. After all, Israfel was capable of unleashing a much higher amount of killing power, thanks to his weapon that was 2 ranks higher even than the great sword that Bai Zemin had built together with Kali. But now he had what it took to suppress it all. ////. Several days ago. After stealing the main records of the Mana Eater tree, thus ending the creature's life. After the one-hit clash against Saint of the Absolute Felix that ended in Bai Zemin's practically absolute victory, thanks to his opponent relying mainly on agility. This was an event that occurred as Wu Yijin linked with the fragment of the world tree heart, and her consciousness became completely disconnected from the world around her. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at Bai Zemin, who kept staring at the small tablet in his hands. Her blue eyes sparkled with a strange light as she said in a joking tone, "Could it be that that's the legendary Earth Core or something?" No, no, Bai Zemin shook his head before sighing. This is the legend-grade treasure I stole from the Mana Eater tree. Oh, I see. Shangyuan Bingzhu nodded calmly. After a moment of consideration, she said with a faint smile, "Well, just like the 9-headed immortal dragon, that giant tree used to be one of the most powerful kings on Earth, a level 400 giant colossus at the peak of the 4th order, and just one step short of breaking the limits between lower existences and higher existences. For the Mana Eater tree to have at least a legend-grade treasure, Shangyuan Bingzhu did not find it strange at all. However, Bai Zemin found a problem with all this. "Bingzhu, don't you think it's weird?" What do you mean?" Shangyuan Bingzhu asked, finally noticing the conflicted look of the man a few years younger than her. "I mean, think about it carefully." Bai Zemin frowned and slowly said, "Why did the 9-headed immortal dragon and the Mana Eater tree have only one treasure with them? Treasures formed from soul power can't be destroyed by the passage of time, can they? But the strangest thing of all is that the 2 treasures seem to have been put there by someone so that I would receive them after killing those 2 in battle." Shangyuan Bingzhu wanted to chuckle and ask him if he didn't think that was a bit too much. But when she saw the serious expression on his face, Shangyuan Bingzhu couldn't help but frown. After a moment of silence, Shangyuan Bingzhu asked hesitantly, You mean that this might be related to with the possibility of you being the reincarnation of the man who brought down the Forgotten King and fragmented the Atlantis Empire?" Shangyuan Bingzhu did not know where the golden shape-shifting weapon called Annihilation of the Falling Sky came from. She also did not know about the legendary Heavenly Wolf, and thus did not know that the man painted on the walls of the East Sea Royal Palace was such a figure. Bingzu, if it were you, would you plan your reincarnation from the very moment you started to get stronger? That doesn't make sense. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head. Even if such a thing as reincarnation is possible, why would a soul evolver at the peak of power do such a thing? Bai Zemin nodded. That's what I can't understand either. Before today, he thought that in case he was the reincarnation of Sirius, the death of his past life probably came unexpectedly at the hands of some powerful enemy, and his past self used some kind of skill or artifact to push his soul into reincarnation. However, the legend-grade treasure he obtained from the nine-headed immortal dragon, and the legend-grade treasure he held in his hands after taking down the mana-eater tree made Bai Zemin realize that everything was countless times more complicated than he initially believed. The Wise Emperor's necklace was in the heart of the nine-headed immortal dragon. Its power allows me to learn, understand, analyze, and master everything in the universe 2 to 3 times faster. From universal laws to combat styles and weapon mastery, everything is speeded up. Isn't it strange? It's as if someone from the past knew that I was going to fight the nine-headed immortal dragon, and that someone wanted to speed up my growth to reach an unknown stage of power quickly. The more he spoke, the more Bai Zemin became convinced that there was a great veil covering his existence. The more she listened, the more Shangyuan Bingzu realized that the young man she had inadvertently fallen in love with, this person who came from an ordinary middle-class family, might actually have the most mysterious and powerful background of all. And if? She hesitated and looked at him cautiously before saying softly, what if it's not that someone knew about your battle with the nine-headed immortal dragon, but that you are walking down the path that someone left for you? Bai Zemin's expression did not change when he heard Shangyuan Bingzu's words, and after a long time he sighed as he nodded. I thought about it too, but refused to believe. The feeling of being a puppet doesn't feel good, even if the one pulling the strings is the self from my previous life. All his decisions, all his lived experiences, it was all based on the plan that someone else who was not entirely himself constructed. Bai Zemin did not want and was not willing to accept such a thing. Wouldn't this mean that his life was nothing but a total charade? Wouldn't this mean that his 21 years of life, almost 22, were controlled by someone else's plans? However, Bai Zemin had no choice but to hesitate as he looked at the treasure in his hands. After many minutes, he passed the legend-grade treasure to Shangyuan Bingzu. You take a look through the records of that thing, he sighed again. Shangyuan Bingzu received the treasure carefully and examined it first. This was a kind of gold-colored square plate with thin silver lines that strangely joined together to shape an extremely mysterious magic circle. In the center of the magic circle were 2 small holes so black that even the surrounding light was being eaten away. Even without looking into the treasure records, Shangyuan Bingzu could feel her heart pounding. Her pink lips barely moved as she whispered to herself, what a mysterious aura. /////. Mysterious fusion roulette, legend-grade treasure. Minor version of the true fusion roulette that got lost countless years ago. Its power is so immense that it could easily be compared to that of a demigod-grade treasure were it not for its lack of spirit and consciousness. Effect. By activating the mysterious fusion roulette, you can choose 2 different skills to merge into one, but the resulting product has a 30% chance of being inferior to either of the 2 skills used during the merge. Restriction. The skills chosen must be of the same nature and feature but cannot be exactly the same. Can only be used once, after that the mysterious fusion roulette will lose all its power, self-destructing. ////. Shangyuan Bingzu stared at the square tablet in her hands for a long time. Her usually cold and indifferent face changed several times as hundreds of thoughts ran through her head before she looked at Bai Zemin with worried eyes. The treasure was very, very powerful, but what Shangyuan Bingzu cared more about was its meaning, one that to Bai Zemin meant a lot. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11, 65 Fears and Trust, Fusion of Skills. Fusion of skills. It was a term that, according to Lilith, no one had ever heard before. However, Lilith was no different from a newborn when it came to the history of the universe. Even if she had spent decades reading books, it was impossible to learn the deepest secrets of the universe. particularly considering that she just joined the demonic army a little over 10 years ago, which meant that she had only recently had access to more valuable books with more important information. Fortunately for Bai Zemin, next to him was an existence that had not only lived long enough, but also had enough power and status to get access to ancient books that only a handful of beings in the entire cosmos had. The records left behind from this era are incredibly limited. You should know that even I, who have lived longer than you can imagine, am still not of the first generation of soul evolvers born under the might of the soul record. Flying alongside Little Snow heading towards Europe, Fire Sorrow took out a book over half a meter tall whose flaps seemed to be covered with wood and leather. Bai Zemin also noticed a large number of magic circles embroidered on the four ends, bound together like flower petals. Fire Sorrow turned a few pages of the book floating in front of her, and after a few seconds, she pointed out in a serious voice, "This book might be the only one that exists from that era. I found it in a ruin while exploring a dead world in its 7th stage over 70,000 years ago." Dead world. Bai Zemin had heard that term from Lilith's mouth before. A forsaken world was a place where the soul record barred all mana, a place where evolution was not possible through the absorption of soul power, and where all beings born could never have access to the system or its fruits such as skill scrolls, treasures, etc. But a dead world was different. Just like soul evolvers, each world owns its own records. When a world loses its records and its soul power removed or stolen, not only would no new intelligent life be born there, but even crops would stop growing, and the oceans would quickly dry up. Those hopeless and futureless worlds were called dead worlds. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly in his heart. Even a world that reached the 7th stage perished nevertheless. The more he thought, the more he realized how incapable he was. No matter how abnormal Earth was, it was still a world in its 3rd stage, and yet it was already this dangerous. How terrifying must those soul evolvers who inhabited that dead world have been then? Even so, however, such a world had fallen. As if she knew his thoughts, Lilith comforted him. "Zemin, those terrifying monsters of the past are already extinct or gone somewhere, so you don't need to worry. We, soul evolvers, have become weaker compared to what we once were." Fire Sorrow sighed at Lilith's words. She shook her head to dismiss such thoughts when she finally found what she was looking for. Here it is. Bai Zemin, Lilith, and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the page pointed out by Fire Sorrow as she explained. As you already know, there are or were treasures in this universe that are as old as its history. The divine flames are a clear example of this, like the endless blue lotus flame with which you formed a soul contract. Although Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu did not understand the words written in the book nor the symbols drawn there, they were still able to understand a thing or two by looking at the somewhat confusing image captured in it. The name of this treasure is unknown, but it could be the true fusion roulette mentioned in the records of the treasure in your hands. It is said that there once existed a princess who failed to complete the last evolution requirement to reach the 3rd order and eventually passed away from old age in level 100. However, even soul evolvers on the verge of becoming higher existences didn't dare to offend her, all because of a treasure that allowed her to fuse up to over 10 skills together to give birth to even more terrifying ones. It is even said that, were it not for the fact that she was limited by the amount of spaces available for active skills, she probably could have become the first soul evolver capable of fighting those beyond the 4th order while still in the 2nd. The image in the book portrayed a sort of giant sphere with 12 different colored runes placed side by side in a circular shape, and an arrow pointing to one of the runes. "This is," Lilith stared at the image, feeling perplexed in her heart. "Is something wrong?" Fire Sorrow asked when she saw her like this. "It's nothing, I just felt like I've seen this somewhere before." "You feel that way too?" Bai Zemin looked at her with a frown before turning his attention back to the book. How strange. The more he stared at that image, the more he felt like he had seen that thing somewhere. The strangest thing was that the feeling not only grew, but Bai Zemin even came to feel that he manipulated said treasure for a long, long time in the past. Fire Sorrow chuckled before closing the book and putting it back in her storage ring since it was a priceless treasure of history. "You too are overthinking it. The image here is the drawing representation of an extremely ancient god-grade treasure that was destroyed in the First Great War that took the lives of over 90% of the top soul evolvers back then." First Great War. Bai Zemin blinked as he realized that Fire Sorrow was probably talking about the Golden Domain. Be that as it may, Lilith also stopped overthinking things too much and said in a serious voice, Zemin, you should be careful with that mysterious roulette or whatever its name is. Although it's a very powerful treasure, it is no different from a double-edged sword. Bai Zemin nodded hesitantly. 30% chance of receiving a junk skill. This is a bit too high. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly with concern. All of Bai Zemin's skills were powerful, to begin with. Even now that he had free slots to learn more active skills from scrolls, he still didn't learn any except for higher rank skills such as Drain Life, Dark Mist, and Shadow Control. Precisely because of this, he valued each of his skills highly, and the thought of losing one of them made his heart ache. It took him almost a whole day to decide. All right, let's do it. When Lilith and the other two beauties heard his words, they looked at him in astonishment. Even Little Snow turned her head to look at him, as if asking him to think carefully before making such a big decision. It's all right, we have to use this treasure anyway, don't we? Bai Zemin smiled, but his palms were sweaty. Hearing his words, Lilith hesitated. Indeed, wasting a legend-grade treasure would be a pity. As soul evolvers, we risk our lives to become a little stronger every day. Forget about a high 70% success probability. Most would even risk their necks to level up 1 or 2 times with a mortality rate of 50%. Fire Sorrow smiled, bitterly remembering the past. Shangyuan Bingzu simply looked at him with an encouraging smile on her bewitching face. So, did you decide what skills will you use? Bai Zemin looked at the three of them with a serious expression as he said, blood and gravity manipulation. I see, wait, what? Lilith almost fainted. Even Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him, as if she were looking at a monster this time. On the other hand, Fire Sorrow was frightened at the thought of the possible results of such a fusion. A fusion of 2 manipulation-type skills. Such a thing was definitely not only unprecedented, because there was never any other existence besides Bai Zemin capable of manipulating 2 spatial laws at will due to the great burden on the soul, but even if there were any, they definitely wouldn't risk it like this. 30% failure was not a small thing. Or so I would like to say, but it's impossible. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly. Subconsciously, Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzu sighed in relief as they looked at him, as if they wanted to bite him to death. Only Fire Sorrow felt that it was a pity, but after thinking about it, she realized that she had gotten too excited in the moment without thinking things through better. Although blood manipulation and gravity manipulation are skills whose essence is similar, their features are so different that they couldn't be more different, Bai Zemin pointed out calmly. Lilith blinked and felt ashamed of herself as she realized she had overlooked something so important. That's true. That leaves only 2 possibilities. Bai Zemin took a long look at her skills for a prolonged period of time with a frown, but I fear for what will happen to my evolution requirements. Lilith narrowed her eyes at the realization of the problem, and after a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, You're considering Shadow Blink and Void Fist, aren't you? That's right, Bai Zemin sighed. According to the evolution requirements, I should raise the level of both skills, but I don't know what will happen if I combine them to get something better. The risk is way bigger now. Fire Sorrow frowned hard and couldn't help but advise him, why don't you wait until you evolve to the 3rd order then? It won't be too late after that, and you'll even have more options to choose from. Bai Zemin thought about it seriously for a moment before asking her, Fire Sorrow, if the fusion succeeds and I get a skill stronger than Shadow Blink and Void Fist, do you think the soul record will take it well? No, sorry. Fire Sorrow shook her head and didn't dare to bet this time. This matter is too important that so far it was completely unrecorded. But if you ask for my opinion, I don't think it's necessary to take such a big risk. Remember that even without taking such a path, you are still destined to become matchless sooner or later. As far as Fire Sorrow was concerned, Bai Zemin just needed to wait and be patient. However, Bai Zemin could not help but smile with bitterness hidden in his heart. I'd like to take it easy, but I'm afraid I don't have that much time. Bai Zemin realized that, while he was getting stronger fast, it still wasn't enough. He only had a little over 5 years to live before the deadline the soul record had for the entire lifespan of the universe expired, and considering that each order evolution was taking Bai Zemin an average of 12 months or more, it wasn't enough. He was far from being able to deal with a level 401 higher existence forget about fighting the terrifying invaders from the Golden Domain. It's okay, it will work. A voice full of confidence immediately attracted the group's eyes. Lilith, Fire Sorrow, looked at the beautiful black-haired ruby-eyed beauty in astonishment. Are you crazy? Why are you pushing him to do tremendous barbarities? Strangely, Shangyuan Bingzu simply looked at Lilith with a serious expression but said nothing. Because even though she didn't like to admit it, she knew deep in her heart that Lilith wouldn't say or do anything to harm him. I can't say anything about the fusion itself, since the 30% chance of failure is still there. But if your skills do mutate to become another or stronger, then you don't need to worry. Fire Sorrow's eyes slowly grew wide as she stared at Lilith in shock. Don't tell me you. Although she didn't finish what she wanted to say, none of the three of them, four counting Little Snow, lacked intelligence. Lilith used her beautiful red eyes to look at Bai Zemin deeply and said in a serious voice, if what's holding you back is the fear about the evolution requirements, then just put your trust in me, please. Bai Zemin looked this woman in the eyes for a long time, long enough to see her pupils tremble. He chuckled before nodding, of course I trust you. Regardless of her true identity, regardless of her past, regardless of her mysterious goals. You are the woman I love after all. Bai Zemin did not say these words aloud but thought it to himself. Since his major worries were now eased, Bai Zemin, who was not afraid of failure, immediately chose Shadow Blink and Void Fist to fuse in the mysterious fusion roulette. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1166, Dimensional Shadow Monarch. Surprisingly, all Bai Zemin had to do was hold the square tablet while thinking about both skills. He felt as if something inside him was being forcibly ripped out forcibly, which made him frown slightly in discomfort. However, that feeling disappeared as soon as it showed up, just like an illusion. Fire Sorrow, Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzu watched the scene in front of them with eyes full of surprise and astonishment. In the two black holes located side by side in the center of the square tablet, two runes with peculiar patterns appeared after two flashes of light shot out from Bai Zemin's chest. The rune on the left had several strange engravings that, after a second careful look, seemed to form the image of a small fist overlapping the ghost of a larger fist. The larger fist gave the feeling of being able to break the confines of space-time. The rune on the right was difficult to understand, as it was covered in shadows and flashes of silver light. But if one looked closely long enough, one would see that, amidst the shadows and flashes of silver light, there was a small figure blinking continuously. It seems that the skill Shadow Blink is on the verge of reaching its maximum possible stage, Fire Sorrow remarked as she observed the rune on the right attentively. Bai Zemin nodded. Shadow Blink is the evolution of a skill that I would never have learned had I not felt the need to do so back then, and I have no regrets since it did save my life on many occasions. Yet, while Shadow Blink is still of much use to me, it will most definitely be no more in the not-so-distant future. You already found the universal space law door, which means that it's only a matter of time before you'll be able to blink almost freely. Lilith nodded to show her agreement. I think this is a good heaven-sent opportunity, despite the risk. It's either that or having a skill that probably won't be used again after a while, Shangyuan Bingzu commented. In reality, Shadow Blink was a powerful skill at present thanks to its sudden evolution, after Bai Zemin learned more of spatial law coupled with his knowledge of shadows gained when he learned shadow control. But just like Shangyuan Bingzu pointed out together with Lilith, it was only a matter of time before Bai Zemin no longer needed Shadow Blink's existence, even if it was tremendously important to him today. //// Shadow Blink. Second activation, Shadow Realm, consumes 250 mana points to submerge the user's body or an object owned by the user in shadows, thus avoiding all physical and magical damage for 2 seconds. Light element attacks inflict 200% more damage while the user is in the shadows. /// Not only did the range of the blink increase exponentially along with the evolution of the skill, but it even gained a second activation. In fact, it was precisely the second activation, Shadow Realm, that saved Bai Zemin from a lot of trouble while facing the Mana Eater tree, and it was also what allowed him to approach the back of the corruption demon Shun without the latter noticing. But if is this? Bai Zemin's eyes glittered, and his heart began to beat faster and faster as he thought about the infinite possibilities that could be born under the fusion of Void Fist and Shadow Blink. Soon he stopped hesitating. The roulette wheel spun, literally. Even little Snow paused in the sky as she felt the mix of energies on her back. Lilith and the others, along with Bai Zemin, stared at the two runes, spinning so fast that even for Fire Sorrow it became impossible to discern what was what. After about 40 seconds that felt like an eternity, a series of black flashes crackled noisily around the tablet, and under everyone's frightened eyes, countless cracks spread everywhere. It's going to break, Shangyu and Bingzu muttered in shock. How can this be possible? Fire Sorrow watched, unable to believe what she was seeing. Furthermore, Lilith's face was so pale that all the blood on her pretty face seemed to have been drained away. She couldn't help but feel extremely guilty at the thought of the impending failure that was about to happen. She felt that she had ended the future of the one she loves. If only I hadn't said those words. Lilith felt as if a dagger were being driven into her chest. If the fusion resulted in a stronger skill, then it would be fine. But if the resulting skill was weaker, then Bai Zemin would stay in level 100 forever without being able to go beyond the second order. At that moment, Lilith felt a hand larger than hers by at least twice holding on to her small hand, and when she looked down noticed the male hand of her partner holding hers reassuringly. Zemin, it's okay, he affirmed, and after a moment he reaffirmed, everything is okay. Lilith could tell that, although his expression was serious, he was definitely worried about the results. However, she nodded, and with tears on the verge of falling, she affirmed next to him, it ain't over till it's over. The roulette continued to spin faster and faster. The cracks spread wider and wider, until they practically covered the entire stone tablet. Even flashes of white lightning could be seen crackling in the center, void lightning that was only born in some spatial cracks and could destroy everything with just a touch. Fire Sorrow's expression changed when she saw this. Her heart exclaimed, not good. She hurriedly used magic to cast a sphere of transparent flames around the stone tablet, with the intention of containing the white lightning at least a little. If the void lightning came out, even she would be forced to retreat, not to mention the rest of them. What no one could see was that during the whole process, the object Kali saw in Bai Zemin's soul shone brighter and brighter. That broken and incomplete object was now bigger than before but still tiny, barely comparable to a grain of rice at best. Not only had it become larger, but it also seemed to be half complete, unlike before. Unfortunately, Kali was not there to witness this event that could clear up countless doubts immediately. Exactly 20 seconds after the first crack appeared, the tablet exploded in what looked like a thick black cloud. Not only did the sphere of flames raised by Fire Sorrow fade away, but even the void lightning disappeared without a trace. At a speed even hundreds of times faster than Fire Sorrow's or Lilith's reaction speed, the black cloud shot towards Bai Zemin, covering him completely before disappearing inside his body. His eyes widened in shock, and for a moment he couldn't help but panic in the face of the unknown. Zemin! 3 female screams filled with horror, and a low howl sounded in the clouds. None of this was turning out the way they had all expected, not even remotely similar. Bai Zemin couldn't care about the others temporarily. Pain. A lot of pain. This pain was not physical but came deep from his soul. It feels like 2 claws are trying to tear my spirit in two. He couldn't even speak as he was forced to focus mentally to bear it. Were it not for the fact that his physical body had become tremendously powerful previously, and were it not for the fact that Bai Zemin had experienced the cruel pain of having his flesh exploding in blood, missed tens and hundreds of times, he definitely might have lost his senses right there and then. Fortunately, the torture did not last more than 5 seconds. Just as Lilith and the others panicked, not knowing how to help him, a message flashed in Bai Zemin's eyes. Your level is too low, which restricts your soul power. You cannot hold 2x grade skills at the same time. An entirely new record that has never existed to this day will be created. You, who have been chosen as the one and only eternal soulmate of the frozen sacrilege Succubus, can have up to 2 subclasses. Congratulations! You have acquired the Dimensional Shadow Monarch subclass. This was only the beginning of a series of messages from the soul record that, oddly enough for Bai Zemin, seemed incredibly joyful. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1167, Rending of the Night V's Decimation of the Moon. Congratulations, due to the hidden power of your second subclass, Dimensional Shadow Monarch, the manipulation of spatial laws becomes easier. Your understanding of shadows increases tremendously. You have received the title Master of Shadows. Master of Shadows. The effect of all shadow-related skills increases by 100% and the cooldown time is halved. Your bloodline becomes significantly purer, and all of its effects are greatly increased after receiving a glimpse of godhood. The power of your Dimensional Shadow Monarch subclass is too high and breaks the limits of any other subclass. The Dimensional Shadow Monarch's power will be released as your level increases, along with your soul power, because your soul may be permanently damaged due to its current limitations. You have learned the skill, Rending of the Night. What did you say? Fire Sorrow, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Lilith stared at Bai Zemin in shock. He had already explained to them what had happened, but the three beautiful women were having difficulty adjusting to the suddenly changing reality. One moment back Bai Zemin seemed to be in trouble, and his two skills missed during the fusion, but the next instant he suddenly received such juicy rewards. Even a higher existence like Fire Sorrow, who thought to have seen everything, was astonished beyond words. After he finished explaining the situation, Shangyuan Bingzu could not help but smile slightly. Even without her saying anything, everyone could see the pride and happiness in her blue eyes. This time Lilith found no reason or desire to bother her. At the end of the day, it was true that both the present and the future of Bai Zemin were saved because of her. Besides, Lilith was more amazed by something else. Zemin, you said that the power of the skill you were to receive turned out to be too high for your soul to sustain, and therefore the soul record created a new record to release the full power of this new skill gradually as you get stronger. Bai Zemin nodded and explained, "That's right. My second subclass, Dimensional Shadow Monarch, has only one skill. I guess as my level increases, the number of skills or effects will also increase." That sounds more like a class rather than just a subclass. Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but act a bit coquettish as she began to rest her body on Bai Zemin's while taking a deep breath. Ironies of life. She, who in the past teased Wu Yijin for sucking in Bai Zemin's scent greedily, was now doing the exact same thing. Bai Zemin smiled wryly and shook his head, but after glancing at Lilith and seeing that she didn't seem annoyed, the thought of pushing her back disappeared immediately. Fire Sorrow hesitated for a long time before saying that she needed to confirm something. That was the last time the group saw her, as Fire Sorrow only returned just a few hours before the group arrived in Europe. However, Fire Sorrow looked at Bai Zemin in a completely different way. If in the past she looked at him with fondness and affection for the possible reincarnation of her past love, then the current Fire Sorrow looked at him with fondness, affection, and respect. Although Bai Zemin felt it was a bit strange, he didn't ask questions, because if Fire Sorrow wanted to or felt it necessary, she would probably be the first to reveal whatever it was she was keeping silent about. Back to the present. Bai Zemin could hear the exclamation of Wu Yijin, who was hiding in the forest below. He even managed to hear the fear-filled voice of Shangyuan Bingzu, who was doing her best to push her speed and get closer, obviously intending to intervene in the fight. Of course, he heard many more things. However, he ignored it all. As he looked at the crimson light covering his enemy's spear, Bai Zemin faintly wondered what would happen if that attack hit him, and it didn't take him long to reach the conclusion that he already knew in his heart. Certain death. He analyzed with indifference akin to someone talking about day-to-day life and not the Grim Reaper right in front of him. Bai Zemin was strong, so strong that even the nine-headed immortal dragon, whose attacks were comparable to that of nuclear bombs, was defeated by him in a 1-versus-1 battle on American soil. Israfel, who was nothing more than a soul evolver of level 250 at most, was naturally unable to compare to the nine-headed immortal dragon, not only in terms of destructive power, but also in terms of defense, not to mention regeneration. In other words, Bai Zemin would definitely be able to kill the Supreme Pontiff easily in a matter of minutes if they faced each other. But I can't use Mankind's Pioneer to cancel soul manipulation's cooldown in this instance of the game. Bai Zemin sighed at his own limits. Even if he was an anomaly, he still had limits after all. To defeat Israfel, the power of soul manipulation was necessary. After all, the Supreme Pontiff was not just another soul evolver, and his soul power was only slightly inferior in purity to Bai Zemin's, and was even on the level of Shangyuan Bingzu. The problem is, Demon of the Corruption. If Bai Zemin used soul manipulation in this battle, how was he going to fight an even more terrifying enemy? Therefore, He had to take the risk and draw the Supreme Pontiff into a one-strike battle. Bai Zemin smiled wryly as he thought in his heart, but I didn't expect the Holy Church to have such a weapon in their hands. Really, the difference in birth is just too big after all. One was born and raised in an institution that had everything in terms of power, influence, etc. On the contrary, the other was born into an ordinary family, just like 99% of the human population. To say that this was the ultimate confrontation was not necessarily wrong depending on where one looked at it from. Here it goes. Bai Zemin looked at Israfel, who even took the trouble to warn that he was about to attack. Was it confidence in his attack? Israfel thought that Bai Zemin would definitely not be able to take it. Or perhaps, somewhere in the Supreme Pontiff's heart, he wished that Bai Zemin would stop him, knowing that what he was doing was not essentially right. Bai Zemin did not know and did not ask. With seemingly slow and normal movements, his arms moved forward. Annihilation of the falling sky, surrounded by a kind of black flame, moved alongside Bai Zemin's arms, leaving a trail of flame and mist wherever it passed. Space twisted slightly around the tip of the spear, and a shadow black as night, indistinguishable thanks to the union of both flames plus dark mist, covered the entire body of the weapon. Rending of the night. Decimation of the moon. Bai Zemin did not call out the name of his skill, but Israfel did. The voice of the Supreme Pontiff, along with the fierce swing of his spear, resounded in the sky of Hero City. The false clouds trembled, and the magic circles in a good part of the city turned on as a flash of bright crimson light shot out from the tip of the spear in Israfel's hands. All the surroundings were tinged with red, particularly the area closest to Israfel. No one could look directly at him because their eyes felt as if they were about to catch fire. Compared to the fierce attack unleashed by Israfel and his spear, even more fierce to the attack of the three main attack heads of the nine-headed immortal dragon, Bai Zemin's attack was not flashy at all. He simply stabbed forward, and that was it. Although his figure was enveloped in the characteristic radiance of overlap regeneration, Shangyu and Bing Zhu, as well as Felix, who were approaching from a distance, could not sense the slightest destructive power in his attack. On one side was an attack that could definitely be capable of decimating the moon, as its name stated, and on the other side was an inconspicuous attack with no aura. "It's over," Mateo Sanchez sighed and lowered his sword. "This is pointless." Wu Yijin, whose figure was camouflaged in the forest, revealed herself as she inadvertently stopped supplying her mana to the skill that was hiding her. She stared into the crimson flash of light that had even swallowed Bai Zemin with a pale face as she shook her head. Bai Zemin won't lose no matter what. He won't die. The First Holy Knight watched as the flash of crimson light pierced beyond Hero City's false sky, tearing a hole at least 100 meters in diameter in the city's protective barrier, and revealing the ocean beyond. Destructive power aside, His Majesty's spear has a special characteristic called absolute killing strike. Even if Bai Zemin runs to the ends of the earth, he would still be hit no matter what. Wu Yijin's face turned pale as a sheet after hearing the First Knight's words. The sight of huge torrents of water penetrating the barrier through the hole created by the High Pontiff's attack was engraved in her mind. Even if the barrier was repaired by the magic of the city in less than 2 seconds, the horrifying destructive power of that attack was fully displayed. Shangyu and Bing Zhu was also pale, but she did not believe that Bai Zemin was dead even for a second. She had seen him get out of situations similar to this at least twice in the past after all. Of course, Shangyu and Bing Zhu didn't know that Bai Zemin wasn't using the skill that allowed her to power up his other skills, otherwise she wouldn't be so calm. Saint of the Absolute Felix sighed and shook his head. A glint of regret shone in his eyes. Though he said nothing, the power behind that attack literally had the potential to destroy an entire world. Had it not been for the fact that they were in a different space inside Hero City, the Earth's spatial barrier would have been shattered when the energy inside Israfel's spear was released. Furthermore, Felix was a level 400 soul evolver, so, unlike Shangyu and Bing Zhu and the others, he could perceive the surroundings way more clearly. Bai Zemin's aura vanished. Soon, the flash of crimson light that covered the entire sky began to fade as the magical fluttering settled down. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1168 Defeat and Victory. As Israfel released the power of his spear, his eyes slowly closed, and he let out a sigh that only he could hear amidst the roar of crimson light that tore the sky in two. Decimation of the Moon. A skill that consumed practically all of the user's magic power and mana, draining it to zero practically in an instant. Despite such a counter, however, Decimation of the Moon boosted all the power of the Longinus wielder 20 times. In fact, Israfel was also not confident enough to face Bai Zemin in a 1 versus 1 battle for too many minutes or even hours. After all, Israfel had confirmed during their first clash that his divine word skill did not have the slightest effect on the other party, which meant that his overall power would be significantly less powerful against him. Therefore, the Supreme Pontiff accepted the clash of a single attack. With the destructive power of Decimation of the Moon added to the special characteristic that only the Godslayer spear possessed, absolute killing strike, Israfel did not need to worry about his enemy dodging his attack. Although such a thing is impossible, Israfel sighed again. Decimation of the Moon was a long-range attack that could cover over 50 kilometers long and over 5 kilometers wide, making it an attack impossible to dodge in less than 1 second. Israfel's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment and regret as he looked at the large mass of crimson light before his eyes. His aura disappeared. Suddenly, Israfel's expression changed as he remembered the words that Naomi, who loved video games since she was young, always said in a joking tone. If the experience doesn't come, then the monster is still alive. The Supreme Pontiff's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as a strong sense of danger flooded him. Out of pure instinct, and as proof of how talented he was, Israfel suddenly stabbed forward with his bronze-colored spear. Clang! The sound of metal clanging against metal produced a loud explosion in the sky, but the roar of Decimation of the Moon was countless times fiercer, so no one heard it. Israfel's face distorted slightly as he looked at the small space crack in front of him. The spatial crack was so small that only 2 spears at most could pass through it, and beyond the crack, Israfel could see half of the golden spear engulfed in flames and black mist of the enemy stabbing in his direction. If he were only 0.1 seconds late, Bai Zemin's spear would have pierced him without a doubt. Israfel's arms trembled, and his gloves cracked as proof of how fierce the attack had been, and which he barely managed to parry thanks in large part to luck being on his side. However, what happened next made his eyes grow wide. It all happened too fast. Way faster than a high-level soul evolver like him could react in the face of an attack of such magnitude and so well masked. Faster than lightning, and probably only slightly slower than the speed of light, a black shadow emerged from the flame-wrapped spear. Even before Israfel could move his spear back to block the unforeseen attack, the black spear that seemed to be made of shadows shot forward, completely ignoring all his defenses. Approximately 10 seconds later, the false blue-colored sky regained its original radiance, as the crimson light disappeared in sync with the energy beam fired by the Godslayer spear wielded by the Supreme Pontiff of the Holy Church. Wu Yijin stared wide-eyed into the sky. Her pretty innocent-looking face was white, and her big black shiny eyes trembled with fear awaiting the final outcome. Saint of the Absolute Felix sighed with his eyes closed as if he felt it was a pity. Shangyuan Bingzhu also could not completely reject the feeling of fear in her heart. Regardless of how strong Bai Zemin might be and how many times he overcame death in the past, when one loved someone they would naturally worry. Feelings were irrational after all. Eleonora ignored the groans of pain from the first prince of the East Sea, who was writhing on the ground with her great sword stuck in his stomach. Her bright blue eyes narrowed, trying to pierce beyond the clouds of magic and mana that partially covered the view. Matthew Sanchez and his little sister Naomi seemed more relaxed than their enemies, at least on the surface. In fact, the most relieved was Naomi. When she glanced sideways at Bai Shilin, who was looking up at the sky with some apprehension on her beautiful, youthful face, Naomi couldn't help but mutter to herself in her heart, "This little monster," as expected of a hybrid. Although Bai Shilin's racial matter was a secret, a large and powerful faction like the Holy Church naturally knew a few things about the Transcendent faction. Furthermore, it was absolutely impossible for Bai Zemin, who was not even 22 years old, to have a daughter who looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. The beautiful woman with slightly greenish skin and red hair looked past the now scattering clouds of mana and her emerald eyes widened. Impossible. She, as well as approximately 20 to 30 soul evolvers, had rushed over after hearing several explosions from the distance, wanting to see the clash to the death between powerful soul evolvers, or wanting to snatch the treasures found by the other party. However, the power of the attack released by the Supreme Pontiff of the Holy Church made many reconsider whether they should continue to approach or not, and so, just to be on the safe side, they decided to watch some more from the top of the buildings more than 2 kilometers away. Corruption Demon Shun was also with them and felt happy in his heart. He sneered, thinking that the loudmouth enemy who had been provoking him for the past few days died just like that. Wu Yijin cried out in fright when she saw the condition Bai Zemin was in while in the sky. What? Felix opened his eyes wide, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? His aura had definitely disappeared when Israfel's attack hit him. While Felix, just like Corruption Demon Shun, felt lost and confused, Shangyuan Bingzu took a step forward with a pale face. She was about to jump off the building. She was standing on to support the person she respected and loved the most. But when she looked the other party, her footsteps stopped, and the murderous intent in her blue eyes subsided considerably. In the sky, Bai Zemin checked his condition silently for a moment, as the 2 ash-gray wings on his back flickered, as if on the verge of collapse. A bitter smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he saw that, just as he suspected, he did not manage to come out unscathed in the face of the enemy Longinus power. As expected of a weapon worthy of the designation Godslayer. Half of his left arm had disappeared without a trace. Part of the left side of his upper body had suffered a similar fate, and his heart was spared by only a few centimeters. Although his wounds were not fatal, the damage he received turned out to be even greater than the damage that Ghost Emperor Jack inflicted on him back then, while he was still at level 50. The scariest thing of all was that if it wasn't for the power of his new subclass, Dimensional Shadow Monarch, Bai Zemin didn't dare to imagine the consequences. As Bai Zemin lamented regarding the fact that he would surely need at least 1 or 2 months to regenerate his lost limb and recover from his injuries, unless he found an enemy with high health to use Drain Life on, Israfel's voice brought him back to the real world again. How can you be alive after being hit by my spear attack? The High Pontiff's voice was slightly weak, but sounded genuinely curious. There was only a fist-sized wound on his body, so compared to Bai Zemin's considerably more miserable state, his was not noteworthy. However, all those present were extremely powerful soul evolvers who could sense and perceive things 1,000 times clearer compared to others. They could feel clearly, and could say with certainty that the Supreme Pontiff's vital aura was falling very, very quickly. Bai Zemin shook his head and said bitterly, "That attack of yours, it really was horrible. I almost died for real." Israfel stared at him silently for a few seconds, and realizing that the other party was being honest nodded, even though he still didn't understand how it was possible to survive an attack that would definitely hit its target, and whose power was enough to shatter the moon. ///// Dimensional Shadow Monarch Subclass. You understand the limits of shadows and gain a small mastery over spatial power after merging 2 skills that should have always been one. To begin with, monarchs are those who are 1 step away from becoming true rulers of their respective masteries. Passive effect. Increases the destructive power of all shadow element skills by 100% and reduces their cooldown time by half. Passive effect 2. Once every 30 days, the user's body will become an unreachable shadow that cannot be affected by any physical or magical attack when death is imminent. The maximum time limit of the effect is 10 minutes or an attack of magnitude beyond the second passive effect of the Dimensional Shadow Monarch subclass. //// The power of the attack released by Israfel wielding his Godslayer spear had reached a level that Bai Zemin did not expect at all. The power of his Dimensional Shadow Monarch subclass, as Shangyuan Bingzu pointed out days ago, was comparable to the power of a special class, and yet it was still surpassed by Decimation of the Moon in such a way that the 10 minutes of the second passive effect was reduced to 9.5 seconds at best. In fact, if Israfel were a soul evolver 10 or 20 levels higher, Bai Zemin was sure that his injuries would not have been as simple as the loss of a limb and some ribs. Father. As Bai Zemin and Israfel looked at each other, communicating without speaking, Naomi's piercing cry rang out from the magical forest below them. Naomi hurriedly raised her magic scepter, and the white-colored jewel glowed brightly as she put every remaining mana point into it to increase the effect of her healing skill. However, there was a person who moved like a flash of white lightning and punched her hard in the stomach long before Naomi could cast her magic. Boom! The beautiful mage's eyes opened wide in tears, that it was not known if they were from the pain of the punch she received on her solar plexus, or from the condition of the man who raised her after being abandoned in an orphanage, fell down her flawless face. Naomi's mouth opened as she involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and as her body fell forward after fainting from the impact, she was caught by two slender arms. "Naomi!" Matthew shouted in fright and anger at the whole situation. Like a rabid lion, this first knight of the strongest legion in all of Europe raised his sword and charged towards his enemy with the intention of saving his younger sister. Bai Zemin laid the collapsed Naomi on the ground and raised her two little fists in guard as she took small hops in place, making her white gloves and boots shine brighter and brighter with each bounce. She looked beautiful and cute with her silver hair swinging with every hop, but the dangerous aura surrounding her was definitely not something to laugh at. As he faced the ice-cold eyes of the little enemy princess, and after realizing that they clearly had no intention of killing his sister, the first holy knight stopped in his tracks and lowered his sword as he cursed to the heavens, shouting his sorrows and laments at what he knew was the total loss of his side. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1169, Godslayer Spear and Rending of the Night. Israfel looked down silently, growing weaker and weaker with each passing second. Actually, had it not been for his treasure boots that had the ability to keep him standing firmly in the sky, he would have fallen long ago as a result of the severity of his wound. The clear eyes of the Supreme Pontiff stopped first on Naomi, currently passed out after being hit by Bai Zemin, the terror of any mage. Then, his eyes moved a little more to the left until they met the eyes of his right hand, the man who, although already over 30 years old, had been raised by him as if he were his son. Israfel smiled gently and nodded, making Matthew Sanchez had to grit his teeth hard enough to make his gums bleed to keep from sobbing when he saw the thin trickle of red blood sliding silently from the corner of the mouth of the man who to him was not only a leader, but also his father. Israfel turned his face to face Bai Zemin, and after a moment's hesitation asked weakly if he would give him a moment to talk with his subordinate. Bai Zemin looked at the wound on Israfel's chest, noting easily that where the heart should have been there was nothing but a fist-sized hole going from side to side. After a moment's consideration, he nodded but extended his right hand outward. "Cut your connection with the spear first." Israfel was not surprised by Bai Zemin's request, but still could not help but smile bitterly as he glanced at the spear in his hands. More than the ultimate treasure of the Holy Church, the spear called Longinus was the ancient spear left behind by God. Its meaning was simple but extremely deep, and whoever wielded it would become the most powerful human who would lead mankind to glory after overcoming the legendary Armageddon. Israfel sighed and muttered to himself before closing his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Supreme Pontiff suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his aura weakened even more. His steps faltered as if he was about to fall from the clouds, and it was not until after a couple of seconds that he managed to compose himself as he shook his head vigorously. Without saying a single word, perhaps saving his energy, Israfel looked at the bronze-colored spear for the last time before throwing it towards Bai Zemin without a hint of murderous intent. Even so, however, Bai Zemin used a blood arm to catch the spear instead of grabbing it himself. Israfel smiled ironically, seeing the other party's immense caution, despite the fact that he was already a dead man. He no longer wasted the precious but scarce time he had left and descended from the sky silently. "Why, your majesty?" The eyes of the first knight flashed with sadness and grief as he received and supported him. Israfel surveyed the surroundings, and noticing that all of his group had lost except for Matthew, he couldn't help but feel sadness in his heart. However, he was not a young man, but rather was an old man who had seen and lived enough to be able to forcefully shake those emotions that tied him down. No matter how strong the healing or skill, unless one had the ability to regenerate, it was impossible to survive after having one's heart crushed. Unfortunately or not, the only treasure capable of regeneration had already been used on Matthew when the latter lost an arm in the battle against the demons on the coast of Italy. Bai Zemin simply confirmed that Israfel wanted to have a serious conversation with the first holy knight before turning his attention to the spear in his right hand. The spear was dark brown in color and seemed to be made of bronze. It looked extremely old, with no decorative embellishments except for the dull purple soul stone right between the blade piercing and the rest of the body. If not for the multiple inscribed runes and the terrifying power surrounding the spear, Bai Zemin could have suspected that Israfel had exchanged the weapon with a different one without him noticing. // Longinus. Type two-handed weapon spear. Rank 6. Physical attack power 56. Magical attack power 43. Durability 321.954/322. Special characteristics / absolute killing strike. Once Longinus targets, it will definitely hit regardless of the distance or evasive moves from the other side. / human leadership. When fighting humanoid beings, the consumption of all attack skills are reduced by 40% while Longinus is wielded. Status: weakened by half due to missing soul contract. / God's piercing. Increases the probabilities of penetrating strikes by 30% when fighting against enemies whose level surpasses the wielder of Longinus, while those of lower level will always be hit by penetrating strikes after being attacked. Status: sealed due to missing soul contract. / Devourer. Can swallow other weapons to slowly grow stronger. Unique special skill. Decimation of the Moon. Massive and absolute destruction skill that should only be used as a last resort since it does not discriminate between allies and enemies. Effect: increases the general power of the user 20 times after consuming all the mana of Longinus wielder and launches a blast of energy up to 50 meters far away, destroying everything in its path unmercifully. Cooldown time: 2 months. Currently sealed due to missing soul contract with a soul evolver. Description: a weapon that was forged with the intention of creating a new soul armament but whose process failed. Despite failing to become soul armament for undisclosed reasons, Longinus, who bathed in the blood of hundreds of soul evolvers over the Fourth Order, grew stronger after absorbing their records through countless years. / What a terrifying weapon! Bai Zemin's pupils trembled imperceptibly as he tried his best to keep his expression indifferent on the surface. Although he somehow expected it after hearing the story of the terrifying bronze spear from Fire Sorrow, Bai Zemin still felt shocked to the core when he verified the records of the rank 6 weapon in his hand. Did I really defeat someone wielding this artifact? Bai Zemin could not help but feel a wave of fear at the thought of what he had just accomplished. Annihilation of the Falling Sky only had 8,000 points of physical attack power and didn't even have magic attack, let alone that the special characteristics of said weapon weren't particularly useful in combat. There was no way to compare the two weapons at all. Even the feature that weakened all other weapons by half could not be counted against Longinus, as it was a spear that exceeded rank 5. Bai Zemin felt extremely grateful with his luck. If the Supreme Pontiff had chosen a prolonged battle, I would definitely have lost horribly, unless I used the power of soul manipulation. Of course, Bai Zemin also won thanks to the skill he gained along with the acquisition of his new subclass. / Rending of the Night. Unique 5th Order skill, level 5. Uses the power of shadows and space to cut off distances and unleash a double attack towards the unguarded enemy, becoming easier to activate as the user becomes more adept at controlling space and shadows. Currently only works with spears, daggers, javelins, arrows, and darts. Effect 1. It closes the distance between your weapon and the enemy's body after rending the space screen. Effect 2. It creates a night black shadow that copies your attack to produce an assault from which it is practically impossible to protect oneself thanks to the first effect. The replica attack shadow contains 100% of the power of the original attack and has a 100% probability of penetrating through the enemy's defenses. Its activation consumes 2 spiritual power points / 20 mana points / 1 spiritual power point and 10 mana points. The user is free to choose the type of energy to be consumed in each activation. Cooldown time 2 seconds. / The power of his new skill was formidable, terrifying, practically unstoppable. Although the effects of Rending of the Night might seem to be as simple as its unglamorous activation, Bai Zemin had it very clear in his heart that the killing power of such a skill was even comparable to the destructive power of rumbling the heavens, shaking the earth. Of course, while the 2-second cooldown time could be ignored and make Rending of the Night his most powerful skill to use in battle, the reality was that its activation criteria limited Bai Zemin greatly. To begin with, he could not use the skill with complete freedom, as he was not a master in the use of spatial power, although he was able to command the shadows with ease after obtaining the title Master of Shadows. The real problem was the absurdly high amount of mana needed to use the skill. If other people were to see the word spiritual power, they probably wouldn't have any idea what is it. Bai Zemin shook his head in his heart. The only energy that propelled everyone's magic power was mana. As for spiritual power, probably only Bai Zemin in the entire cosmos knew what it was. The current Bai Zemin had no way of reaching 20 mana points even through using overlap regeneration to overlap his natural mana points with another stat, which meant in other words that during his one-hit clash against Israfel, he was forced to use that 1 point of spiritual power he had been reluctant to use so far. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin did not know if that point of spiritual power could be recovered after being used. What was spiritual power? Where was it? What could one do to restore it? Bai Zemin knew nothing about it, except for the fact that he could only obtain more spiritual power by cracking the seal that blocked the memories of his life inside that 10,000-year illusion. But to defeat Israfel, whose armament was hundreds of times superior to his own, Bai Zemin had no choice but to take the risk. Fortunately, and to his utter surprise, Bai Zemin discovered something he did not expect after using his single point of spiritual power, along with 10 mana points to activate Rending of the Night. My spiritual power definitely dropped to 0 when I activated Rending of the Night, but Bai Zemin looked at that small, but at the same time big one in his stats with shock in his heart. He didn't dare to make wild guesses, but Bai Zemin was at least 80% sure that when he attacked with his spear just before, he felt a strange energy other than mana silently flowing through the crack of the seal and slightly nourishing his soul. What was the seal in his soul? What did he live in those 10,000 years? His doubts were too many at this point, and his curiosity was at its peak. Bai Zemin even suspected that the spirit of the collector's pocket watch was pretending to sleep at this point. Be that as it may, what he had to do was obvious right now. I need more spirit power. Only then will I be able to use Rending of the Night with absolute freedom. Such a terrifying skill whose cooldown time was pitifully low. If he could use it freely in combat, his enemies probably wouldn't have time to cry. Of course, breaking the seal was not a simple thing and required a lot of time. Time that Bai Zemin did not have, even though the flow of time worked in his favor inside the collector's pocket world. But more importantly than that, Bai Zemin's eyes flashed coldly with a hint of hidden murderous intent as he glanced at Corruption Demon in the distance. Tightening his grip on the Godslayer's spear and letting his blood bathe the weapon's form, Bai Zemin thought in his heart, it would be good to put an end to this here and now. You wish to forge a blood-based soul contract with the two-handed weapon, Longinus. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1170, The Power of a God-Killing Weapon. Bai Zemin approached Israfel silently, and upon seeing his movement, Shangyuan Bingzu and Saint of the Absolute Felix immediately moved to coordinate with him. The beautiful woman with slightly green skin and bright red hair looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with a loving smile as she waved her hand. "Beautiful young miss, you don't need to be aware of me. Since the fun is over, then I will take my leave first." Shangyuan Bingzu hesitated as she watched the beautiful woman turn around and leaving without making much noise. "Leave it like this," Felix whispered, standing next to her as if he could read her thoughts. "Even though she is a fourth-order mutant plant that could at some point make trouble for our human race, the current situation is not very good. The more trouble we can avoid, the better." Shangyuan Bingzu clenched her fists tightly, and a flash of murderous intent shone in her gaze before calming down with a deep breath. The beautiful woman, who was actually of the plant race, looked over her shoulder and winked at them before disappearing beyond everyone's line of sight. However, just before disappearing, she looked at the mutant forest with a strange light in her eyes. The plant woman was together with the corruption demon Shun, and in their group there were about 20 powerful soul evolvers. However, they were clearly not fully bonded. Leonora twisted her heavy sword casually into First Prince Xian Luo's stomach, and ignoring his groans of pain, snorted as she saw that less than half of them followed the beautiful woman. They really don't know when to step back. Xian Mayer approached at that moment, and Eleonora glanced at her curiously, as she wanted to see what this seventh princess's decision regarding her elder brother was. Sister, Xian Luo was quite badly wounded by Eleonora's fierce attacks, and seeing her seventh sister approaching, he immediately stretched out his bloodied hand to plead in a weak voice, "Help me." We are blood siblings, aren't we? Siblings, Xian Mayer couldn't help but let out a weak laugh. Just before, Xian Luo definitely had intentions to kill Xian Mayer, but prior to that, he wanted to humiliate her deeply to break her honor and pride as a warrior and as a princess. Even before everything that happened today, this older brother of hers, the first prince with the right to the throne, did his best to disturb her and beat her when she was down. Were it not for the fact that Xian Mayer was never interested in the throne until the appearance of Bai Zemin, she had no doubt that her brother would have used dishonest methods to take her life. Xian Mayer held out her hand, and the golden sword with that beautiful silver jewel flew into her hands. So this is our clan's legendary weapon. Xian Mayer sighed with a complicated gaze in her eyes. Although this is not the way I would like it, I'm afraid some things are not meant to be of the light method. Seventh Princess, this world is very cruel. Even in the ocean it's probably not much better. Eleonora read the princess's thoughts and withdrew her heavy sword before silently walking away. Her weapon was too big compared to her small body size, so Eleonora mainly dragged it along the ground just like now. Still, she looked extremely beautiful and brave with her snow-white hair swaying behind her with every step she took. Xian Mayer looked at her back silently as she thought about her words before nodding and saying to herself, "I understand." Xian Luo's expression changed as he saw the increasingly cold expression on his younger sister's face. "You, Xian Mayer, are you out of your mind? If you kill me, my royal father definitely won't let you go." Xian Mayer put the tip of the sword on her elder brother's neck and said in an indifferent voice, "Leaving aside the fact that all your team was cleared, so it will be hard for anyone to point a finger at me, even if someone does, none of that matters to me at this point." She was pushed to the limits by her father, even though she wanted to end all the internal warfare in her family as peacefully as possible. Everyone pushed her again and again. "I will be the future queen of the East Sea, eventually becoming the forgotten empress who will rule the Earth's oceans. Thanks to you, I learned that even if I want to avoid war, I still have to have an iron fist no matter what it takes." A flash of golden light shone in a straight line, and the first prince's eyes widened as his head detached from his neck. The head rolled a few inches as the ground became stained with blood, but none of this made the seventh princess' expression change. She had made her decision, and as she watched Bai Zemin slowly descend from the sky with a crushed limb and part of the left side of his body missing, her resolve only grew greater. Xian Mayer did not know at what point things began to change, but it was clear to her now that the friendship she shared with some of the humans of the Transcendent faction was even deeper than her blood relationship with her own family. Since this was the way things were, if the others were willing to sacrifice her, then she need not and should not show mercy. Eleonora glanced over her shoulder and smiled slightly before continuing on her way. She naturally already knew Bai Zemin's plan to put Xian Mayer on the highest throne in the world's oceans, but Eleonora, who could read minds, felt that Xian Mayer was too white and would never succeed in the long run. "We're talking about something now." She chuckled and wiped the corner of her mouth to rub away the trace of blood. A minute or two later, Israfel approached Bai Zemin and pointed to Matthew behind him. "He will help you from now on. You can use your ability as king to subordinate him if you don't trust our word. I only ask you, I beg you to treat them well and fairly." Bai Zemin was surprised when he heard the Supreme Pontiff's words, but he quickly understood what was going on. And when he looked at the First Holy Knight, one of his guesses disappeared to leave the only other viable option. Although there was a hint of hatred in his eyes as he looked at him, Matthew nodded with a firm expression regardless of his teary eyes. There wasn't a hint of fear of death in the First Knight's eyes, so he obviously wasn't submitting to live. "Are you sure about this?" Bai Zemin couldn't help but ask. "I'm not perfect by any means, and I definitely won't be overthinking the method to achieve my goal." Israfel smiled with great bitterness as he pointed at himself. "You'll still do better than someone like me who preferred to follow his own life faith over his race, don't you think?" Bai Zemin thought of the millions of innocent lives he killed in Oblong World, and a flash of heartache shone in his eyes unnoticed. Even though what happened in Oblong World was one of his biggest regrets that would surely haunt him throughout his life, he still wouldn't change his decision if given the chance to choose again. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky began to rumble with increasing force. Israfel looked wearily at the two shadows facing each other in the distance, with complicated eyes, before turning his attention back to Bai Zemin. "I heard you have a skill that helps you regeneration. Use it on me." Bai Zemin looked at him for a long time as the explosions behind him grew more and more intense before slowly nodding. Sorry. The winner is the king and the loser is the thief, isn't it? Israfel shook his head and staggered a little. Go ahead. Bai Zemin usually didn't use drain life unless the other party was 100% enemy. He needed to erase no matter what since drain life sucked everything down to the bones turned to dust. However, Israfel was his enemy because of the circumstances they were in, and not out of desire to be stronger, revenge, or anything similar. However, the current circumstances were urgent after all. Bai Zemin could not afford to play straight. Soon, drain life was activated, and Matthew Sanchez turned around with a sorrowful expression on his face. Israfel's face began to crumple, and his body became thinner with each passing second. I ask you, the future of our race. Please. Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression, and a second later, a damaged white armor fell to the ground on a pile of white bones that soon turned to dust. He looked at his left arm and sighed regretfully. Still not enough after all. Although the left side of his body had recovered thanks to Israfel's high health being absorbed, his arm was still the same and had not regenerated at all. Bai Zemin's eyes shone with complex feelings as he looked at what the Supreme Pontiff left behind before his existence was erased after being absorbed into his soul. A white armor that looked to be made of leather, but was quite damaged as it had clearly been repaired in the past with subpar materials. A pair of sky blue boots. A bracelet. An earring. And last but not least, 2 skill scrolls. Bai Zemin looked at the 2 scrolls in surprise. Just as he bent down to pick up his spoils of war, the wind howled at his back as he felt a strange itch on the back of his neck. Assassin. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed coldly, but the next second he continued his movement, ignoring the existence behind him. Die. The shadow of a tiny green goblin holding a purple dagger suddenly appeared, and judging from the little goblin's aura, it was definitely a third-order soul evolver at the peak. Not even Bai Zemin could take an attack from a soul evolver above level 190 in the neck. However, the little goblin's expression changed when he realized that he couldn't move. What? Without him realizing it, 2 strong vines had wrapped around his legs so that they bound him in place. Worse yet, the little goblin didn't know what was going on as behind him was a version identical to him, but completely ash-gray, that was grabbing him by the arms without letting him move at all. Bai Zemin put away the boots, armor, bracelet, and earring first. He would need time to examine the records of that equipment, but it was certainly impossible to do it in the middle of the battlefield. Then he calmly picked up the 2 skill scrolls and stored them in his storage ring, before slowly turning to face the small goblin struggling to escape unsuccessfully. You, go to hell. The little goblin opened his mouth and suddenly spat a ball of acid directly at Bai Zemin's face. However, the space around Bai Zemin twisted strangely, and that small disturbance caused the acid ball thrown by the goblin to miss its target by a hair's breadth and hit the ground just inches away. The one who's going to hell is you, you piece of trash. The last thing the little goblin heard were the contempt-filled words of the enemy he tried to rob before half of his body disappeared without a trace. Rumble. A ray of purple flame enveloped by a kind of dark mist flew straight up into the clouds after crushing the upper half of the little third-order goblin. Saint of the Absolute Felix and Demon of Corruption Shun were fighting fiercely in the sky, but suddenly the 2 detected that something was not right and hurriedly stepped back just in time as the ray of flame passed a few meters through the middle of both of them. The 2 watched in shock as the flash of flame continued to rise, until it hit the invisible protective cover of Hero City. Rumble. The magic circles turned on forcefully, barely preventing what happened before from happening again. Felix secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead as he watched the thin black line slowly disappear. What an awful power attack. Looking down, a flash of surprise shone in his eyes. Bai Zemin's left arm was blood red and surrounded by magic, clearly a skill to supplant his missing limb. Yet, it was thanks to this skill that he now wielded the spear previously wielded by the Supreme Pontiff of the Holy Church. Even more surprisingly, behind his back was not only a pair of ash-gray wings, but also a new pair of bright golden wings with extremely sharp tips. That was Decimation of the Moon, Matthew gasped in shock. Wasn't that skill supposed to have a long cooldown? Israfel had just used it recently. That was just a normal attack. Bai Zemin replied without looking back as he tightened his grip on the Godslayer spear. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1171, Battle Eruption. Actually, Bai Zemin was not surprised when he managed to change the form of annihilation of the falling sky into a perfect golden-colored set of wings. The description of one of the special characteristics of the soul armament that had once accompanied the legendary heavenly wolf Sirius on his journey to the top was very clear, and it was up to the wielder and its interpretation to limit such a precious effect or exploit such an ability to the fullest. As long as Bai Zemin had the clear image of the weapon and the weapon's intended effect in his head, annihilation of the falling sky would certainly fulfill his wishes. This time, Bai Zemin thought of a single united set of 2 wings that would allow him to move at dizzying speeds to cut his enemies into 2 halves using the extremely sharp golden feathers. Effectively, he was not disappointed with the results. However, what amazed him most was the power of the bronze-colored, old-looking spear in his hands. What a terrifying assault power! Bai Zemin secretly gasped as he watched with feigned indifference the trail of black flames that seemed to split the entire city in 2, slowly disappearing. While it was true that this attack carried the power of the endless blue lotus flame, as well as the 20% increase in power that crimson flame granted him, and some of the power of dark mist that aimed to weaken any kind of enemy attack, Bai Zemin still found it hard to believe the destructive power he could now unleash with a simple stab. If not for the fact that he was still afraid of affecting his ally, he definitely would not have wasted that attack and would have directed it at Corruption Demon Shun. What a normal attack! Matthew Sanchez shook his head and snorted. That's impossible. Although that attack from before was indeed not at the level of Decimation of the Moon, it definitely had at least 1/5 of the total power of the skill. That's the truth, though. Bai Zemin didn't explain too much, but immediately activated the power of his subclass on the first knight behind him. Looking over his shoulder casually, Bai Zemin noticed the slight change in Matthew's expression, which meant that he had definitely just received the message from the soul record. I'm sorry, but the situation is as it is, and while I believe you are a man of your word, I cannot risk the safety of those who are important to me. Matthew stared at the message in front of him, which asked if he was willing to be subordinate, and after a slight hesitation, he accepted as the last words of the person who raised him echoed in his memory. Bai Zemin's expression relaxed as he read the message from the soul record stating that Matthew Sanchez, a powerful 4th Order level 212 soul evolver, was now his loyal follower who could not betray him. The 4 wings behind his back moved slightly, and as he lifted into the sky he commanded in a deep voice, "Bing Zhu, Yijun Matthew, you all take care of those who don't know how to watch obediently from the sides." Zhang Yuan Bing Zhu nodded calmly at his words. She took a step forward, but instead of falling off the building she was standing on, she continued to walk through the void like a goddess when an icy small but cold frost came off her boots, forming small steps for her that disappeared after fulfilling their purpose. More terrifying, however, were the hundreds of ice swords that kept growing larger with every step she took. Wu Yijun jumped down from the shoulder of the giant tree, and her gorgeous body disappeared without a trace after she touched the ground. However, the most surprising thing was that the magic forest suddenly grew at surprising speeds, and all sorts of smaller trees with unfriendly expressions began to jump over the buildings to stare at everyone with bright green eyes. Xian Mayer took a deep breath and raised her sword to the sky. The golden blade glowed with a faint layer of blue light, and from the tip, 12 flashes flew out which in a few blinks turned into 12 terrifying giant water dragons with golden flashes of lightning. Lenora soared into the sky using the shapeless wings on her back, and an orange-reddish flame ignited on the blade of her heavy sword as she looked at everyone calmly. Bai Shilin pouted and stomped her feet on the ground in frustration as she realized that she didn't have anything too flashy. Although her appearance was that of a beautiful young lady of 15-16 years old, it had barely been about 1.5 years since her birth. Of course, no one would dare to underestimate the little silver-haired princess after seeing how she could easily overpower Naomi in combat. Indeed, upon seeing such a lineup, many hesitated, and in the end, more than half of them decided to leave peacefully. Since the other side did not want to attack them and did not want to fight against them, then it was better to avoid trouble. At the end of the day, they were here for the treasures. However, not everyone felt the same way, and some stayed despite the danger. They felt that the best treasures and the best opportunities went hand in hand with danger, and just as birds died for food, A man died for greed. The expression on Corruption Demon's face changed when he saw everyone moving according to the order given by the young human. Gazing at the ancient-looking spear in his right hand, and remembering the terrifying power from before, Shun immediately turned to back away, as he was not arrogant enough to think that he could contend against Bai Zemin and his much-hated enemy of thousands of years. However, how could Felix let him go just because Shun wanted to leave? Even faster than him, when Corruption Demon Shun turned around, his expression grew cold as he saw the Saint of the Absolute staring at him with a kind smile. "Old friend, why don't you stay to dance?" Feeling the wind howling as if a whirlwind was charging in his direction, Shun roared as he charged towards his long-hated enemy. "Felix, get the hell out of here." Shun's body grew, and in an instant, he turned into a little 5-meter-tall giant. His black skin gained a purple tinge, and his claws grew so large that, if it wasn't for the fact that his gloves seemed to be a treasure or artifact intended for him, they would have shattered into pieces. "I think my karma is pretty good, though. Felix didn't make the same mistake that happened in Italy." His wings flashed and his white sword blazed as his right arm slashed downward. Divine speed. No one saw clearly what happened, but a little sun seemed to grow around the Saint of the Absolute, and before anyone could utter the first letter of the alphabet, that little white sun collided with the 5-meter giant cloaked in a dark fog. "BOOM. You really are a fucking nuisance." While Shun didn't step back, his footsteps were certainly halted. Felix was wrapped in a faint layer of light as he looked at his lifelong enemy calmly. "You and I have fought countless times in the past, but neither of us was successful in killing the other. It's time to break it off, don't you think?" Saint of Absolute was not as strong as Demon of Corruption, but Demon of Corruption was not as fast as Saint of Absolute. Felix was able to use the principle of several lightspeed attacks to match Shun's physical power, and Shun had to beware of Felix's overwhelming speed, making him unable to let go completely either. It was at that moment when Bai Zemin arrived while surrounded by that characteristic halo of golden light, and without any hesitation, he stabbed with the Godslayer spear towards Shun's back. Despite not using any skill other than overlap regeneration to push his strength to the limit, the simple movement of his arms thrusting the Longinus spear was enough to make the space tremble fiercely. "Bai Zemin, you sneaky rat." Shun turned and swung fiercely with his fist engulfed in purple flames, clearly fearing the attack of the one he had underestimated in the past. "You sure like insults, BOOM. The eyes of the Saint of the Absolute flashed with surprise at the sight of Shun, taking 2 steps back while Bai Zemin stood his ground in the sky. "Nice." He couldn't help but laugh out loud and immediately unleashed over a dozen of attacks into the enemy's back. Bai Zemin didn't stand idly by either, as he immediately continued to pressure Shun using martial arts and spear arts, forcing him to retreat little but surely while Felix managed to slowly build up damage. Rumble. The whole city seemed to rumble, and many of the magic circles within 500 kilometers were triggered to prevent the collapse of most of the buildings. The sky was filled with white, golden, purple, and black lights. Magic and rule-breaking physical attacks shook the clouds as if the end of the world was announcing its beginning. A soul evolver from Africa sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time as he backed away at top speed. "Holy shit, those 3 are real monsters." Everyone, including Wu Yijun, was forced to retreat to avoid being seriously injured by the shockwaves that flew everywhere like extremely lethal air cannons. Only 2 soul evolvers were able to stand relatively firm in the midst of the fierce storm that lashed half the city from the clouds. One of them was Shangyuan Bingzu, who used ice shields to protect herself. The other was none other than Bai Shilin. Only the 2 of them were able to barely see the full-speed battle raging overhead, but neither had the qualifications to interfere in such a fight for more than a couple of seconds at best. "Father, so strong." Bai Shilin's eyes flashed with admiration and longing as she punched her little fist straight up. "BOOM. The shockwave capable of destroying an entire human city was nullified as it met the air blast caused by the little transcendent princess's fist. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression was serious. She knew that while Bai Zemin seemed fine, he certainly must have consumed a lot of energy to kill Israfel in one blow, particularly overlap regeneration, which was being pushed to the limit. She planned to step in when the moment showed up and give him a second to deal the final strike. "That's my purpose after all," she thought. "One defending and the other attacking. That's how it should be." Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1172, Going into Hero City's Forbidden Space. There were no weaklings among those present, but as they gazed skyward without even being able to discern very clearly the figure of the 3 soul evolvers engaged in what had grown into a battle of unprecedented magnitude, they could not help but feel small and insignificant. The magnitude of the events had escalated so high that most soul evolvers who stayed behind with little, but not too unclear intentions froze after reaching safe distances. How can this be possible? I'm a 4th-order soul evolver, but I can barely see blurs every time they move. No, it's normal for those 2 to be this strong, but the real anomaly here is that guy. Alright, Saint of the Absolute and Corruption Demon are soul evolvers from past eras with hundreds or even thousands of years of life, but that guy from China isn't even 30 years old. As still, that demon named Shun is really powerful. Even fighting 2 versus 1 for over 1 hour against those 2 has managed to hold his own. All sorts of comments and discussions occurred as the battle in the sky grew hotter and hotter. Horrifying explosions, shockwaves resulting after the collision of 2 or more attacks shattering some buildings, flashes of light sparkling at different points in the sky, spaces of emptiness that expelled even the air from the area every time 2 weapons collided with each other. The scene was worthy of a battle between gods and demons for the best movie of the year. Meteor strike. Corruption Demon Shun's roar shook the weaker ones despite the distance. A moment later, a bright purple flame lit up part of the sky and fell from the clouds as if it wanted to crush the world completely. Although barely visible due to the golden resplendence enveloping his body, Bai Zemin's silhouette was revealed in the sky as the wings on his back stopped moving at his command. Watch out! Wu Yijin cried out involuntarily as she saw the meteor of flames falling on Bai Zemin, but the latter showed no signs of wanting to dodge. Suddenly, Bai Zemin opened his mouth wide, and a beast-like roar came from his throat when it was only a couple of meters before Corruption, demon engulfed in purple flames, slammed him in the chest. Roar! The sky rumbled, and the scarce clouds burst open forcefully after being hit by the wave of spiritual magic. For 0.1 second, the shine in Shun's eyes disappeared after being hit out of nowhere by an attack he had absolutely no knowledge of. By the time he recovered, the first thing he felt was surprise to discover that the enemy he was about to send to the ground was nowhere to be found anymore, and the second thing he felt was a sharp pang of pain in his back. Flesh and blood rained down as part of Shun's body was pierced by Bai Zemin's spear, but just as the corruption demon howled due to the pain and fury, he felt his body was sent flying over 100 meters down after receiving a punch from Bai Zemin directly to the skull. Boom! Shun saw stars twinkling in his eyes, and for a brief moment, his vision became blurred by the blow he took to the head. However, his instinct and experience as a warrior were present even then, therefore he forced himself to wake up with a roar. Bai Zemin and Felix were going to charge forward to continue their burst of attacks now that Shun's terrifying defense and his flame had finally been pierced, but suddenly, their expressions changed as they saw the purple whirlwind exploding outward with Shun as its center. Bai Zemin used overlap regeneration to increase his agility and rushed back. On the other hand, Saint of the Absolute activated one of his skills to boost his movement speed, and in the blink of an eye appeared hundreds of meters distance away. At the same time, all the buildings half a kilometer around Corruption, Demon turned into rubble after being hit by the fierce purple whirlwind. When the purple whirlwind disappeared after a powerful explosion that forced Bai Zemin and the Saint of the Absolute to back away again, the 2 were shocked when they saw Shun's silhouette disappearing into the distant horizon. Fuck! Bai Zemin cursed angrily before flapping his 2 pairs of wings and launching himself in pursuit. Felix was several times faster than Bai Zemin. His body turned into a flash of white light that after a couple of blinks disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Seeing the 3 of them disappearing from her line of sight, Shangyuan Bingzu's expression changed repeatedly before she clenched her fists tightly and said against her own will, "Shilin, help Mom keep an eye on the bad guys, okay?" Although Shangyuan Bingzu wanted to join Bai Zemin and support him, there were more than 3 soul evolvers above level 200 in the other group, and more than 23rd order powerhouses over level 180. "Okay, second mother." Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression on her face. She had matured a lot, not only physically but also mentally, as she was not a human after all but a hybrid with the records of two completely different races. Although Wu Yijin could take on a fourth-order soul evolver, and Matthew could probably hold his own against the other two, Eleonora and Xian Mayer certainly wouldn't be able to fight against more than 20 enemies whose levels were similar or even higher than theirs. Not to mention the beautiful plant race woman and the other evolvers left, but could return at any time. Therefore, Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin's presence were absolutely necessary to prevent Wu Yijin and the others from falling into danger. At that moment, Eleonora's aura plummeted, and her face turned slightly pale as her hair regained its original golden color, signaling the end of the effect of her Valkyrie transformation skill. She secretly gritted her teeth to avoid showing signs of weakness before whispering under her breath, "Angelo, where the hell did you go?" Bai Zemin pushed his speed to the possible limit to chase after Shun, who turned and fled when he realized that things didn't look good for him. Yet it wasn't enough. Even with over 14 total agility points, as well as other pieces of equipment or skills that increased his movement speed, such as the 4 wings on his back, Bai Zemin realized that he still wasn't fast enough to close the distance at the speed he would like to. Rumble! In the distance, flashes of white and purple blackish light collided again and again, making everything within several kilometers rumble noisily. Obviously, Felix had already caught up to Shun and currently seemed to be doing his best to restrain him until Bai Zemin arrived on the scene. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and tried to rush even faster. Bai Zemin followed the trail of magic left behind as well as the sound of explosions closer and closer, for about 10 minutes before finally catching sight of 2 shadows in the distant sky, facing each other as one tried to flee and the other tried to restrain. "You two really are annoying cockroaches." Shun's roar echoed in the scattered clouds as he sensed the aura of Bai Zemin approaching from behind in a rush. Felix said nothing, but his movement speed was as fast as lightning, and the speed of his attacks as swift as a flickering flash of light. If not for the divine flame on Shun's body, as well as his sturdy physique that seemed to be made of obsidian, the bloody hole on his back and the several cuts on his arms would not be his only wounds after facing Bai Zemin and Felix at the same time. Felix raised his sword and was about to slash again when the expression on his face suddenly changed. He attacked with even greater ferocity as he shouted in an urgent voice, "Hurry up! We are getting closer to the center of the city." The center of the city was the place they could not approach unless they were willing to throw their lives away. These were the words that Angel said before they entered Hero City. Just at that moment, a figure that was inside a building looking for treasure came out upon hearing the commotion, and when he looked up at the sky, he couldn't help but blink several times before exclaiming in astonishment, "Holy shit, you guys are already fighting." Felix looked at the huge black barrier that seemed to be a space apart from the entire city with a touch of panic. But when he heard that voice, he immediately recognized his ally. "Angelo, help me stop Shun for a moment." Angelo finally noticed the flash of golden light on the horizon, and when he understood the situation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly even as he activated several skills and flew into the sky to support the Saint of the Absolute. Angelo was powerful, but his level was barely 228, and the purity of his soul power only allowed him to go head-to-face against level 300 soul evolvers at most. He certainly wasn't capable of fighting Shun, whose level was 400, and whose soul power was as pure as his. But Angelo gritted his teeth and sacrificed his sense of touch, his sense of smell, his sense of taste, and his sense of hearing directly. 4 sacrifices at the same time. 4 of his 5 natural senses disappeared in an instant. This was the first time Angelo made such a high sacrifice since the only thing he had left now was his sight. However, the results were stunning to say the least. Felix's expression changed tremendously, and without a second thought, he abandoned his assault to retreat in a hurry. Shun's expression was one of disbelief, as he could not accept the fact that an insignificant ant suddenly seemed to evolve into a powerful dragon capable of threatening his life. Infinite edge, sunlight flash. Angelo raised his silver sword with both hands and with a fierce expression slashed with all his might. The blade of his sword seemed to grow to the infinite, and at a speed in no way inferior to Felix's attacks, he slashed down on Shun's body. Corruption Demon barely had time to move slightly to the side, but failed to completely avoid the damage as his entire right arm from the elbow down was cut clean off by Angelo's attack, and not just that, but even his leg fell from the sky spurting large amounts of dark blood. "Son of a bitch," Shun howled in pain, but pushed his speed to keep flying towards his only hope at this point. If it wasn't for his heaven-devouring flame protecting him and absorbing a large portion of the damage he took, Shun was sure that half of his body would have been severed just like that. Felix couldn't believe what he was seeing, and even Bai Zemin from the distance was astonished, as he didn't expect something like that at all. However, in the next instant, the two realized that the price Angelo paid was not low. Angelo's body froze before plummeting to the ground. Strangely, not only was there no trace of mana in his body, but for an instant, it looked as if he had lost a few levels. "Felix, help Angelo and get back to support the rest of our team." Felix didn't have time to ask what he meant by those words, because when he turned around again, he saw Corruption Demon disappearing beyond the curtain in the center of Hero City, followed seconds later by a flash of golden light that sank deep into the darkness. "This guy is too reckless." Felix gritted his teeth as he moved like white lightning to hold Angelo's unconscious body, and after a long, deep look at the center of the city, he darted south to go back the way he came. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.